keep forgetting I'm getting older, but when I realize it's too late, wanna be young again, do it over. Feel the innocence on my face. I know you don't owe me any favors, but if you did, it would be more time. So if you're listening, Mother Nature, can't you bend your rules? Just say you'll try. Say you'll give me a chance. Say I won't have a last dance. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sand. Say you'll grant me a wish. Say I won't have a last kiss. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sand. Before we know it, we'll all be long gone. It's a burden that we share. Maybe we're better off in the long run, but right now it seems so damn unfair. I wanna know what forever feels like, if it's a paradise or a hell. So can't you help me out just this one time? If it costs my soul, you know I'll sell. Say you'll give me a chance. Say I won't have a last dance. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sand. Say you'll grant me a wish. Say I won't have a last kiss. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sand. It's never running out of sand.
Well, hey there. Welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming in today. Good to see you. We are at São Paulo, Brazil, heading over to Rio de Janeiro on the famous Rio de Janeiro Rio Airbridge. Thanks for the wows at Wow Time, and wow, it's time to go. Okay, enough fun zipping and zooming around the airport. You know, when you go start zipping and zooming around with the drone cam, sometimes you forget, you know, and all the other planes have the same logo on the tail like mine. Which airplane is yours? The easy way to tell is yours is going to be the one where it spawns the power cart and also the abnormally large pushback truck. Good to see you and thank you for coming in today. It's a pretty tightly packed airport. It is a tightly packed city too. Good to see you, Cone. Welcome aboard. Starlugo is here. Hello, Snoozy Skyways. Loviz is here. I think Thalo has arrived. JSG Droid, I saw you in chat. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, Bachman. And Bachman, Queer, it does look kind of busy today. I think I even saw Lex Stereo coming in today. Lex Stereo's got a nice growing YouTube channel over on YouTube, and it's the same name, Lex Stereo. And some really good videos over there. So I hope you get a chance to go and check that out at some point. We are in São Paulo, Brazil. We're heading on over to the Santos Dumont Airport. And then we've got a 2-hop from San Antonio to Hermosillo. I hope I'm totally messing that thing up. And then one of the Cabos is what we've got for it. So a little 2-hop there. And earlier in chat, I put links to freeware scenery for the 2 Mexican airports that look like they're going to be really nice. I checked them out earlier today, and they do look good. So that's over at flightsim.to. If you didn't get that, it's over on Discord, and I can easily, Control-C, Control-V, put that in there. The Barbarian Killer is in chat today from YouTube. Welcome aboard, Barbarian Killer. That is a great name. Pauliot is... Oh, Loviz is taking the F-28. No kidding. The F-28, huh? And Kofer also just did a resub. Kofer, thank you for a 6-month resub. That is really nice of you. Thanks, Kofer, for being here. And then just as I was saying that, Dr. Qui-Gon is back. Now, Dr. Qui-Gon's been here for 35 months. Dr. Qui-Gon, thank you for a really nice resub today, too, and 35 months of helping me keep the lights on. Before we got everything started, Larson popped in real quick for a 23-month resub. Thank you for the resubs and the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. T-Bird just arrived with all the fun emotes. I'm taking the baby bus here. Loviz is living dangerously right now. It's not going to look like an F-28. I think that's Loviz pushing back down there. Or maybe Loviz is... Oh, Loviz is over in the stack of airplanes there. Sadly, the F-28 doesn't look like an F-28 in model matching yet. But hopefully they get around to doing that before too long. But let's get going. This is a fun airport, fun ride. It's not the longest of flights. But holy moly, that last little turn to final. The last little turn to final just will... keep you, it holds your attention. We'll say it that way. And it really is all about the timing. Okay, there's the bridge. There's the island. Better make a turn, but not too steep, not too shallow. It really is one of those hard to do airplane landings. Okay, let's get a jetway in place so our brave passengers can get aboard. And we'll come over here, and while the passengers are over there, let's come to my flights. We've loaded that in. So power time. And there's battery 1, battery 2, ground power, nav and logo lights, no smoking, emergency exit lights, super duper easy. Laxon is in. Laxon just sent you the weather from Bodø in Norway. Light showers. And it is, let's see, what is it right now? It's 3 degrees, and the winds are gusting to 43 knots in Bodø in Norway. So I've got you beat as far as temperature, Laxon, but I'll bet that 43 knot wind gust really feels cold. So thanks for coming in, Laxon. It's great to see the weather. Does anybody know what can cause continuous CTTs when I click ready to fly? I think it's something in the community folder, Dr. Qui-Gon. I mean, really, yeah. And like Loviz, like Pauliot just said, temporarily. So just temporarily rename your community folder. Call it community old or old community, some name. Okay? and then restart it. It's going to make a new community folder, but it'll be empty, and you've saved all your stuff in the community folder, and see what happens, okay? Cone Mees has bad flight sim fever. Well, come on in and play. I mean, this is an incredibly cool sandbox here. I mean, we've got awesome airplanes. The airplanes that we have are incredibly advanced. I mean, we're getting to learn things that used to be only the pilots ever knew. I mean, you know, the pilots ever knew these sorts of things. We get to learn about incredible machines that we have today. I mean, this, yeah, okay, it's an A319, or, you know, as far as airplanes go, they're a dime a dozen, right? These are incredible machines, and our simulations are better, and we get to go all sorts of places. I'll probably never get to go to Brazil or anything like that. But, you know, you get to go and check out really cool places and learn about really cool things. So, Conmies, it has absolutely the coolest place in the world to be. And you know, we've got incredible space simulators right now, so we can learn all about space flight. I mean, those were things that we weren't able to learn even the first thing about. So it's just amazing what we get to do. So I think it's a great fever to have, and welcome on in. No need to try and cure it at all. Paulo, thanks for answering Boeing Baga. There is a Dash 8. It's been in the pipeline for a long time, but I don't really know when it's going to come out. I just don't. There's Loviz. So Loviz was, talking about Loviz being a very brave pilot. So you got Loviz in the TAM F-28 right now, made by an airplane company by the name of Fokker, named after the owner and the inventor. And so naturally, those of us who have a 7-year-old sense of humor, or the sense of humor of a 7-year-old, have all sorts of name with the name Fokker. So Loviz is not focking around on this flight. Happy landings. Let's see, Dr. Qui-God, it was a DC-3 livery. See, isn't it great? That's all it takes. That's all it takes. And I just think, when you go and you fix it and now you're back in business, outstanding. I think it's from Majestic, Quiart, about the other one. It's the Majestic airplane, Majestic Dash 8. Now, Paulo explained a while back that Majestic actually has some real airplane contracts or real world contracts. They're developing for a professional world, not the sim world. And once they don't have a lot of people there, so that's why it takes so long. But I think that's part of the explanation. I might have my airlines and developers all messed up, but that's probably why. Could be, I'm not sure. Let's do crew supply of oxygen. And cost index is over here on this page. And
New
cost index, wow.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Hey, the alerts are back. Thanks for fixing those, Paulo. I think we have alerts going today. JetSpot TV. Just follow the channel. Hi, JetSpot. Welcome on them in. Let's get the wind, and then we should go and start getting a clearance. We are at SBSP, and that is going to be Information Alpha, runway 17 right. Wind data is aboard, because everybody knows it's windy. Paulo, let's try and keep the message into 1 or 2 rather than several. Yeah, especially lately. Today has been one of those crazy days. So I got up early, got all the flight planning done for the live stream and all the things, and then I had a little phone call with family, and then after that I decided I really need to go outside and clear up the car. I really need to go and start up the car and make sure that, the battery's okay, So it was one of those days where it was rush all day, but it's been fun for sure. So let's come on over here. So yeah, definitely chilly here. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas here at Spy HQ. All right, SBSP Information Alpha. SBSP ground is 121.9. 121.9. There we go. And I will spare you my usual German jokes for that. And we are at gate number 6. I usually go to gate number 7 because 007, but it was taken. All right, so that looks good. And I have failed to start the Katy Pilot audio limiter. Drumma, you know what? It was gifted to me. I think it was Trip Taker. Gifted me re-entry a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I opened it. I've opened it 3 times right now since I got it. And it scares me. Because the thing about re-entry, you want to play re-entry correctly, you've got to know how to start an Apollo 11, the Apollo space capsule. You've got to know what all of those buttons do. And it's sort of like, if I had all the time in the world, I would love to learn that thing. And hope that maybe re-entry would put a Crew Dragon in, and the International Space Station, and all sorts of cool stuff like that. I just don't know. I just don't know. There is a YouTuber, Scott, what's Scott's last name? He does a lot of space stuff. He's the one that did that really cool video about finding the lunar module named Snoopy that's still floating around out in space right now. And he did a YouTube video. Scott Manley. Thanks, Drubba. Yeah, Scott Manley. He did a YouTube video recently about re-entry and the Apollo 11 spacecraft. I haven't seen it yet. I'm saving it for a day off so I can dive in and learn. But yeah, so Scott Manley has an asteroid named after him. I think that that's awesome. That's great. That is what an honor. Good Abend, Benjamin. Welcome aboard. We're going to Rio de Janeiro. So if you're going to Rio de Janeiro, you know what you need to do? Bring your Gamma Scout with you. Bring your Gamma Scout. Okay, gate 6. Information Alpha 121.9. I have the radio on. I've got the Katy Pilot app going. I'm just waiting till I hear something. I don't want to just start blasting away on the radio. Scott Manley has a character in Elite. Really? He's got a character in Elite Dangerous? I think that's awesome. That's right. We will get. That's right. We'll go to Rio de Janeiro if I stop yapping away and get going. So, space sims are awesome. I think they're amazing. And Star Citizen, you know, and Elite Dangerous, and Re-Entry, and Orbiter are awesome. They really are great. Yeah, he'll be making the kitten space agencies. All right, let's see if we can't get a clearance. Lova's got a reroute.
Captain 396, just to confirm, we are cleared for pushback.
Roger. The 3936, for pushback inserted, due for left on November. Report for taxi.
Left onto November and report taxi. 1039er 36.
Portanto, 3924, chame para São Paulo em 127, 150, vovô.
127, 15, obrigado, querido. Até a próxima.
Até mais. Boa chegada lá.
Até já.
São Paulo ground, hi there from TAM 441 and A319 at gate 6. Information Alpha's aboard requesting clearance to Santos Dumont.
Turn 441. Good day. Are you ready for clearance?
Ready to copy clearance, TAM 441.
Turn 441, there to Santos Dumont, flight level 250 at 5. Takeoff runway 17, right. Departure by M3 Alpha with liberal transition. Flight 3743.
TAM 441 is cleared to Santos Dumont for runway 17 right, the Bayan 3 Alpha arrival, Nibru transition, flight level 250. Our squawk today is 3743 for TAM 441.
TAM 441, read the back correct, report when you're ready for pushback and start.
We'll call push and start, thank you. All right, we got a clearance. I rogered it, and so now let's get the airplane going here. So, next step, Phoenix app, ground services, all hooked up, will open cargo, mass and balance, load the airplane, 6 minutes to load. MD99, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Flight level 250. That looks good. Let's do init page B. So init page B, we're going to have a load sheet over here, and 51.5 is our zero fuel weight, and our center of gravity is 27.1, 27.4.1. That looks good. Accept and return. Let's see. MD is flying the PMDG 777. That is one of the coolest airplanes in Flight Sim. It really is great, isn't it? Hi, Madi. Welcome aboard. Happy weekend to you too. Hope you are doing really good today. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Let's do fuel numbers, because we love fuel numbers, right? Taxi today is 0.150. 15 minutes of fuel is 0.643. Alternate fuel is 1.67. And 30 minutes of fuel is 0.995. And all of that means that it's groovy green right there. That looks nice. And that number looks good. Passengers are boarding. Let's go do the F plan before I F things up. Departure. We know it's going to be 17 right. It's the buy-in 3 alpha departure. Yep, 3 alpha. Pop that in. Nibru transition and insert. SBRJ, the last time I checked, they are landing on runway 20 left. I usually will load the 20 left uniform arrival. And so once I grab the uniform in there, runway RNAV 20 left uniform, they may change it, but that's the basic one that they're going to do. So that's usually what I usually snag. SimBrief says the ASUS 1 Alpha arrival. We're coming in via Kevin. Our via is Gilut. And insert. That looks good. Idle Fury, thanks for the resub. Hey, Idle Fury, thank you for being here for 42 months. That is really awesome. Thank you so much, Idle Fury. Welcome on in. Happy Saturday. Oh, Loviz has an important little bit of intel. Loviz checked the ADIS over there and said, we need to look at the RNP Foxtrot. Let's check the RNP Foxtrot and see if it's any different. Thanks, Loviz. And I'm going to make a note there, RNP-F, just in case my short-term memory shorts out, which it has been known to do. Oh, you know what? SBRJ is not a, we have to use Navigraph charts. We can't use the Lido charts here. Let's see. Assuming they don't close the runway due to, a broken F-28. Gigliotti's is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Madi is doing Doha to Chicago. Yeah, that is a long flight. Let's sync this one. And there is our route. Good. I know, those foul lies over there. Arrival, ASUS 1 Alpha. Approach. Loviz says the RNP Foxtrot. So let's look and see how different that is. Not that different, actually. Not that different. So we come in via Gilut. We slow down. And that's easy to do. Okay, let's change it. Let's use that active intel and do an RNP Foxtrot for runway 20. RNAV 20 left -F. And everything else is the same. So we can probably go and insert that. Let's just make sure that it's in there. Kevin, Azula, Gilut. Yep, flight plan's in. That's good. Let's open the flap. Flaps open. If I was in the BAE 146, there would be MASH casualties. Yeah. Loviz was saying yesterday, and Loviz is the expert on these two airplanes, flies them the most, thinks that the Fokker F-28 is easier to fly than the BAE 146. I'm going to say I completely agree. Absolutely. But I'm not very good at either one of them, so I'm taking an airplane that probably won't result in us making the evening news. 51.5, so in knit page B, 51.5 is correct. 27.1 is our correct center of gravity. And return. The airplane thinks we need 4.6 tons of fuel. I boarded 5.82 tons of fuel because, you know, I don't want to run out of gas. No Life Seaver likes the 737 on Xbox. Hey, if you found a good airplane that you like, that's the cool thing for you. Hi, Green Giant. And let's see. Yep, yeah, chicken for sure. Okay, all that looks really good. APU is coming up and available. APU bleed can go on. External power can go off. I'm going to turn on fuel pumps. I always turn on the fuel pumps about now because if I don't do it now, I'll forget later. All right, let's also grab a ground chart, airports, gates, and we'll just go and snag a couple here. So ground charts, we need airports, stands, and our departure is Azula 1 Alpha. No, it's Bayan 3 Alpha. And that's really all we need. Now we got all the charts we need. Hi, Epic Gaming. Happy Saturday. Thanks for coming in. Do we have any chance to observe Chris? Oh, Christ the Redeemer, the statue. Now, not really on this one. We'll look out the window as we're kind of flying by, but we're actually kind of far away from the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio. Now, if they flip the runways to right, then you kind of fly a little bit closer. And they kind of tell you, you know, would you please not bump into our statue? We like it. So, you know, you really have to be on the other approach to see it. The floppy disk industry is back in business. Paulo talking about the big problem with a whole lot of Airbuses. And I'm still blown away that it's a solar flare thing. That's just what knocks me out.
New recruit detected.
That blows me away.
Welcome
I'm
aboard,
sure that
Agent.
there's a good reason,
Station.
and I can't wait to read the science behind it. But I mean, it's blowing me away what happened there. Okay, off to the Phoenix app. Passengers are aboard. I'm going to close up the cargo doors. We are disconnected from ground power, so ground power can go off. Let's come on over here. Everything else looks good to go there. Let's go, and we're closing cargo. Let's toggle the jetway, and while that's going, let's come over here. And we're going to do departure perf. 17 right, it is dry. There's our weights. There's the weather. Calculate. This is something that we just zip by, but the real pilots spend a lot more time on than we do. And that's good to go over there. Parking brakes are on. I'll remove chocks and cones. We're clear of all moorings. And let's do charts. And let's get GSX to prepare us for pushback and departure. Oh, I forgot to update GSX today. You can test for a lot of things when building an aircraft. Solar flares is not one of them. No. And I didn't realize that solar flares, seriously, reading the science behind this is going to be absolutely amazing to me. You know, that a solar flare could affect the software. Okay? Not the hardware. This is a software issue. And it's sort of like, wow. Or as Russell Crowe said, what an amazing modern world we all live in. Loviz reminds us today that the Fokker is immune from solar flares. Hey, BR controller, Brittany's here. Brittany does all sorts of great ATC in Brazil. How's it going, Brittany? welcome aboard. It's always so much fun to be here and do Rio Airbridge. Good to see you. I really like, Brittany, I really like the way that you and the other Brazil controllers move this event around. It's not, you know, we love Frankfurt Friday. It's every Friday at a certain time, right? But you move it to different days and different times, and that's really cool. I think that's a great way to do that. But it's good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. We're, of course, on our best behavior while we're here in Brazil, and it's nice to be here. 3743. It's going to be nose right, tail left. 3743. That looks good. Doors are closed. Seatbelts going on. Ground crew is ready to go. I think we're all ready over there. We're all good to go there. Let's go to performance. Did our performance data transfer? It did. Let's start squawking. And, oh, Brittany also did a resub. Hey, Brittany. Brittany's been here for 19 months. Brittany, thank you for 19 months of support and helping me to keep my lights on. I couldn't do it without you. Thank you. And welcome on in. Let's get back on the radio, and we're going to request startup and pushback. Let's check the ATIS before we start yapping on the radio. SBSP. It is information Bravo, although they probably don't roll the B like we do, like they do in Germany. 1013, the altimeter hasn't changed. The runway hasn't changed either. Hi-Hat Fridays, welcome aboard. Can you do hats on Saturdays too?
Traffic.
Sao Paulo ground, hello again from TAM 441 at stand 6 with information Bravo aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Stand 441, ready, sorry, clear to pushback and set tail far left on November, report for taxi.
Tail left on November, we'll call for taxi, TAM flight 441. Beacon goes on. Cabin call, let the cabin crew know that we're going to start rolling our airplane around. Parking brake goes off, and away we go.
All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Next flight departs out of San Antonio. We've got two airports in Mexico that we've never been to before. So, there's freeware airports. If you need, you can get them at flightsim.to. I can plug the links in if you want to grab them. They look pretty good. Starting engine number 1. You could do an A320 with an airline low-vis called Viva Airlines. I didn't get that one. I thought I'd just do Aeromexico and a 737 MAX. But I think maybe Viva is the airline that goes into these two airports we're going to. Hey, Sunjammer. Welcome aboard. Hey, Sunjammer, guess what? We found a solution to leaf goo on the tracks. It's called a ton of snow. I'll bet that washed it off pretty good. My guess is they're all checking the sand supplies. Parking brakes on. Got a good start on engine number 1. Starting engine number 2. I am 901 the Gamer. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Marty, how about all that snow, right? Gigliotti's, you mean the snow or the airport? We are in Sao Paulo, Brazil here. So it's Sao Paulo, Brazil. We're going to Rio de Janeiro. The snow is in eastern Montana. Hi, Danny VDW. So whenever you hear me occasionally, say in a pleading tone that I'm looking forward to moving someplace else, it's because of, stuff like snow. Pauliot is going to Rio to dance on the sand. I'm sure that after the merger, it made good business sense and stuff like that for them to
Ground
change
1064, information Bravo, ready for push
for
start.
them to change all of the call signs. You know, they're going to keep the two identities of the airplanes separate. There's going to be Alaska and Hawaiian. They're going to keep the logos separate and stuff. I kind of feel like they could have kept the call signs together too. I don't know how much money they really save, but you know, they could have left it there maybe. I don't know. You know, there were a lot of you know, when Alaska acquired Hawaiian, they also acquired a lot of employees that had been flying for Hawaiian for years, and it would have been kind of nice, you know, to let them keep their call sign. On the other hand, you know, companies, I'm sure that, you know, there's a bean counter in there that could say, you know, we're saving so much extra money by doing this. Plus, respecting employees is not all that sexy right now. Okay, let's go ahead and do elevators, ailerons, rudder. There are a lot of reasons to move to a single airline operation control system. Okay, so it does actually make sense. So I should be a lot nicer about that. Trim is set. Flaps are going to be 3. So it does make sense. And money is one of them, but there's a ton of other reasons. So yeah, we're going to be nice about that. And I will change my opinion. I can learn. BR, luckily we've been getting a lot of ATCs interested in controlling, so you're letting them take over the evening? Really? And you're staying backstage? Well, you've got great events there, BR. You really do. Sao Paulo ground, hello again. TAM 441 pushed and started from stand 6, requesting taxi.
Turn 441, clear to taxi via November, Mike to rolling shark, runway 17 right, Canadian 1013.
1013 on the altimeter, taxi to holding point 17 right via November, and Mike, TAM 441. Shall we go? Cabin call. Parking brakes. And away we go. So yeah, despite all of those, you know, emotional opinions and stuff that I had earlier, Polyot said that there were really good reasons for them to change the call sign. So, you know, I stand corrected on that one. Carlos is back in chat. Welcome back, Carlos. Carlos lives by here. We've already told our passengers to not throw beer cans out the window, so don't worry, we won't do that. Takeoff config check. 1, 2, 3. ECAM checklist is green. SBSP towers 12715.
Done 4041, call Sao Paulo Tower on 127.150. Have a good flight. Bye bye.
127.150 now for TAM 441. Thanks for the clearance. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
And approach is going to be 119.6. Looking forward to the arrival of the WinWing radio. Let's see. Sao Paulo Tower, hi there. TAM 441 is holding short of 17 right with information Bravo, fully ready. Hi, Amargosa.
Station calling, confirm call sign.
TAM Flight 441, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, TAM 441, contact the São Paulo Tower, frequency 127.150.
12715, thanks, hit the button too soon. TAM 441.
See you soon.
I think the Airbus is a lot of fun to fly.
Hello, São Paulo Tower, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff, winds 170 degrees, wind 12 knots.
TAM 441, thank you. Clear for takeoff, runway 17 right, TAM 441. Hat Fridays has got some of the Delta trading cards. That is one of the cool things that Delta is doing. I think that's awesome that they do that. Martin is doing a long-haul flight in the A340 today. Yeah, Hat Fridays, if I was traveling, I would almost want to fly Delta just for the trading cards that they do. I think that would be really cool. Definitely you want all the little bit of runway that you can get, so all the way at the end here, not the longest of runways. And that looks good. Landing lights. Shall we get out of here? All right. Throttles up about halfway. As the throttles are going up, I'm going to start my lapse timer. I'm going to watch my engines. Engines are stable. And manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Up, up, and away time. And 100 knots. V1, hands off the throttles and rotate. Positive climb, gear going up.
TAM 441, contact departure 119.6.
119.6 now for TAM 441. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, see you.
Lever climb, thrust climb, flaps 1. São Paulo departure, hello from TAM 441, back with you after we got on the right frequency, passing 4,300 feet.
TAM 441, São Paulo show, hello, radar contact on departure, climb to flight level 250, no restrictions, fly direct to Nibro.
Climbing now, flight level 250 with no restrictions. We are direct Nibru, TAM 441. Direct to Nibru. Insert. Out we go. Map a little bit bigger.
252, contact now hill control frequency.
Oh wow, Paulo just took the time to put in some of the reasons. This is why, these are the reasons why. It gives you a stronger negotiating power with suppliers. Liability insurance is merged. All the boring regulatory pieces are condensed to one rather than maintaining two. So, you know what? There is a lot of cost. I think that those make really good sense. And flaps up.
Papa Serra Golf, Oscar Romeo, pista no meio, autorizado a alinhar e decolar. Vento 200 graus, meia dúzia de nós, Quinagão no 011.
That was really nice, Paulo. Thank you for taking the time to type that up. That really does make sense about why it is that they changed the call sign. And it is. It makes good sense. Let's see. Cardinal Mendoza says we need to do the spy hat. Absolutely. No, you really didn't. I never expected flight simulators to ever look this good. Hi, North Gaming. Hey, thank you for coming in, North Gaming. Happy weekend. Over to performance. Amargosa says to hydrate. We got a little bit more coffee. I was out cleaning snow off the car earlier, so definitely appreciate a warm beverage today. Sunjammer's using say intentions. Irby, welcome aboard. You've got the flu today? Well, you know, the best cure for the flu is to fly. So there you go, right? Fly. I tried. Is there a secret spy hot chocolate recipe? Back in the day when I used to keep a bottle of Bailey's here at Spy HQ, I would put Bailey's in stuff like coffee and hot chocolate, but that's about it.
648 São Paulo control, negative radar contact to climb the VSID to flight level 250.
And speed brakes. I did check earlier today
648 now radar contact
in my email inbox. Sadly, there were no email messages from Windwing, so oh well. That's right, the best. Sam 441.
Say your indicated speed expected at flight level 250, please.
Expected indicated airspeed at 250 will be 290 knots.
Roger, 290 knots at flight level 250, copy.
290 knots at flight level 250.
Thank you, appreciate it.
If you have flu, you have to commute to the flu system. Only if you've got what is it called? Chimney dust? Flu powder. That's it. It was flu powder, not chimney dust.
That's 648.
I would have flunked that part of the exam at Hogwarts. I would have flunked that one bad.
12 o'clock, 4.5 miles. It's a
Flu
Charlie
powder.
700 passing level 125 to 7,000 westbound, not a factor.
Roger, watch for the traffic.
Passengers getting really nice views. This is supposed to be the busiest air corridor in Brazil.
3 o'clock, 2.5
between
miles.
Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro.
Passing 7,200 to flight level 250.
Let's see. Pauliot has traveled in the flu system to get to the Ministry of Magic.
Thank you.
It was Universal Epic, but it would that does count. It does count, Pauliot.
Center frequency 135.0.
Gussie Boy, welcome back in. High heavy weather, welcome aboard.
Argentina 1246.
Yeah, they would. I wouldn't get to do flu powder. They would make me take. They would have made me take the toilet. I'm sure to add insult to injury, I would have had to have taken the toilet.
November 807 Quebec Sierra
and flush my way into the Ministry of Magic. High heavy weather.
Clear for the RMP Tango approach.
Okay, everything's good. Next is San Antonio, Hermosillo to one of the Cabos.
And November 807 Quebec Sierra descent to 5,500 feet with QNH 1013.
5,500 QNH 1013, November 807 Quebec Sierra.
Although you know guys departed from Sao Paulo to land in Rio because of the approach for this specific event, it basically means you're supporting Palmeiras in today's Libertador final again against Flamengo. Oh, there's a game going on. I get it now. So we're supporting Palmeiras against Libertador. I assume that this is football, right? Like soccer football, not that, right? Seatbelts off.
Tá 3965, boa tarde, controle São Paulo, sendo identificação, direto que está autorizado, desça para o nível 120.
Tá 120, tá 395.
If you're going to be receiving the WinWing throttle, Paulo says be prepared to possibly injure yourself on the corners here. That the corners here can be a little bit sharp, and you need to be ready for that. Proof that Paulo was at the ministry. Oh, you got to preside over the trial of Dolores Umbridge. Man, I almost think that Dolores Umbridge was more hated than Voldemort. I mean, she just delighted in being mean to children. I think that's so. Yeah, I like Voldemort more than I liked her. I knew a few teachers like that. No kidding. So you were there. Today is the biggest South American soccer competition finals, and 2 Brazilian teams are in the finals. One is from Sao Paulo, the other is from Rio. So this is a very special event. All right, BR controller, you're on the ground. Any predictions on who's going to win? Jack Wings at Welcome Aboard. Good to see you. Paulo was in the express queue. All those people were in a 4-hour queue for a 3-minute ride. Paulo, was the ride worth it? Hat Fridays. I've done every cross the pond probably for the past 6 years. Truthful Dread, if I were presiding over that trial, she would be straight to Azkaban for a meeting with the Dementors. Brittany says, I wish Palmeiras would win, but I guess it's going to be Flamengo is going to win.
Squawk 3001, 648.
It was very well made, but it was boring. I much prefer the Frankenstein ride. Oh my gosh.
I think their speed is.
Yep. It wants me to do speed mode. I'm going to just leave it at 290. They wanted 290.
280, yes, sir. 248.
Roger, thank you.
Let's see. SBRJ. Notice that we haven't heard any commentary from the Fokker pilot today. I wonder if that means that that pilot is fucking around. Haven't heard anything about that arrival. Altimeter is 1008. Temperature is 27 degrees. I saw JSG Droid check in, but I haven't heard any commentary from airplanes with droids aboard. There is a Fokker-sized crater on 20 left. He might have got fucking lost. Hi, Tim Dog. Welcome, welcome. JSG Droid is already... I didn't hear you on the radio once. I didn't hear you at all on the radio. Wind is 190 at 16. 190 at 16. Transition is 80. Config 3.
Down 441, contact the Hill Control, frequency 119.0.
119.0 now for TAM 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Roger, Captain. November 807 Quebec Sierra. Reduce the final first speed and contact the tower 127.15. Service is terminated.
RTL is clear for the RMP Foxtrot on the 20 line. Focus Alpha 357.
Okay, there's no minimums on this one, so all I want is I want the airplane to call out about 200 feet above the ground. So even though there aren't minimums, I just put 210 feet in for me. Just cause. Rio Control, very good afternoon. TAM 441 is level at flight level 250, maintaining 290 knots, 19 miles from Kevin, and our top of descent with information, Bravo.
Gol 23, 20, reduz para velocidade final de aproximação.
Gotified Dayton. That's a cool name on YouTube. Welcome in, Gotified Dayton. Low vis almost ran out of...
441, Rio approach, good evening, radar contact, flight level 250, flight direct Paulo, and expect RMP Foxtrot 20 left.
Flying now direct to Asalo, expecting 20 left. The altimeter is... we're expecting the RNP Foxtrot for 20 left, and we are at top of descent.
At 441, descend 6,000 feet, Rio KNH 1008.
1008, descending now 6,000 feet, TAM 441. Direct to Zalo.
220, chama Torre Rio 1187.
Captain Chris is climbing out now of the SBSP scenery. It really is an amazing airport to fly out of, isn't it? Tim Dog, watching football today. Ohio State, halftime. Ohio State is winning 17-9 today. Godified, thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hey, this is a great place to be if you like airplanes or travel and stuff like that. Pauliot, is this a two-hop? The next one is a two-hop. San Antonio to Hermosillo to one of the Cabos. I forget which one. So off to a Mexican beach kind of a deal. And we told them we were maintaining 290 knots. And performance. Everything looks good. Let's look down.
210 knots.
Pauliot says we're really early today. Well, this event is going on, so we could go back to Sao Paulo. We could look for another part of the world that has some ATC.
648, Rio approach, good evening, radar contact, flight level 250.
We could go and do a cargo flight with the 777. Hi, Super Echo Storm, welcome aboard.
Fly direct Asalo.
So, let's see, we could go and take a quick look at the VATSIM map.
Direct Azar 20.
See what's going on in the world today.
Arrival, sorry, for 10-648.
There's a little bit of ATC down in South Africa, but it's going to be pretty dark there. Chicago is up, LA is up. Looks like a little bit of ATC in the Caribbean. We could
Roger.
go. We could depart out of Luis Munoz and go over to one of the islands at the Turks and Caicos. And Pauliot says there is a Christmas market over in Nuremberg. It's a Christmas market event. So there's a lot of ATC in Germany right now. So let's see. What do we have here? München is up, my favorite airport for brew. And Nuremberg, we could do a fast German hop. So we could do München to Nuremberg. We could do a little hop there, and we'll have full VATSIM ATC. Or we could depart out of Nuremberg, and there's a tower exam going on here at Luxembourg. So we could go and help with the tower exam. We could go and do that and help a controller. Danik wants to do Amsterdam to London.
1012, we approach a good evening, radar contact, flight level 27.
So we got some options there if we'd like. The moon is starting to come out a little bit sooner, so it's not going to be quite as dark in Europe for another 10 to 15 days.
Expect
Cone likes the idea of some. Paulo says Nuremberg to Luxembourg is a nice hop. Well, maybe we should hop to that one and that would kill a little bit of time before Mexico. And I get to play with Air Berlin for a while. Okay, so let's see.
Scandinavian 25 at 2
NUREN BERG. Nuremberg EDDN and Luxembourg LUXEMBOURG. So that would spell more like Borg. All right, so we could do this. I wasn't able to get the two little dots over the Nuremberg's thing. So that could be a good next flight. Luxair flies a MAX 8 for somebody who wants to fly something other than an Airbus.
Scandinavian 252, descend 6,000 feet, recon H1008. Descend 6,000 feet, QNH1008. And Scandinavian 252, reduce speed to 210.
Seatbelts.
210 knots, Scandinavian 252.
Let's see. Lufthansa flies CRJ9s. So we could have a CRJ9.
Sim, a gente está aprovando o plano. Vou te mandar um PDC. Ok.
Nuremberg.
Clear control from the
Luxembourg.
270 cable.
So let's see here. Lufthansa City Line is a CRJ9, but then you have to go to Air Dolomite if you want to do anything real. So it's a 2-hop. You have to go to Frankfurt. But they do fly E190s. I'm not going to do that because mine doesn't work. There's an A319 for Lufty, but a CRJ9 might be fun.
Rio approach, go 101 we're approaching Cabo defense.
Let's see here. Paulo says there's fog.
Descend 6,000 feet, QNH1008.
Hey Nicholas, welcome aboard.
Rio control, good afternoon. 313, flight number 270.
I'm not sure what airports we have. Nuremberg, I know we've got one for that. Ryanair flies both airports. Well, I was going to fly the MAX from San Antonio to on the 2-hop for Mexico, so that's why I'm not doing thinking about a MAX flight here, because I'll be in that for the next 2 flights after that. EDDN, Nuremberg. No scenery there, but I know I've got a payware for that. Luxembourg. Yeah, there is a Luxembourg scenery. So we'll pop in Luxembourg and be ready to go with that. Tim Dog says it is snowing in Chicago, but the pizza's hot, right, Tim Dog? There's a freeware and a payware. I forget which one's mine. We'll soon find out when we get there.
Scandinavia 252, as soon as possible, reduce final approach speed.
As soon as possible, reduce final approach speed, and am I clear to descend further?
Scandinavia 252, you are clear, RMP Foxtrot 20 left.
Roger that, Scandinavia 252.
Air control, good afternoon, going south to run, passing out 2,500 feet to 300 with you.
Go 1721, radar contact 3000.
Nuremberg.
Climb flight level 300.
On to flight level 300, going from Sunland.
Turn 3936, Rio Tower, 118.7.
Runway 10 for departure out of Nuremberg. coming into Luxembourg. Doesn't say, doesn't have an ATIS yet.
TAM 3930, controle Rio, muito boa tarde. Contato radar nível 270.
Lovis has a Viva A320 and it's getting the solar flare patch. So you're going to take the max on that too? I know, isn't that a long drive there? That's a really great beach drive.
TAM 313, descent 6,000 feet, KNH 1008.
Oh my gosh, it's a book. Luxembourg, arrival and departure information, runway 24. So plan runway 24 for your arrival. Great. I usually like to grab those. Thank you for telling me.
O voo no 721 voa direto na shopping.
It is a long beach drive, isn't it? Bring in the map another click. So is somebody going to warn that poor tower controller in Luxembourg that spies are coming, or should we let that be a surprise? It's really nice. You know, normally when we do this flight, it's dark. It's always at night. It's so nice that that's in Brazil. Moves these flights around.
E Gol 2320, aguarde direto Gelude.
Controle Rio, tanto já 5 milhas de delta.
Got a little speed break out. I waited a little bit too long to get my speed down to 250. Okay, short runway, auto brakes, medium, speed brakes.
Scandinavia 252 Rio Tower, 118.7.
118.7, Scandinavia 252.
118.7.
Controle Rio, copy o Eco, Victor Golf.
There we go.
Going around runway 20 left.
Going around.
Looks Malta 352 Rio approach. Climb 6,000 feet and turn right heading at 250.
On 6,000 right.
Okay, looks good.
Controle Rio, tanto já 0 milhão.
O TAM 3920 desce 6.000, ajuste no Rio, 1008.
Don't think we're going to make it above freezing today here at SPY HQ. I think the snow's done. Most of it's going to melt pretty quickly.
O Eco Victor Golf, controle Rio, boa tarde. Contato radar passando 4.500. É sobe sem restrição por 270. Sem restrição 270, né?
Was there a speed at Gilut?
Essas arremetidas.
No, just an altitude 6,000. Hi, Camel. Camelton, welcome
at
aboard.
Gallup, you are clear RMP Foxtrot 20 left.
Isn't it great when you get a really good?
Down 441.
TAM 441, go ahead.
Down 441 at Gallup, clear RMP Foxtrot 20 left.
At Gelut, we are cleared for the Foxtrot, RNP Foxtrot 20 left for TAM 441. Thank you.
Gol 2320, curva à direita 360.
It's 1008 on the altimeter. 1008. Hey, Bing Bong MSFS, welcome aboard. I remember you from yesterday. Welcome on in. You did the Bucharest event. How was that today? Capleton, it's great that you got that new card. And isn't it fun to see your simulator working really, really good, right? It really is nice when that happens. Flaps 1. It's going to help us control the speed coming in. And Rio de Janeiro looks awesome today. Always cool coming over this little hill here too. It is pretty spectacular to do this arrival at night, you know, when you come in at this point, because you see the city lights and it looks really good.
648, vectors for spacing, turn right 120.
Right, 120, Sam 648.
It was a nice fly, nice Bucharest event, but it was rainy and cloudy. The statue is over here off to the right. It's on one of these hilltops. I think probably the tallest one. I don't think it's going to load in until we get closer in, though. So you're not going to see that.
Contato radar nível 360, está sobre vigilância, segue rota.
Segue rota, está no ideal de descida, só.
Vou baixo no 001, chega.
Paulo says it's on top of Corcovado Mountain. I probably really butchered that one, didn't I?
É de Bonito, Bravo, direita esquerda, 00. Assim, a pista mudou para Guarulhos?
Didn't have time to do range rings and an extended center line.
Controle Rio, uma boa, 3065, decolado, passa 4400, na helicóptero 2 chave na shopping.
Letting the autopilot do the work here, because we're kind of busy. The longest one I did was 10 hours. I think that was the Paris to Chicago or Frankfurt to Chicago, Lufthansa cargo. No, it was München. It was München to Chicago. That was probably my longest.
Reduce speed 180 knots, Sam 648.
Controle boa, 3165, datando, decolado do Dumont, passando 6.000 em subida, restrito a 8.000 pés.
Tá 3161, contato radar, sobe sem restrição para 300.
300,
We're going out.
Done 648, contact Rio final 12075.
12075, Sam 648. Hugo 208.
Brooks Malta 352.
Got the airport.
Rio final 12075.
We'll contact Rio final 120.75, thank you.
Rio approach TAM 441 has Santos Dumont Airport in sight.
TAM 441, Rio Tower 118.7.
118.7 for TAM 441. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Dumont Tower, very good evening. TAM 441 is on the RNAV Foxtrot for runway 20 left. We have the airport in sight.
TAM 441, hello, this is Rio Tower, good afternoon. Your current land runway 20 left, wind is 190 degrees, 16 knots, KNH 1008.
1008 on the altimeter, 20 left, clear to land, TAM 441. All right, things I look for. I'm looking for the bridge. I'm looking for my island. Those are the waypoints that I look for. We've also got the airport over here. As soon as we make the turn, the bridge is going to start to paint in, but there's the island. There's the bridge right there. It's a lot easier to see the bridge at night. It really is, but there's the bridge, there's the island. Our descent is going really good. So final checks here. Flaps are set, speed brakes are armed, auto brakes are set, gear down 3 green, and autopilot is off. Captain's got the airplane. No, 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 no. It's too early to panic. It's too early for panicking. Hey, Mr. Posh Martin. Welcome aboard. Keeping it posh. We have been to Leipzig a few times before. Absolutely. Coming in over the shipping area, you can see the shipping containers there. The cranes for the ships. And the island that we care about is there. Now let's see. We're a touch high at the moment.
Think rate. Think rate.
And I'm going to start my gentle turn here. And we're all set. Speed for landing. There's the island showing up over there.
Tower, hello, Goal 1045, ready for departure.
Go 1045, hello, this is Rio Tower, good afternoon, maintain position.
Hold position, Goal 1045.
Above.
Isso aí, muito bom, aqui é o Tão na 024, atacado no Galeão, vocês estão fazendo a liberação que estão no Galeão? Tente chamar o controle Rio, aqui é só a Torre do Mont.
Minimum.
Timing.
Poderia passar a frequência, por gentileza?
100.
Tenta chamar 1 no 9.0, então no 024. 024 chamando no 9.0. Go 1045, cross runway 20 right, line up and wait, runway 20 left.
Cross 20 right, line up and wait, runway 20 left, Goal 1045.
Então, Rio de Janeiro, uma porta, eu vou 2320 lá novamente para ligar pro carro.
Go 2320, Torre Rio, boa tarde novamente, mantém a aproximação, pista 10 esquerda.
Okay. It's okay to start breathing now. Whew. That felt really good, low vis. It really did.
441 on the ground at 16. Vacate via Delta, contact ground frequency 121.7.
Vacate via Delta, grounds 0.7 for TAM 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. We made it. That one felt awesome. Now if we can have more awesome landings, that'll feel even better. Come on, airplane, don't stop. We got to get going. The future doesn't... hang on. APU. Dumont ground, hi there. TAM 441, exiting runway 20 left on Delta. Request parking.
Gun 441, good evening. Taxi via Delta, Juliet, position 3.
441.
Delta Juliet, our gate tonight is gate 3 for TAM 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. If you look to the right, you'll see the remains of the F-28. I see an F-28. I see a airplane over there. So you made it to the gate, right? Or is it that big? Is it that big spot that I saw off on the right ring tip over there? And everything looks good there. Robert the Guardy is back in chat. Your mom's in the hospital. Oh, no. You know what, Robert? I will tell you, my mom had tumors like that, too. It was really nasty. I hope it's so much better for you and your family. But I know exactly how you feel. You know, I can sure understand. Come on in. Can't take away all the stuff you're feeling right now, but at least you can kind of take a break from it here. That's one of the neat things that we get with our flight simulator and the community here is you can take a break from all of that, which is really, really scary right now, especially when it's family. So welcome on in, Robert. Thank you for coming by today. Try to keep it as friendly as we can just for things like this. Toril is back in chat from Oslo. Hi, Toril. I better get over here centered up here. There we go. Parking brakes. And I got an APU. It's up and it's running. So engine number 2, engine number 1, not necessarily in that order. Stop squawking. Reset the rudder trim for the next crew. And we're going to come up here and do fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to come up here and do 3, 2, and 1 for the ADIRs. We're done with the crew supply of oxygen. Beacon, seat belts, and all of that's good. We made it. Okay, so we got to get going here. Gotta go. I do like the livery. The logo on the tail is pretty cool out there. And it did feel good. So we're going to get going here really quick. We want to go and get out of Nuremberg here. All right, so let's come on over here, and we're going to go and speed our way through this. We're going to fly a CRJ for the next flight, so that means we can turn a few things off here. Let's come on over here. Did we get a decent landing rate? Review your flight. Landing rate was a minus 181, 1.13 Gs. Minus 181 at Santos Dumont Airport is actually like it's just time to forget the rest of the day, open up a beverage, order a pizza, and be ready to smile. I mean, that really feels good. We don't need SimApp Pro. Let's disconnect that. Let's come on over here, disconnect these guys. Let's go get the sim. We're going over to Nuremberg. So we're going to try and spin this flight up as quick as we possibly can. Oh, yeah, we got a great airport here. So, Flight Sim. You can't beat the CRJs. They're cool little airplanes, aren't they? Code 3 Response wants a flight out of Fort Lauderdale. You're doing ground and you got center above you. Wow, I wish I knew that. We're doing this little fast flight out of Nuremberg, and then we're going to head on over to Mexican beaches today. Code responses, are there any other VATSIM events that are coming up in Fort Lauderdale that we can go to? DLH 441, EDDN, ELLX, looking good. Let's get, it's going to be a CRJ9. Sorry, I'm going super duper fast right now. CRJ9. And let's come on over here. We're going to get a Lufty flight here. So Lufty City Line, and it should be LHX. LHX is Lufthansa City Line. Departing runway 10, landing runway 24. Looks really good. We're in VATSIM. It's Germany. It's nighttime. It's Saturday. I'm boarding 30 extra bits of fuel because you know what? Minutes. Because I'm a chicken. Okay. Gunny York wants us to go to Madeira. FLL has an event tomorrow. Oh, really? An event tomorrow night? I'm going to click on that and save that. And why don't we plan on doing that? So Code 3 response, are you going to be doing that VATSIM event tomorrow in Fort Lauderdale? We haven't been there in a while. Okay. Let's see. That looks good. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Get going. And it's going to be 24, flight level 240. That's not a bad flight level. And it's going to be Lufthansa City Line. LHX. Make sure that I got the correct flight plan. I did. We're filed. We're good to go there. Let's see. Here is my flight data if you'd like. Okay, code response. I saved that one, and that's tomorrow night, so we'll expect to see spies there later on. Yep, I got it there. So I've got to remember to hold on to that, hold on to that. Let's go and find a gate. We can do charts in the airplane. That looks really good. What else do I need to do? I've got SpyT all ready to go. I see a Ryanair, Eurowings. Well, there's going to be a baby bus. There's going to be a CRJ there next. Thank you for doing the flight plan, Polyot. And let's pop that back in there so we can see where we're going. Smooth Dog just arrived. Welcome aboard, Smooth Dog. Thanks for coming on in today. Almost ready to go. So we'll try and grab gate 13 or gate 11. It's not fair. They don't have gate 007 here. All right, now's a good time to stretch, move around while the sim's loading. Make sure you got plenty of travel jazz. Make sure you've got your beverages set up. Check outside, see if there's still snow. Oh, yep, there's still snow out there. There's still snow. How many days till Christmas? And then after Christmas, it's how many days till spring? It is definitely a bit chilly here, yeah. I'll stay inside where it's warm. Well, mostly warm. Can't wait for Sim Update 4. They've got to be getting close to Sim Update 4. I don't think that we can use an Airbus hat on this flight. They've got to be close to Sim Update 4 now. Sadly, I don't get to fly that often. No, in fact, I haven't flown myself except as a passenger for years. Pretty and cold. That's how people describe my heart. Well, yeah, I think age tends to do that to you. Irvi says expect Sim Update 4 before the Christmas holiday. Okay. I'm back in 4 beta and Loviz has no issues. Come on, Sim Update 4. Polyot is saying December 8th. And then December 9th is one of the first days that I thought that we should legitimately expect the email from WinWing for our throttles. So maybe if we're lucky, we get the throttles by the holiday too. Bruna Monden. Did I say that right? Pedro in Dublin. Hi, Pedro in Dublin. Welcome on in. I hope you are having a nice time in Dublin. Oh, you're not together there? Well, you know what? Pedro is in Dublin. You can go to Art's Tavern and enjoy original pint. And let's go get our airplane. Super Echo storm your city in central Illinois. Yeah, you're expecting a lot more than I got. I got about 3 to 4 inches here, Super Echo, but you've got a big storm there for sure. Possibly next week if they want to get Sim Update out before PlayStation 5. And Robert the Guardy is down in Cork. The town where they tell comedians like me to put a cork in it. It's about the only cork joke I know. Okay, here is our CRJ 900. And let's make sure we are a Lufty City line. Bing Bong is in New Jersey. Not much in your area. Yeah, well, wait a little bit. It'll come there soon. Smooth Dog, you see the numbers over on VATSIM radar. If you do exclamation point and VATSIM, you should see the VATSIM radar link there. Let's see. Irvy once knew a cork joke, but I bottled it. Oh. All right, we are going to Nuremberg. EDDN. We were in Lukla about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Sakshayan. I hate to tell you this, it did not go so well. It didn't go so well. Gate 13 and start. Boy, that's a tough question right now to answer what a favorite airplane is. Buckeye says to Hydrite, hi Blue Idol. The Neos are basically ready. The decision was made to put them back to get some changes done for the CO, which will benefit the Neo. But only if Neo and Trinity show up, right? There are just so many really good airplanes and stuff like that. That's the hard part about that. Starting flight, VATSIM. Bing Bong likes the A300. All right. We are LHX. So connect LHX 441. We are a CRJ 900. And that takes care of that. Let's do Volanta and see if Volanta works. NASCAR is ready for the Bluebird 757. Yeah, I think the Bluebird is going to end up being like the, remember the MD-11 over in X-Plane? Hey, Mr. Jazz, welcome on in. Always keeping it jazzy. Thanks for coming by. I hope your weekend's going good. We remain out of trouble here. All right, let's get in the plane. Aerosoft. Speedbird just did a resub. Hey, Speedbird. Thanks for coming by. Speedbird's been here for 45 months. Hit the cold and dark button. I need ground power. Doors, 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 doors. Drop that. Get us a jetway. Okay, that looks good. Flight plan. Let us import it. Flight plan is imported. That looks really good. Our route today is, let me plug this in over here so I can refer to it. That looks great. Coming in So here in Nuremberg, EDDN ATIS. Blah, 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 blah. Looks good. Runway's right. We can use CPDLC here, but we'll have to use easy CPDLC. JSG Droid, are you going to go and get some errands? Good luck. I hope you get all the stuff you need. Connect. I'm at gate 13. Lucky 13. System message. We're logged in just fine. ATC. Request clearance. Clearance delivery. Okay. This is going to be EDDN. EDDN. We are at stand 13. I have information November. And send it. Okay, that should be good there. Let's go turn on the CRJ. All right, let's come on over here. Batteries going on. And ground power's going on. Nav lights. Logo lights. No smoking. Emergency exit lights. Hydraulic 3A system. And backlighting. Oh yeah, I use a bunch of different controllers. I'm not trying to be rude at the moment, but right now, what's going on is I'm trying to get out of the gate before the VATSIM event ends. So I'll catch up in just a bit. CPDLC, we are cleared to ELLX off of runway 10. Scuda 1 Charlie departure. Squawk 1000. Squawk 1000. Next frequency is 121,760. And remember, we're in Germany, so after departure, we call München radar at 129,525. Be sure you put that down too, so you don't forget that one. Okay, startup 121,760. That's good to go there. Let's clear some of this off. And let's bump this up a line so we remember that we're in Nuremberg. Okay, let's accept this. And we have accepted it. All right, let's come on over here, get rid of that. And airplane's coming to life. This is good. We need to turn on some lights. And a little floodlight. While we're at it, let's do some floodlights down here. And that looks good too. Okay, over here, initialize position. Our nav data is correct. That's good news. And position in it. We are in Nuremberg, EDDN. And our gate is Lucky 13. Page 2. GPS position. Compare that with our gate. It's close. And now we'll come down here as one of our favorite jazzy songs pops up. All right, start that. And I think this is just our clearance, right? Clearance is confirmed. All right, we got to get out of here. Their event is about to end, and we don't want to get caught. So let's see. Over here, flight plan. All of this is looking really good. Let's see. Wow, that's long. Let's try and import that to the FMS. Hey, look at that. It imported it to the FMS. Yay. All right, now back to F-plan. EDDN, ELLX, LFPG. This looks good. It did the whole thing. And all of those look good. That really worked great. Execute that. Cool. And open up the flap. And there we go with that. I hope we got that open. Yep, the door's open. Good. All right, everything's good, groovy over here. Let's go grab a couple of charts just for while we're here. Import, EDDN, airport, stands, airport, SID. It's Scuda 1 Charlie. Scuda 1 Charlie. And our initial climb clearance is going to be 70. All right, we needed that. Got that one. Let's remove the traffic and change to night. Coming into ELLX, it's the Bedix 4 Kilo arrival. BTEX 4 Kilo. We know they're landing on runway 10. So BTEX, this one puts us out at the Dekirk VOR. So for runway 24, not 10, runway 24, ILS Zulu, does that put us out, take us out from Dekirk? It does. No, not really. How about ILS Yankee? Yeah, let's use the Yankee. That looks really good. And airport, again, apologize. Jacob, welcome aboard. I'm not ignoring you, but we're trying to get out before the event ends. Airports, parking stands, and we're good. Okay, let's do departure and arrival. Departure. Departing runway 10. We are doing Scuda 1 Charlie, page 2. Scuda, not the Sulu, it's got a K in it. Let's use that one. Good. Back to the index arrival. We are expecting the ILS, I think we said the Yankee. Let's get the pin. ILS Yankee runway 24. ILS Yankee runway 24. ILS 24 Yankee. BTEX 4 Kilo. Via BTEX. I'd much rather go via BTEX than Dick. That's just gross. Okay. And that looks good. Oh, wait a minute. I think I'm wrong. We have to go by the other one. Yeah. Hate to be a dick about this one, but we have to go via the VOR. There we go. Hey, Norse Viking. Welcome aboard. Okay, all of this looks really good. Flight plan. Performance in it. We're cruising at flight level 250. Got to do all the zeros. Or you have to do the letters FL. If we go to our alternate, that's going to be at 21,000 feet. And pop that in. And now let's load the plane. Performance. Page 3 on the flight plan. We have 81 brave souls flying with us today. 81 crazy people. Okay, that looks good. I don't usually put cargo up front. I put it in the back. And that's going to be 1800. And fuel. So our new zero fuel weight is 30.7, and that's spot on. Fuel for today's flight is going to be 5.093. 5093. Enter. Send to the sim. It's dry in Nuremberg. Set our speeds, copy performance data, and we're good to go. APU is up and running. All of that looks good. We'll do takeoff and approach later. Our speeds are good. Execute that. Page 2. Wind is 235 at 27. 235 at 27 knots. Our temperature is -2 degrees tonight. Chilly, not too chilly. And next page, we are at 1942. Let's call it 1955 Zulu for our departure. Looks good, and that's great. Don't need to worry about VNAV. MFD menu, advisory VNAV is good. Performance, we're probably going to do a flex takeoff, and we're going to flex to 32 degrees. 32 degrees, and that looks good too. Over to progress, we did get a squawk code. We are squawking 1000, 1123 on the radio panel. Our next frequency is 121.76, 121.760. That looks good to go there. Let's get the radio turned on. That looks great. Passengers are aboard. Let's go to aircraft. And we're going to close our cargo doors. Cargo doors closing. I've got the APU on. Let's disconnect ground power. Ground power disconnects. We're going to release the power cart. I'm going to release the jetway. And everything's looking good there. There goes our jetway. And still just speeding through this. We'll get going in just a sec with chat. All right, altimeter is 1012.
Leitplan route, Kleinbayer 6, flight level 70, squawk 1000.
1012. On the departure, our departure runway is runway 10, and that's going to be 095 degrees. 0. It's a ridiculously small number under the where the artificial horizon would be. We did get an initial climb clearance of 7,000 feet. 7,000. Everything looks good to go there. And let's come over here. Somebody just did something nice. Thank you. Everything looks good to go there. I'm going to assume that we are aligning. Windshield heaters going on. Windshield heaters are going on. Speedbird just did a really nice resub. Hi, Speedbird. Speedbird's been here for 45 months. Thank you for being here. 1, 2, 3, 4 is our landing elevation. Speedbird's been away for a while. I'm doing really good. I hope you've been away doing fun things and it hasn't been something challenging. 1260, we need it to be 1234. That's going to probably be 122. I think 124 is probably better. Okay, all of that looks good. So Speedbird, I hope you've been away for good stuff and not bad stuff, but welcome on in. The airplanes work really good. The jokes, though, I'm sorry to report, are just as bad as you remember them. So, sorry about that. I think we can go. Let's close the main door. And closing the main door. There goes the door. Removed, closed, closed, closed. Make sure all of those are off. Parking brakes on. Pull the chocks, and we're done with that page. We are at the Nuremberg airport. So, here we are at Nuremberg. We're going to runway 10, so it's probably going to be push and start with the tail to the left. GSX can push us back. GSX can push us back. Lifty. No.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine starts until push completed and brake set.
Okay, I think we're ready. And Information November is aboard. Almost time to go. Something about the flying. Whew. That was a fast startup for this airplane. But I think we got it all done. We'll find out when we get up in the sky, won't we? No, it was for good stuff. You just did a pause on Flight Sim. It's good to take a break like that. You tried the A340. I'm generally starting to hear people are warming up to the A340 Speedbird. Did you like it? All right, this is good. Uh-oh. Hey, we just got in with the alignment. That's pretty good. Seatbelts. Get the rest of our hydraulic pumps on. That looks good. CT Aviation, they're all a little different, aren't they? The Airbus is different from the Boeing, and it's different from the CRJ. It's different from... It's going to be nose right, tail left. Okay, let's see if we can't get a push and start here. It's an okay airplane, not as good as the A350, so it could be a bit cheaper. Low-vis is waiting for the Tolus A340. That is going to be a good airplane. That's going to be a really good airplane.
Yeah, Heavy 7 Tango Tango, we can't enter November 2. There's an aircraft in front, so we can't enter November 2.
So which aircraft is in front of you? Is it left of you, or is there really one in front of you blocking the taxiway?
Yeah, it's in front of me and blocking the taxiway with his tail.
Okay, 7 Tango Tango, taxi stand 05 via Mike 2.
05, Mike 2, Heavy 7 Tango Tango. Vielen Dank für die Hilfe, schönen Tag, tschüss.
Nuremberg, good evening. From City Line 441, a CRJ at stand 13 with November, requesting startup and pushback.
2 stations, I got none. Steven 943 for startup. Speedbird 943, startup approved. Startup road, Steven 943.
Nuremberg, good evening. From City Line 441 at stand 13 with November, requesting startup and pushback.
City Line 441 in the background. Stop. Stand by for push. Line Air Pole, pushback and startup approved, face west.
Push start approved, face west, Ryanair 120.
I'll bet that's Ryanair over there. That's got to be low-vis in that Ryanair. That's got it. So if that Ryanair takes off, that's going to be low-vis over there. Okay, we're in their pipeline, so we should be good. Oh, yeah, Saksham. I'm using the WinWing side stick. I think we're done with the Easy CPDLC, so let's go ahead and disconnect from Easy CPDLC. And everything else is clear.
Pushback and startup approved, face west, short pushback please.
Push and startup approved, facing west, Airport 2.
Well, that's the only Ryanair I see.
Very good evening, Multi 35 on Alpha.
I don't see them moving. There they go.
5, taxi, stand 1.
So much for the 25-minute turnaround.
Alpha November 2.
Probably missed it by a minute and a half while we were ready for push. This is actually one of our nice German airports. We've got some great sceneries in VATSIM, Germany here. Fortunately, our ground crew is very, very patient. Tim Dog with football update. Football field is now covered in snow. Ohio State is ahead 24-9. According to Tim Dog, the Ohio State game is playing the team that must not be named. It's a bit of a rivalry. Acro Prince, we are at the Nuremberg airport. So we're at Nuremberg in Germany. Really nice scenery. And we're going to Luxembourg.
I talk 70, can you continue to taxi?
Runner 120, yeah, we can continue to taxi forward. We're still starting our second engine.
Runner 120, that wasn't for you.
Tim Dog says, okay, it's not that big of a rivalry, but it's bad luck to say the team's name this whole week until after the game. Okay, that's one of those really cool rivalry things for sure. ICAO, you are at, EDDB, Berlin. We've got a really nice Berlin scenery. Really nice Berlin scenery. So yeah, guten Abend back to Germany. This is one of my favorite places to fly on VATSIM. It really is a great place to fly. Good evening, Holden's is back. Good to see you.
And S65 Papa, you...
Somebody uttered the team that must not be named. Well, it's probably okay for you to do that, Polyot, but if Tim Dog does it, I mean, that's worse than not being sincere about your pumpkin patch waiting for the great pumpkin. But yeah, Aquaprince, Berlin is a really awesome city. It looks really good. It's one of my favorite sim places to go. I hope to actually go there in real life someday. Holden wants to do Barbados as a Caribbean flight.
Delta Uniform X-Ray, Tower 118 to 3057. Tower 118 to 3057, danke, ciao.
0335, can we continue taxi and if possible,
305.
can we taxi to a parking stand on the west apron?
335.
Padres fan, welcome back, Padres fan. Thanks for coming in today. Dad, game time. We are doing a lufty flight today. We've got a little lufty. It's actually not. It's City Line. It's City Line. Super Echo is Ohio State. You mentioned Michigan on the phone. Uh-oh. See, that did it, Super Echo. Hi, Pratt PT. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. And let's just go ahead and do a... We don't have a CRJ hat, so we got to do this one.
Air Fox 8 Whiskey, can I get an ETA for taxi?
1 minute, 8 to Whiskey.
We're waiting for Air Fox. Actually, I don't really remember Air Fox before. Grantley Adams. Oh, I remember that airport. We did a VATSIM event there. I don't remember when. It's been a while ago. But we actually did that a while back. So that's kind of cool.
On Bravo. Austrian 320, Nürnberg Crown Scott, taxi stand 32 via Bravo in November 2.
Stand 32 via Bravo, November 2, Austrian 320. Air Fox 8 to Whiskey, ready for taxi, able for echo.
Air Fox 8 to Whiskey, taxi holding point runway.
EDDB has some point problems on 24 left. It's sunk in some places. Aquaprince, did they close 24 left in Berlin? Polyot says, check out that webcam so you can see a PC-12 landing at Princess Juliana Airport.
Continue taxi to stand 40, Mike 2, Mike 3, and November 4, 0335.
So it's a little bit wavy like this, kind of going back and forth in Berlin. You've also got a really cool spy museum in Berlin. That would be, I'd like to go be a content creator for them. Oh, St. Bart's.
What's the one tanker Papa request I have clearance to München information account.
Thank you. I set it up, but sometimes you have to remember. Yeah, sometimes you have to remember to activate it. I think I've got it going.
Here's München, Bolsey 1, Charlie. Initially flight level 70 and squawk 254.
Yep, I have Volanta up. There it is. Buster disconnected the pedals. Oh my gosh. It must be close to feeding time at Loviz place. It must be getting close to... It must be dinner time. That's when Buster disconnects Loviz's rudder pedals.
Air Fox 8 to Whiskey, contact Nürnberg Tower 118.305 tower.
118.305, Air Fox 8 to Whiskey, Nürnberg.
All right, I think we should probably get a push and start here. Maybe.
Air 120, contact Nürnberg Tower 118.305 tower.
Tower 118.
It is a really long one. It is. And the engines kind of don't look big enough for this airplane. She's 017. Welcome aboard.
Good evening,
We're waiting for the MD-11 from TFDI to come over to Flight Sim 2024.
701.
So we're waiting for the MD-11 to come in.
Check information Oscar.
Tim Dog has the Wing Boeing EFIS, and it came in. It's a little congested here. Remember, this is a single runway airport, so things don't move that fast here. Jimmy Boy is doing across the pond today. 4 hours to go. Yeah, that's really hard. Those long hauls, unless you've got ATC and it's across the pond and it's a, ATC party. Hey, Cater X, welcome back in. Thanks for coming back. No need to apologize. I hope you were having fun, doing fun things.
Are you facing the taxiway Mike 4 or November 4?
Hornetville did a 9-hour flight down to South Africa, and that's the fact check. We always do that silly joke when you go to FACT Airport. Welcome in, Hornetville. I hope you had a fun flight, but 9 hours is a long one. I've got a small airplane license, so I can fly small little airplanes. Cessna 152, 172, and a Cardinal, but not big jets. Hi, Tango. Good to see you. Tango wants a CD, a commercial driver's license.
Are you facing south or north?
Pizza Racer is lurking today. Happy lurking.
Taxi holding point runway 10
Crispy, welcome to you and thank you for coming by today. And official Einstein, welcome in. From Vegas. I hope you're having fun in Vegas. Is that Einstein as in the scientist or Einstein Bagels? Or is it something completely different?
Pushback and startup approved face west.
Pushback and startup approved face west.
City Air 441, pushback and startup approved face west.
Push and start approved. We're facing west. City 441. Beacon. Out we go. Aqua Prince, you doing a Lufthansa A320 flight today? Einstein of music. Oh, okay. That's cool. So not the scientist and not the bagels. I didn't know there was a music, but I think that's awesome. Is that you? You're the musician, or is that somebody you like? I know. Finally, we're out of here, Captain Chris. We're on our way. Well, yeah, Tango. That's why we try to keep the travel jazz going here. All right, coming on in here. Everything looks good. Booster fuel pumps are going on. Everything else is looking good and ready to go. Hydraulics are ready. And we have to wait until brakes are on. because of icing. Innsbruck.
Eine 75 Tango Nürnberg ground, Scott cleared Innsbruck via Bolsiger, correction, check information, Oscar, cleared Innsbruck via Bolsiger, Charlie, departure, flight and route, climb by a
Carter is, oh wow. Einstein, Carter's coming to Vegas in a week. A 777 Wasm crash, Jimmy boy, haven't had one of those in a very long time. Hi, Wabi. Parking brakes are set. Clear to start engines. Starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts.
Lufthansa 5478.
And there goes engine number 1. N2 is going up. Official Einstein likes all music genres.
5478. Can I have the runway in services, please?
Lufthansa 5478, runway 10 is active.
Thank you, Lufthansa 5478.
Tango, I have a private pilot's license. I haven't flown in quite a while. I can fly a Cessna 152, 172, and a Cardinal, and that's it. If I want to be in a big jet, I either have to do flight sim or buy a ticket, and they always make me sit in the back for some reason. Engine number 1's coming up pretty good. Firebird, really? Oh boy, that's scary to me. The music is just a freaking nightmare everywhere we go, it seems like. I mean, it really is Firebird. Hey, True Demon, welcome aboard. You just got the Manchester Innybills Airport. We had fun with that the other day. We had fun with that the other day. That was a really nice one. All right, looking good. Engine number 2 is coming up. Trim for takeoff. Performance trim is going to be 6.6. Trim is set. And engines look great. Let's come on down here. Yaw dampers. Good. Stabilizer trim. Mach trim. All good. Packs on. Air conditioning on. Probe heaters on. APU off.
Lufthansa 1 Tango Papa, yeah, I got it. There's 4 aircraft currently that have startup and that are kind of waiting for takeoff or for taxi. So I'm gonna hold you back for a few more minutes until some of them took off, so you don't have to wait at the runway for ages.
Copy, 1 Tango Papa.
Nuremberg. Cityline 441 pushed and started from stand 13. November is still aboard requesting taxi.
City Air 441, taxi to holding point runway 10 via Mike 3, Juliet and Foxtrot.
Taxi to holding point runway 10 via Mike 3, Juliet and Foxtrot for City Air 441. Ready? Mike 3, Juliet and Foxtrot. I say it's time to go. Nose light. Cabin call. Out we go. And parking brakes off. And you got to add just a little bit of power to get your airplane rolling. We have the unholy trinity of EGLL, EGKK, and EGCC. Oh, the holy trinity. I'm sorry. It's probably only my flying that makes it the unholy trinity. Okay, this airplane's going to keep us kind of busy. Nose wheel tiller, active. Everything's good to go here. Pauliot says Birmingham makes it unholy. Is that because the runway is lumpy? Okay, coming up on Juliet. Okay, minimum takeoff fuel. is 3.8. Our fuel is currently 5.0. We're going to be fine. Hornetville suggests you do Glasgow and Edinburgh. AI Creations. Oh, Dublin. I know it's Dublin. Dublin for sure. Tango. The ATC here in Germany is absolutely some of the best on VATSIM. It's some of my favorite. It's really good. You just have to know where you're going. Newcastle, if only they made Newcastle there. London City, very important.
City R441, contact Nürnberg Tower 118.305, guten Flug.
118.305 for City Air 441. Duncan Chow, thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too.
And 118.305.
Nürnberg Tower.
Departure is 129525. GSX is interfering. You're supposed to be able to check a little box and it turns GSX off, but it doesn't always do that.
Mr. Foxtrot Yankee, maintain high speed as long as practical.
AI Creations was at Dublin today. Hornetville likes Liverpool. Crispy did a cross the Atlantic flight. Those are cool flights to do. They're a little long though. All right, I think we're all ready to go. And hit the takeoff button. Takeoff is now armed.
121.760 for ground for a Quebec conflict box, X-ray to Cabo Houston.
Nuremberg Tower, good Abend from City Line 441, approaching holding point runway 10, fully ready.
City Line 441 Tower, hello.
Nürnberg Tower, guten Abend. Lufthansa 31 Charlie, on Foxtrot in sequence.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, Nürnberg Tower, hello.
Parking brakes. Holy moly, it's great. We got out of Nuremberg in time, so their event was going to be ending, so we're at least doing that, and we're off to Luxembourg. Then we got a 2-hop in the 737 MAX out of San Antonio. So be sure you've got plenty of paste picante sauce ready to go.
Miss Malta 9170, contact ground 11760.
121.760 with Malta 9170, danke, ciao.
Nürnberg Tower, good number, Pico Foxtrot Victor India, ILS 10 for touching go.
Oscar Echo Foxtrot Victor India Nürnberg Tower, hello, Roger.
I remember though, Pauliot, when I first started doing my first cross the ponds and had to do position reports, holy moly was that stressful. I mean, it was, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. That was the most stressful part for me. Lovis took off immediately.
Two passes ahead, last one will be SBRJ 9.
Roger.
Oscar Fox. Then ground expedite vacate wind 120 degrees 8 knots, runway 10, clear to land.
Runway 10, clear to land, Oscar Fox.
Delta Tango Yankee, hold position and contact ground 121.760, bye-bye.
Flaps 8.
Oscar Victor India, any speed?
Yeah, there's the position reporting tool from Gander, and that's a really good thing to use. I don't think when I did my first flights, though, on Cross the Pond, though, we had the reporting tool, and it was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Got no clue. Thing is in the Airbus flight management computer, in the McDo for the Airbus, if you hit the reports button, it gives you everything you need for the. It presents the information in the format that you have to use to report your position. That's right. It was all voice, no CPDLC. Takeoff config check is green. We're good to go. Then again, Paulo, we remember the day when it was SATCO and there was no voice at all. It was all type everything, right? Arch NDA. Hi, Arch. Welcome aboard. I hope you're doing good. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving and all is good at NDA HQ. I guess the Light Up America event was really good yesterday. I really enjoyed that one. You're watching from the kitchen. Ooh, smells good, looks good, tastes great, less filling. Happy Thanksgiving Day. I hope it's good cooking. Line up runway 10, ready for immediate takeoff. City line 441. Strobes.
How good day. Follow to Charlie Mike on final approach, ILS 10.
Okay, Arch NDA, it's time to make everybody hungry. What are you cooking up for Thanksgiving today, Arch? And landing lights?
First, City F441, wind 130 degrees, 8 knots, runway 10, fit for immediate takeoff.
City 441 on the roll, taking off runway 10. Flex is set. Rotate 154. 100 knots.
Nürnberg Tower, guten Abend, das ist Rex 206, ILS 10.
V1, rotate. Positive climb gear. Gear going up.
Oscar Victor, India caution, wake turbulence from the CRJ in
Wake turbulence from a CRJ. That's hilarious. Wake turbulence from the CRJ.
Oscar Delta November, go round, turn right, heading 170, maintain on visual reference to terrain until passing 3,500 feet.
Go round, heading 170 and visual separation to 3,000 feet, Oscar Delta November.
Oscar Victor, India, clear touch and go.
Yeah, clear the single was good,
Mention.
X-ray report reaching Gorko.
Report reaching Gorko, Delta
It's the Foxtrot Alpha Golf, speed 220, speed 220 now, contact arrival 119475.
Delta Foxtrot Golf Alpha Golf, speed 220 knots and arrival 119475, bye-bye.
Foxtrot Hotel, speed 180 knots. Foxtrot Hotel, speed 180.
Speed 180, Lufthansa for Hotel.
Mike Echo X-ray Papa, speed 180.
Speed 180, Oscar Mike Echo X-ray Papa.
Tata 5 to Alpha, 10 flight 770.
Two turkeys. One is smoked and one is roasted. Mashed potatoes, brown gravy, stuffing, corn, green beans, broccoli, casserole, cranberries, and pies. That sounds awesome, Arch. So which one's going to be your favorite, the smoked turkey or the roasted? I'm going to guess it's the other one. Altimeters, reset.
We would like to continue our flight now to Augsburg, contact my Alpha.
Victoria November Roger, proceed at exploit. Flight level, actually, stop time at 5,000 for them.
13 people, holy cats, that's a lot of people, Arch. Mention Good Nabend, City Line 441 is approaching 7,000 feet.
Here 441, Mr. Nano, Ida, stop at flight level 70, traffic from
Stopping at flight level 70, City Line 441.
943, leaving my airspace, continue Unicom shot.
Consider 943, have a good evening.
That sounds so good.
Contact arrival 119475, full sign on.
7,000 and then do your own throttles.
19475, full sign on.
Particular arrival 119.475, Lufthansa for Hotel, Tada.
Radar Hanover, Pico Fox Victor India, passing 3,400, turning 5,000 and publishment approach.
There are B-52s on... Pauliot says there's 3 B... Oh, it's just B-2s. Well, there's one thing for sure, Pauliot, since they're not B-52s, they're not going to the Love Shack. Love Shack, babe. That was funny, right?
Bravo Juliet is a force close the door again. Trying to climb, but now flight level 13.
A little close to that airplane. I'm going to go closer to 210 here. There are 3 of them. So if they're going to the Love Shack will be rocking. Yeah, it'll be rocket. Yay. Climbing flight level 130, City 441.
After 971, descend flight level 1, speed 220.
Speed 220, descend flight level 100, set 9 ship.
Dog in the cockpit.
Speed 220, Oscar Mike take setup.
It will be rusted. Yeah, everybody thinks that that's what she says. It's not rest, it's rust, right? Right, Knudden? Just a few more days. Crazy for Baja is ready for Flight Sim 2024. We're still pretty close to that airplane. And we made it. How about that? Our CRJ has made it. We didn't scratch the paint or nothing. If Arch wasn't on the approach, if you weren't cooking, you'd be doing SGF approach because of the weather. Rusty Shackelford is back in chat. Well, you're going to learn a lot, Rusty, but you're still not going to learn everything. I mean, we learn an awful lot about these airplanes. We do. We learn a lot about the weather. We learn a lot about ATC and airspace. But it's not the same as being out in the real world. And, you know, feeling the wind over your, feeling the wind over your ailerons and your wings and stuff like that. It's just not the same. And that's the hard part about about, trying to learn.
Descent 70, Oscar Mike Echo X Papa. Descent 942 Alpha, descent flight level 8. Descent flight level 8.
Throttles back again manually.
Actually, 942 Alpha, continue present heading, resume normal rate, descent flight level 8.
Oh my gosh, we got B-52 songs today.
Normal rate and descent flight level 8.
Never crabby about hearing about Rock Lobster. Aero Leonidas, I actually don't get to fly anymore. I'd like to. It's super duper expensive to do the kind of flying that I would do. I just, plus I'm also starting to get a little bit older, and I don't ever want to be one of those pilots that's, too old to do something other than sit in a passenger seat. So I got the best of both worlds right now flying in VATSIM, so.
Contact,
13,000 feet. Landing lights off. Everything's good over here. APU is off.
Seabird 942 Echo, flight level 130 Red Dodo.
Reset the heading bug. A little bit fast behind that other airplane.
That's correct.
Hey dogs, welcome on in. It's a 2-hop, dogs. Loviz says you could take an A320 on that 2-hop from an airline called Viva Airlines. I've never flown Viva Airlines before. I was going to do the 737 MAX for Aeromexico. Actually, I think we can speed it up, that airplane. I think that one's actually behind us. I think we can do our speed up. Let's bug 270.
475, Oscar Mike Echo Papa. Okay, please station first. Skylink 31 Yankee, leave the hold, rejoin the arrival, clear left to 1 tango.
Leave the hold, rejoin the arrival, 1 tango, Skylink
31 Yankee, speed 220.
Speed 220, 31 Yankee.
There we are over there.
Stop 971, descent flight level 70.
Descent flight level 70, set 971.
Is it 942 Alpha on navigation, Delta November 425.
I'm doing a gradual speed up here. I have not. I see the Cape Air airplanes all the time, Big Bong, because the town I live in is essentially what and I don't know if this is the right term. I call it a secondary hub. So like for FedEx, their main hub is Memphis, but they've got a series of secondary hubs. And this is where they fly a couple of A300s into, and then all the little Cape Air airplanes that you're talking about, they fly out to all sorts of small towns all over Montana, including like Missoula and stuff like that, and they're doing all of the package deliveries from the bigger cargo planes here. So yeah, this is kind of like, I call it, secondary bay hub. Because I think there are like 10 of them that go out. Yeah, that airplane's not a factor, so we'll speed it up now to 270 and hopefully get our climb soon.
One Tango Papa, flight level 70.
9 Tango, 1 Tango Papa, low ident. Flight level 130.
Flight level 130, Thunder 1 Tango Papa.
And Delta, you may say we are already beyond Cabo.
And here's our turn.
Who calls?
Delta, you may say we are now beyond Cabo approaching.
Big Bong, I think they're like I think they're twins. I don't think they're Cessna. Maybe they are. I'm just not sure what they are here. I've never really looked. Usually at the end of the live stream for dinner, I get to look out and see a bunch of airplanes arrive, and that's obviously I like airplanes, so that's fun for me. And I know that they're the Cape Airs. I just don't know what they're flying. Logan Aviation. I hear it's super duper snowy there, Logan. Actually, we're kind of going to the beach today. Our next flight is San Antonio to some Mexican airports to the beach. Maybe that's it, NASCAR. We got our own snow here. Not warming up much at all, but the snow stopped.
Negative 8.
Reset the heading button. NASCAR says they're 402s here. Yeah, they left us here at flight level 130. I think that this controller is more concerned about arrivals into Nuremberg than getting people out. Plus, we're going to go to advisory in just a second. We'll climb that.
Direct let go 1 Tango arrival of the 5 uniform.
Yes, and hold the left west up. Hold left to as public. Break to Santa Cruz Hotel Sierra, leave the hold, clear left 1 Tango arrival.
Yeah, we're going to get 122.8 next. There we go, all set for that. Then we'll complete our climb. We're only going to 24,000 feet, so. All right, there is 270.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to just hold 270 for now.
Right 270 on speed 250 Ryanair 32 Echo Echo.
Tango Foxtrot, climb flight level 190.
Flight level 190, Lufthansa.
People 942 Echo, turn right heading 205.
So right heading 205, 094 Echo.
During 4 Papa Whiskey, speed 220.
We're about ready to clear their airspace.
Descent travel 70, speed 220, here and 4 Papa Whiskey.
It's so much easier for me to handle my own airspeed in this airplane, handle my throttles, than the others.
Sunset 508.
Crazy for Baja. It's going to be fun flying around in your hometown. You can. In fact, that's one of the best things to do is if you're going to do the career stuff in Microsoft Flight Simulator, start from your hometown because you'll be able to recognize landmarks from the area. And if you're starting flying, you need to be able to spot the landmarks.
Ryanair 32 Echo Echo, contact arrival 119-475 for channel.
119-475, Ryanair 32 Echo Echo.
Brinker 31 Yankee, descent flight 7.
All right, Tim Dog's football team won. Okay, we're just clearing their airspace.
Sunset Tango Foxtrot, contact Raider 133-615.
133.615
Descent flight level 100.
City over to Unicom.
You were broken a little bit, so just confirm it was only descent 5 or 100.
Affirmative.
Flight of 100, Steve, not 40 Echo.
Lufthansa Hotel Sierra, descent flight level 8.
I think they probably completely forgotten us. That has been known to happen. Mostly it just happens to JSJ Droid.
Uniform. Just to confirm, are you holding over Cabo?
It looks like a big cockpit, but it really is not. It's not that big. I mean, there's a gap between the two pilots there, but it's not that big. It's not a wide airplane. Hey, A10 Tank Buster, welcome in.
942X, turn right heading 75.
Turn right heading 275, Super 904 to Echo.
Quindi Charlie Golf Tango Tango Zulu Toda 140.
Tango Tango Zulu and low identify. Information Papa, expect IS1.
Captain Chris says they're Category 3 ops today. Really?
Perfect. Yeah, that's 1 Tango arrival.
B220 to 1 Tango, Charlie Tango.
Heading 1 Yankee, contact arrival 119.5.
Yeah, they just got, this controller's doing an awful lot right now, and I don't think they have a center over them.
31 Yankee, arrival 119.75% on the top.
119.5% on the Charlie Michael Gardner.
That's a 359?
Yeah, I guess it was for the 359, 119 is 475, confirm?
Negative. Are you already past route test?
Lufthansa 359, just position left Q, level 110.
Okay, 1 volt. Roger, stand by.
And also 359, just following the ANAS transition to...
Alright, I'm going to assume they've forgotten us. They're way too busy.
Bye.
München Radar, Lufthansa 808, flight level 140.
And our final cruise is flight level 240. So we'll have a few minutes of quiet. And climb power. And speed. And we'll climb at 280. Good night, Madi. Thank you for coming in today. And climbing at 280. Solar flare. Yeah, the solar flares got him. That's what happened. Good night, Madi. Thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. We'll see you next time. Waterwell, welcome aboard. Anybody? Svalbard Airport. We've been to Svalbard. It doesn't make me say, oh yeah, Svalbard, really cool airport. I don't remember Waterwell. MSFS streamer, welcome in on YouTube. This looks good. Okay, 28,000 feet. Everything else is good. Next for us is going to be probably over here in Frankfurt. I don't know that Frankfurt's going to talk to us or not, but we're going to go right over them. And then coming into Luxembourg. This is the 900 MSFS streamer. I don't think we actually have the 200 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's a 200 over in X-Plane. But yeah. Gwen Congola says it does. It has polar bears. Oh, it's got polar bears? Ooh, we got to go there. Yeah, it's just approached. So my guess is they're going to ignore us. My guess is they'll ignore us. And seatbelts to auto. Mr. Posh Martin has got a 91 knot headwind today. Well, not a big ground speed. All right, reset the heading bug. And the climb is good. That's right. The 500 is actually the 700 with fewer seats. and a bigger first class section. Only less than 400 knots in the 777. Not much fun, is it? Crispy has 83. 83 knot headwind. Somebody just did something nice in YouTube. Thank you. Welcome on in. First flight tomorrow is the, we're starting to do a few more of the old classic spy flight Greek island hops, just as total chill out. Last one was Mykonos to Athens, so the airplane's in Athens. We're going over to the Assassin's Creed Island. We're going to Kefalonia. It's not the biggest of hops. It's a nice little airport, and you do have to watch out for Icarus flying around, because you certainly don't want to ingest a bird like Icarus into your engines. There's 20,000 feet. And then there is a VATSIM event in Fort Lauderdale that we're going to try and do as our third flight. But we'll figure that out then. Piet, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Our next flight is San Antonio to Mexico. We got a 2-hop into Mexico right now. And we're going to a beach at one point. There are freeware airports for our little 2-hop into Mexico over at flightsim.to. Loviz found these, and I'm putting links into them at flightsim.to. If you want to snag these before the flight, they're now in there. Loviz says be ready for a dive of death for vectoring. He said the sun came and sung to him. That's a movie quote. Sunjammer puts movie quotes in. Hang on. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Sunjammer puts really cool movie quotes in. My favorite decade of aviation. Wow, was that hard. I mean, you know, some of the old classic stuff is amazing. I'm kind of one of those people that's all about the future, though. I don't spend a lot of time looking back on stuff. Not to be mean, but, you know, a lot of the stuff, you know, for me, looking back isn't all that positive anyway. So I'm all about looking forward to the future. I can't wait till we, you know, our airplanes... you know, we have shuttles to take us up to space dock, you know, to get on the Starship Titan and do warp calculations. Loviz had to drop gear and passengers. And there's our final cruising altitude. And then once you set this, unless you've got like a major turn in your flight plan, the thing I like about this one is it really just holds your speed nicely. It really does. And that's just really nice. I'm constantly having to adjust it in the F-28 and the BAE 146. This thing, not really. Okay. There's 310 knots. That should be good for us here. We are, let's see, 152 miles from Luxembourg. We are 79 miles from top of descent. Slink for slink. The best for me is a Chicago deep dish pizza. I've always liked deep dish. ELLX ATIS. Luxembourg arrival and departure information. Kila, runway 24. It is damp with low visibility procedures in operation. Oh, good. Transition level 6.5. Okay, so a stormy day in the neighborhood. We are all set on our arrival. I'm going to clear out the departure stuff. We're coming in on the BTEX arrival. So the thing is, BTEX over Dekirk. I wonder if we need to put the hold in at Dekirk. Loviz says it's the ILS Zulu for runway 24. Okay. ILS Zulu for 24. ILS Zulu runway 24. Okay. So at Dekirk, it's 4,000 feet. I think I don't know if people are getting the hold. I kind of wonder if we ought to put it in anyway, just cause, but transition altitude is 6,000. I don't know. Let's put it in anyway. We can always skip it. So, next page. All right, we're good. Did I not put the arrival in? Eek. Legs. Okay, all of that's in. Oh, you know what? We need to change the arrival. It's now the ILS Zulu, not the Yankee. ILS Zulu runway 24 via the Dick 3 Charlie arrival. I'm sorry, I'm going to be crude, rude, and socially unacceptable about that. Do we have the Dick 3? I think it's this one. So it would be the Dick 3 Charlie. I gotta stop calling it that. Dick 3 Charlie. So over here to final approach. Okay, it's the Dick 3 Charlie. Let's grab that and pop that in. 3 Charlie. Execute. Okay, let's go into legs, see if we screwed up anything. After Bitboo, it's BTEX, I'm guessing. And then there's the arrival. Okay, now let's put in the highway. The hold, not the highway. There's the hold. All right. Our hold is supposed to be, if we get it, we're not saying we're going to get it, but if we get it, the hold is inbound 120 right turns. 120 and right turns. And execute. All right, we can always skip it, but it's best to have it done now as opposed to doing it, you know, with 30 seconds to do that. Mr. Posh Martin is clutching pearls. Do you know why I can't load into 2020? Jamie Com. If you can't load in, it's probably because I'm guessing something. I mean, if you can't load in, you may need to delete your install and download a fresh one. Sometimes it gets kind of turned up. Oh, before you do that, go to, if you're playing on a PC, go to the Xbox app and see if your Xbox app needs to be updated. You might, you could also check the Microsoft Store on your PC. Maybe that would be it. That could check those two before you just delete everything. Top of descent is in 36 miles. We're going a little bit too slow. The secret with this airplane is planning ahead. The secret with this airplane is planning ahead. Flyby Bay, welcome aboard. Okay, this is looking good. Our hold is now in. Back to progress. We are 108 miles out. Looks like we're going to be doing this for another 20 minutes or so. Then we've got San Antonio to Mexico. Hi, Dusty. Welcome on in. What's going on in ATC land? Okay, yeah, Frankfurt didn't want to talk to us. Hi, Dakota. Welcome aboard. So we'll start our own. There's Loviz coming in right there. Sack the Salvation Channel. Saki the anyway, how much did the CRJ cost? It was like what maybe a $40 airplane, I think. I think it was like $40. It's been recently updated. Definitely enjoy this one for sure. Okay, my guess is we're going to need to start our own descent. And that would have been initially to 4,000 feet. At BTEX. Is that 4,000 at BTEX? Yeah. No lower than 4,000. So let's go ahead and pop that in now. Small little number over just above and to the right of the artificial horizon. And then zoom in really tight to make sure that you can see it. Okay, coming in, the ILS Zulu. So the ILS Zulu.
No recruits detected.
Radar
Welcome
altimeter
aboard, Agent.
100.
Stay sharp.
Decision height is 1313. So let's put in a radar altimeter of 100 feet. Matthew is in chat. Matthew, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Polyot. Oh, you're flying the... Oh, Polyot, I believe, is flying the new cargo plane over in DCS World. Betty is shouting at Polyot. Oh, Betty's in that airplane? Betty's in the Hercules? I didn't know that. Betty's in the Hercules. Cool. Always good to hear that Betty's shouting at somebody. Okay, coming up on 10 miles. Reset the heading bug. And approach just beeped us. 120885. Okay, it gets crazy from here. 120885. Oh, you're in a helicopter right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were over in that.
105. Negative. 118, decimal 905.
11905. Thank you.
And they always beep you, and it's really busy about 10 miles from your top of descent.
Radar identified, maintain flight level 150. Information Kilo, expect LS Zulu approach runway 24.
Maintain flight level 150, expect Zulu approach from runway and
Luxembourg, hello from Cityline 441 at flight level 240, about 2 miles from top of descent.
City 441, Luxembourg radar identified, information Kilo, expect LS Zulu approach runway 24, descend to flight level 90.
Descending now flight level 90, information Kilo is aboard, expecting runway 24, City 441.
Luxembourg approach, good evening. Lufthansa 31 Charlie, flight level 240 inbound Depot, info kilo on board.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, Luxembourg Sierra identified information kilo, expect ILS Zulu approach runway 24, descend to flight level 90.
Expecting ILS Zulu runway 24, descending flight level 90, Lufthansa 31 Charlie.
And we'll bug 280 on the descent. Hi, Real G Fuse. Welcome back in. I'm not being mean, but things are about ready to get really busy in this plane. So, if I miss chat or something...
left heading 240.
City 441, left turn now, 240.
Speedbird 1 Golf, descend to flight level 100.
Murph, Murph just did a resub. Hi, Murph. Thank you for a nice resub. It's been 24 months. Thanks, Murph, for a 24-month resub. Happy Saturday. That really great smell that you hear is Arch NDA, who's doing Thanksgiving cooking today. Making 2 big turkeys today, too. 29 months. I'm sorry, did I read it wrong? And Murph is also a Tier 2 subscriber, too. Thank you. It got complicated on this one. And Murph, thank you for being a Tier 2 subscriber for 29 months. All right, we got vectors. We're good to go. Transition is... I think I said 6, right? And descending at 280 knots. Don't have to worry about speeds or anything. Something about dancing I missed. It got really busy.
Steer 441, direct Lima X-ray 24 India, expect straight in approach runway 24.
City 441, direct to Lima X-ray, and that was 241 for a straight in approach to runway 24. City 441.
That's Lima X-ray 24 India.
Lima X-ray 24 India. That makes sense. Thank you for City 441.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, turn left heading 250.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, turning left 250.
And CTF 441, this will be about 30 miles to touchdown, so I think you need to expedite your descent.
We'll start the dive of death for City 441.
I can give you some extra track miles if you want.
We got speed brakes out. We should probably be able to make it, City 441.
City 441, roger, descent to 4,000 feet, QNH 1008.
1008 on the altimeter, descending now, 4,000 feet, City 441. Okay, let's do landing performance. 144, we'll call it 150 to land, so we'll set the bugs for that.
Speedbird 1 Golf, sliding 120, descent to 4,000 feet, QNH 1008.
Seat belts for all the passengers that haven't gotten weightless on this particular arrival. Low-vis, there was nothing easy about low-vis's arrival. Comms were in and out too. That's not good. So speed, little boards are all the way out.
Heading 120.
I know, we can't blame it on low vis, can we? There wasn't low vis there. I got the ILS set there.
STR441, turn left heading 150 for sequencing.
Left turn now, 150 for sequencing, City 441. Okay, my guess is now we don't need to be doing the dive of death here anymore.
31 Charlie, turn left heading 230, speed 250 knots.
31 Charlie, left turn 230, speed
Low vis
250
says
knots.
there's a crosswind too. Lights.
And STR441, I think the easiest is that you just continue the left turn, make it a long left turn, heading 210.
Left turn continues to 210, and we will make a nice long turn of it for City 441. Low vis thought Low vis was getting to go to Birmingham. Sunjammer does not have the airport. Hey James, welcome back in. Yep, this is the original spy hat. Okay, heading supposed to be 210, right? Yeah, 210. Irvi reminds you, if you're flying in Flight Simulator, Flight Sim 2020, you'll have to get a freeware for this airport.
31 Charlie, descend to flight level 70, speed 220 knots.
Descending now, flight level 70, speed 220 knots, Lufthansa 31 Charlie.
So we just did a big old 360 out here.
Susan Golf, turn right heading 140.
140.
Sunjammer sees Luxembourg now.
STR441, stop turn heading 260.
Stop the turn, 260 for City 441.
Can 1 Victor, hello. Messaging flight level 10.
Okay, Victor, looking to identified, descend to
Holy moly, it got busy, and especially in this airplane. Whose idea was it to take this airplane?
Zulu approach 124 and descend 7000.
1008 on the altimeter.
Quebec 1 Golf, turn right heading 150, increase speed 210 knots, and descend to 3000 feet.
There we go.
Quebec 1 Golf, closing confirmed, descend to 3000 feet.
Flaps 1.
Spirit 1 Golf, descend to 3000 feet.
Reversers are armed.
Speedbird 1 Golf.
Loviz says some flights are just not fun, and this was one of them.
Speedbird 1 Golf, descend to 3000 feet.
Descend to 3000 feet,
Number 31 Charlie, turn left heading 160.
Okay, got speed, and so far so good. Oh boy, that's bright.
GeForce speed 210 knots.
think that was for us. We're already at 210, but still.
Clement 7 Victor, fly heading 130, speed 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots and fly heading 130.
Speedbird Van Golf, then right heading 210, clear Dallas Zulu approach runway 24.
Our fuel is 3.3 tons. I think we've got more than enough for twists and turns going into the airport.
Stay firm, right 210, clear Dallas approach.
310, good ass approach.
Captain.
CTF 441, turn left heading 150.
Left turn 150 for City 441.
Speedbird 1 Golf, speed 180 knots or greater until 6 miles final.
Speed 180, speed 1 Golf.
Yeah, 180 knots until 6 miles final.
180 knots until 6 mile final.
Robert, the CRJ-9 handles well. The hard part for most people with the CRJ-9 is no auto throttle. So it's very easy to look up and all of a sudden see you're going way too slow, stall out and fall out of the sky with this airplane. That being said, it's a fun challenge. Okay, got glide slope and localizer, so we're good to go there. Coming in.
CDF 441, turn left heading 130, speed 180 knots.
Now 180 knots, right turn 180 for City 441.
City 441, left turn heading 130.
Oh, left turn 130 and 180 knots for City 441, thank you.
Thunder 31 Charlie, turn left heading 040, descent to 3, correction, descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1007.
I think we're about ready to do another unofficial hold here. Another one there.
Speedbird 1 Golf, reduce the final approach speed.
Flaps 5, flaps 8, flaps are 8.
Speedbird 1 Golf, contact tower on 118.105.
118.105 is next.
CTF 441, then right heading 210, descent to 3,000 feet, clear Dallas approach runway 24.
Descending now, 3,000 feet, right turn, and that was, I think, 210 and cleared for the ILS runway 24, City 441.
Speedbird 1 Golf, contact tower on 118.105.
Okay, we're good to go there.
118.105.
And flaps 20.
Nautical 064, you called?
Put the throttles up just a little bit when you got 20 degrees of flaps out. Okay, let's get a little help on the approach. We're cleared. APPR, that looks great.
Nautical 067, hello, scope 1000, descent to flight level 9.
Localizer, capturing the localizer. Good to go.
Expecting airless approach 240.
A little more power. Speed for landing again.
CTF 441, maintain 160 knots or greater until 6 miles final, correction, until 4 miles final.
160 knots or greater until 4 mile finals for City 441.
Clement 7 Victor, turn right heading 190.
Right 190, 176.
Connect 541, passing flight level 70, descending flight level 60, speed 240.
It didn't grab the localizer after all.
Check 541, maintain flight level 70, direct Delta India Kilo.
Continue, flight level 7000, direct to,
Thunder 31 Charlie, turn right heading 150, speed 180 knots.
So Thunder 31 Charlie, right turn 1, straight heading again please?
Heading 150.
Right
This got
150,
crazy,
speed
didn't it?
180.
Okay, what do we need? I needed to remind myself of the landing speed.
Correction, City 441, are you able to establish?
City 441, we were a little bit off. We should be able to establish in just a sec.
Thank you.
Okay, 1:45 to land.
541, climb to flight level 70.
Exit over here at Delta 2.
Delta 31 Charlie, then right heading 210, clear correction, descend to 3,000 feet, clear the approach runway 24.
Grabbing the localizer again.
Delta 31 Charlie, then right heading 210, clear the approach runway 24.
Okay, got it.
Turn right heading 210.
Gear going down.
Approach,
Throttles up a little bit more so we don't fall out of the sky.
Check 441, contact towers on 118.105.
Everyone, direct to DI Kilo, contact tower on 118.105. Transfer 1.
Negative, that was not for you. That was for City Air 441, Tower 118.105.
118.105 for City 441, thank you. Luxembourg, good evening. City 441 is on the ILS runway 24. Good evening.
CDR 441, Luxembourg Tower, hello, copy approach number 1. Think is Diamond D40 on currently doing touch and go on runway 24 left and better.
City 441, continue the approach after the touch and go.
Speed wrong off there, could you repeat the stand number please, sir?
Quebec 1 Golf, taxi stand Alpha 02. So right turn to Alpha and left onto Lima.
Okay, gear down 3 green. Uh-oh. AP.
CDR 441 with 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 24, clear stand.
24, clear to land, City 441.
Sink rate. Pull up. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, minimum, 10.
Not very good. Not very good at all, was it? That was pretty bad. That, it's just, you really can get overloaded. You just can get overloaded in the cockpit, and that was one of them. You know, we were doing all these twists and turns, plus you got to watch out for the, plus you got to watch out for your speed. That was a really bad landing. That sucks. No brew in the cockpit for this sim pilot today. No brew in the cockpit today. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way now, Loviz. I'm ready.
City 441, North Luxembourg, taxi stand Bravo 01.
Taxi stand Bravo 01 now for City 441. Thank you. Holy moly. Bravo 01. Yeah, I was ready. It was fun. It was nice to be here, but I'm glad it's over. I'm really glad. The solar flares. Wabi, why didn't I think about that? See, these solar flares are just messing up everything today. Maybe I'll stick to the Cessna 152. Flaps up. Disarm the speed brakes. The thrust reversers. Man, the thrust reversers work great on this airplane. Too bad it didn't work good on the other one. Bravo 01. Oh, yeah, see, Loviz had a problem. That's right. Low-vis had a problem. The first officer unplugged the rudder cables. Bravo 01. Irvy's doing circuits today in the Acrobat. I think it was an Aerobat. The 152.
November Foxtrot, welcome to Lux on the ground again. Taxi to the navigation apron.
Man, that was a bad landing. I mean, yeah, we were so busy trying to get established. I mean, we were getting established on the localizer 3 miles out. Low-vis says that Buster has savaged more than the rudder pedals. Uh-oh. What else did the co-pilot do? Oops, I think we were supposed to turn in here. Yeah, we're supposed to turn in here. Hi, Big Prop. Low-vis is troubleshooting. Low-vis is troubleshooting. Sometimes the co-pilot chewing on the rudder pedals is a problem, isn't it? Well, at least the passengers don't have to walk too far in the rain. Open up the flap. We're flying a CRJ-9. My landing was really bad, though.
Tower, hello. Can 1 Victor on the ILS approach runway 24.
KLM 17 Victor, Luxembourg Tower, hello. 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 24, clear sir.
Runway 24, clear sir. The KLM 17 Victor.
And parking brakes on. Did we get the APU up and running yet? Nope. Didn't get the APU going. Doors open. APU is still coming up there. So there we go. Hey, Will from online. Welcome aboard. We're going to be in the 737 MAX for the next airplane. So we got that one. Let's do probe heaters going off. Those can go off. Nose light can go off too. We're blinding the ground crew. And still waiting for the APU. And 100% on the RPM. And APU is available. So we can come down here. And we do. Sometimes they're hard to grab. Engine 1. Engine 2. And let's go down here. San Antonio is next if you want to get going on San Antonio. Transponder to standby. Fuel pumps to off. Beacon is off. Hydraulics 1, 3, and 4 off. Seat belts to off. Come down here to aircraft. Chocks in place. Power cart. Door. Cargo. And that should do us. Well, that was an interesting flight. That, like Low-vis said, I was kind of getting to the point where I was ready for the flight to be over. There was just so many last-minute twists and turns and stuff. We never really were able to get established on the localizer, and that was kind of a problem, too. So, sounds like the right flight to not fly, but trust me, driving in SoCal on The day after Thanksgiving weekend is no joy. Oh my gosh, JSG Droid, are you out doing battle with silly drivers? But despite my rather poor performance on this airplane, I really do like the CRJ. It's a fun airplane for sure. JSG Droid, watch out for crazy people. I hope you're, it's not going to be a long flight or drive. What was the score on the landing? My guess it was pretty crappy. Mostly crappy with a chance of yucky. Not very good at all. Just not good at all. Not that great. Okay, let's get ready for our next flight. We're going into Mexico for this one. John did Frankfurt to Boston. How long was your flight today? That's a while. Okay, so there is a VATSIM event. JSG Droid, oh, you're back home just in time. Welcome home, JSG Droid. We're departing out of San Antonio today, and we're going to a couple of airports in Mexico. We're going to this one over here and this one down here, where there's going to be a VATSIM event. So San Antonio is our departure airport. We're going to do an Aero Mexico departure. 8 hours. Oh my gosh, John, it was on VATSIM. I hope you had a fun VATSIM flight. So let's see here. I don't know at KSAT. We're just going to go and do a quick look here to see if there is Gator Watch. There were gators on the runway. See? AMX. Is there an Aero Mexico departure from San Antonio? Don't see one up there. I don't see one there. Nah. We'll just choose our own gate. We can do that. That's okay. All right. Let's see. Controllers need to be in Airbus mode. No, in Boeing mode. And parking brakes off, and everything else is ready to go. Let's do Microsoft Flight Simulator. We already loaded in the airport, so that's good. John was flying somebody in the sim. They had an engine failure in Logan. Oh, that's not good. Okay, let's do our first flight. So sim brief and new flight. So it's going to be an Aero Mexico flight, and we're going to be in the Boeing 737 MAX 8. Z1 plays games. Welcome, welcome. And let's get Aero Mexico. It's AMX. AMX. And it's KSAT. KSAT. MMHO. Captain Chris had a great landing rate, minus 195. A very nice one. Z1 plays games, Newark to Orlando today. That was a nice one. You're getting back into flying. Breaking down the rescue of some fishermen from Jaws. Oh, the basket is going down. Queard says to hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this is Paulo doing that helicopter thing, right? Captain Chris, I think you got the best landing rate. Actually, as I recall, sharks eat helicopters in Jaws, so don't get too low there, Paulo. Looks a little bit like the orca there. A little bit like the orca. Maybe a little bit bigger. I guess they went back and got a bigger boat. They got a bigger boat. Okay, everything looks good there. Not a lot of ATC. I say fuel planning, just 15 minutes of fuel should be good. Coming out of San Antonio, we can do digital ATIS. Mr. Posh Martin was London to Boston, And user got a DJI Inspire 2. Is that one of those drones? KSAT. San Antonio. Okay, San Antonio, ILS runway 13 right. Departing. Don't know what it is, but it always takes control. Okay, runway 13 right or left is what we're doing. My guess is they'd blast us off on 13 left. And let's choose that. Runway 23 coming in. I'm going to guess that's okay for the moment. Irvi likes that chopper that Polyot's flying right now. Normally, Captain Chris has a higher landing rate. Well, you got a nice landing rate there, that's for sure. Over in the 737, you got to save a copy of your flight plan. Dogs, it's 13 right. I was looking at the left side. Uh-oh. So Dogs says use 13 right, not the left side. Thanks, Dogs. Dogs says 13 right. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is a 2-hour flight. Okay, this looks good. Let's generate this flight. Low vis agrees. 13 right is what we want. Okay. And you need a PDF of your flight plan for this flight. So save that to your desktop. Make sure you got it. That looks good. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Flight level 300. So 30,000 feet. File. 119.8 is CTAF. Thank you. Okay, did we file? I didn't see it. Too busy typing. Yep, we're filed. Okay, all that looks good. Done over there. Here is a copy of the San Antonio flight plan if you want. Canutus is back with a resub. Thank you for being back with a resub, Canutus. Thank you for being here for 29 months and some super duper nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Okay, so here's our flight. Let's go to page 2. There's the route. Copy this into our flight notes. All right, we don't need the squawk code. We don't need those frequencies or that climb and maintain. We don't need that taxi clearance. We don't know what gate we're going to be at. And that looks good. Okay, looking good. We're going to need Navigraph charts for this one. This airplane doesn't have. Canutus, thank you for coming in. Thank you for a really, really nice resub. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's come over here and grab import from SimBrief. There's our flight. There's our route. Go to the airport, San Antonio. Charts, taxi. We only have one chart for the airport, and our departure is going to be the Alice 7 departure. The Alice 7 departure is, initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet. And for our departure, it's runway heading, and then to Treva, and then Alice, and out we go. Okay, so we got that one. Coming into the airport in Mexico, I see gambling going on. Expecting runway 23, so RNAV arrivals runway 23. Our in point is going to be Igtan, and it's the 1 Charlie. So Igtan, and it's probably the 1 Charlie going to Gorig. Okay, so Gorig in 4,000 feet. And we're expecting runway 23. The RNAV, do we pick it up at Gorig? We sure do. And that takes us in, and that should be good. Over to the airport. We got all the charts we need to do the flight. Okay, so that's good. We got this over here. Looks like there is a Viva Airlines. So that's over there. Why don't we grab the other side? I'm going to try and... This is over a 2-hour flight, so I'm trying to get the airplane up off the ground as quick as I can here, so that we'll have plenty of time to chat on this one for sure. And there's the little freeze. I'm going to need another beverage for today's flight too. And I bet it's still snowy outside. Yep. Ooh, more cars driving around though. More cars driving around. There was snowpack on the road when I did my little charge up the battery run earlier today. This is good because the event will be starting when we get there, so there's no real hurry. It is kind of nice. A little chilly. All right, let's come on over here. We're going to get an iFly 737 MAX. Sadly, the snow here is really dry snow. It's really dry, herby. And the problem is it's just not very good for making snowmen and snowballs and stuff like that. It's just way too powdery. Dog says it's 70 degrees Fahrenheit in Gilbert. Crispy, I am in the eastern part of the state of Montana. And yes, it's time to find a place that's warmer. Canutus says it's snow and rain today. Yeah, not good quality for, stuff. It's, and the powdery stuff like that that's really dry isn't good for skiing either, so. But over further west, over on the other side of the Continental Divide, that is where it's going to be better snow for skiing and snowmen and snowballs and all the other stuff. Okay, San Antonio, here we come. Detergent Foot 9 says it's sunny and 70. Truthful Dread says 11 degrees. And there's no chance of snow where Truthful Dread is today. Let's see. Crispy is in northern Finland right now. You had snow, but it melted this week, so it's actually been quite warm. Well, there needs to be some snow in Finland, Sweden, and Norway soon because it's almost time for VATSIM's Fly and See Santa. Slot registration for Fly and See Santa is already happening. In fact, I've got to go and do the back timing and figure out where I should go from. So when you register for a slot in Fly and See Santa, one of the things that you have to do is figure out where to depart from so that you arrive approximately on time. That's the hard part of that. Irvy says it's heavy rain. Thing is, Irvy, if you got heavy rain and stuff like that, it's great for flight simming at home. Mr. Posh Martin says the minute there's a hint of snow in the UK, the entire country will come to a sudden halt and doom and gloom reporting is unleashed. Hey, there was a town that I used to live in, Mr. Posh Martin, that if we even uttered the word snow, even said the word snow on TV and stuff, you could go to the grocery store that night and all of the bread and milk would be gone because people would panic and go buy bread and milk like they were going to be stranded for days. It was a small town. Dogs, it is coming up. Let me give you the date in a bit. December, something like the second week in December, I think. Okay, that looks good. And here is our Aero Mexico 737 in San Antonio. We've had this airport for a while. It's a really cool little airport. Oh my gosh, Canutus gifted some subs today. Holy moly. Canutus gifted 5 subs to the community. Thank you for gifting some subs today. That was really nice. I really appreciate that. Thank you for helping to keep that number up there. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Canutus. That really helps me keep the lights on. And it's also nice because you're being nice to somebody else, because not everybody can afford a sub. Loviz, thank you for reminding us. It's December 13th, and no slots are available. And there's our Aeromexico 737. Let's go and see if VATSIM will let us on. I think Loviz is right. They were really gone in like hours. I mean, dang. Loviz was on top of it. I missed out on Rovaniemi and how I'm going to Tromsø, but I like Tromsø, so that is my favorite place to go. Okay, there's VATSIM. We also have to remember to do Volanta. And let's remember to do Volanta. Auto ATC gave us a squawk code. And here comes Volanta. Yeah, Loviz, it was a lucky move for Loviz. Just happened to wake up and thought, hey, maybe it's time. Southern Finland. We've got to do a Welcome to Helsinki event next week because Coney has just arrived here. All right, that looks good. And we probably need to do a refresh on the Volanta overlay, and it should work. All right, we're ready to go. Best way to get a jetway for the 737 MAX is to call pushback helper and hit the jetway button. So the thing to remember about Fly and See Santa is if you registered a slot like I did, you don't register a departure slot, it's an arrival slot. And my arrival slot is 2050 Zulu. So I need to find an airport where we would take off at about 1835 to be able to get into Tromsø at 2050. So that's kind of what you have to do there. There's several ways that you can go about doing that. We've got time. I'm going to leave that little text file up over to remind me. We'll figure that out as in-flight entertainment. Yeah, that's going to be entertaining. Crispy, you haven't been on Welcome to Hell in a while. They do a really good job. That's one of those VATSIM events where it's really, really crazy and stuff. It's a really crazy, number of airplanes, but the controllers are so calm. They really are. The website has a route tool. Oh, really? We'll look at their route tool. You mean Loviz? So do you mean that me back timing my own routes and stuff like that is Spy making it harder than it has to be? JST Droid is in, unloading groceries, making coffee, changing back to comfy clothes, downloading scenery. Okay, we'll take our time. Good luck, JSG Droid. I'm going to have to multitask an additional beverage for our flight. All right, let's come over here. And I need to check and see. SimBrief did our flight planning in kilograms. So we have to make sure the airplane's in kilograms first. Panel style, general, metric. So we're good to go there. Back a page. ground support. We have a jetway in place, but we do need to put in those, and that should be good. So there's ground power. Crispy remembers tower training in Helsinki. Loviz says scroll down to the roots. Okay, so I've got the Flyin' See Santa thing. I'm going to leave this here, and then what we'll do, Loviz, is we'll scroll down and we can figure routes and timings for Flyin' See Santa today. That'll be fun. Okay, let's get in the airplane and get going. Yep, I think it's time to go. So let's do the battery. I always get a charge out of turning on the battery. Let's give the band a break and turn up the volume because this is the Boris sounds. Really good sounds. You are not discharging your duties if you don't turn on the battery. Will from Online keeps the comedy club open. Coast Guard flights around Alaska are always fun. The weather is not disappointing Polyot at all. Plus you get all that really good salmon, right? Let's see. Babaji, welcome aboard. Good to see you. How do you get wing views in the Phoenix? So, Babaji, you're going to have to move back and forth a little bit in the airplane. I do have a video over on YouTube about getting wing views and stuff like that. And so if you're on YouTube, so check. It's one of my most recent videos. Pre-recorded videos, not live streams, and it's all about setting camera views. I'd love to just say, oh sure, Babaji, do this, this, and this, and it's really easy. It's not really easy. That's the hard part. It's a little bit longer. It's a little bit of a longer process, and so hopefully that video helps you out a little bit. Backlighting the panel here. The Alaska Rescue are 19 pounds. That doesn't sound like it's too heavy of an expense. Get it? Pounds, heavy. Okay, discharging the panels was more fun. All right, let's come on up here. And we're going to do the IRS display to heading and status. And then turn nav 1 to nav, and nav 2 to nav. Now, navigation data is updated, position init. We are at KSAT, San Antonio, Texas, where they know how to make picante sauce. What gate are we at? Up, it says so over here. We're at gate Alpha 15. Alpha 15. Okay. All right. Alpha 15. Not in database. Page 2. GPS. In the scratch pad. And alignment is occurring. Polyot, thank you for updating the title. I appreciate it. Thank you for, I'm trying to come up with a title joke now. I think I'll just program my flight route. It's better that way. Flight plan request. It's a little bit longer. Let's grab it this way. Route 1 uplink is ready. Load. Okay, so we did the wrong runway. So airport, we're supposed to take off on 13 right. So 13 right, and then that's going to be runway heading. And that heading is 128 degrees. Probably make a left turn out to Triva, I think. So that's going to be our departure. Dogs, thank you for setting me straight on the runway. All right, flight plan request. And all that looks good. We are an AMX flight. 441. Activate and execute. Okay, next. Let's do departure and arrival. Departure is going to be 13 right. It's the Alice 7 departure. Execute. Coming in, we think it's going to be runway 23. It's an RNAV to runway 23. We're coming in via the... Oh, I can't read it. It's too far. My glasses are getting old. It's the IGTAN 1 Charlie arrival. IGTAN 1 Charlie via Gorig and engage. Irvi is blaming Pauliot for having you spend another $19. Oh, did you buy, did you buy the rescue, Alaska rescue stuff? Route performance. Okay, flight level 300, that's correct. I don't know. You bought the helicopter, the MH-60. So you buy the helicopter and you get to go rescue people? All right. Cruise winds are 271 at 66. Well, when you do your rescue, say hi to Chief Brody. You could also fly as the commander in Cheeto. Oh, really? There's a Marine. Oh, you can fly it as Marine 1? Plus 9 degrees is our ISA deviation. Cost index is 60. Fuel reserves is 2.9 is reserves. Captain Chris, yes, do you need the links to the freewares? I have 2 freewares, one to our airport at Hermosillo and one to the beach airport. Do you need those? Can't believe I waited so long to get GSX. It's not great. It's not terrible. It's not 100% perfect. Captain Chris, one moment. Here's the first one. There you go. There's the first one. And then here's the other one. 3 cheers to Loviz, who found these over at flightsim.to. I checked them out this morning. They look okay. They look like they're okay freeware sceneries. They do. Let's do performance and payload. Weight and balance. Another heavy topic for discussion. 178 passengers. 178. Enter. Cargo is 1.4 in the front. Yes, it was really simple. I appreciate even numbers for division. Okay, 1.4 is 2.8, and that gives us a zero fuel weight of 63.6. That's correct according to the flight plan. So 63.6 just goes in the scratch pad. Let's see. Pauliot says it is an extensive MH-60. It is very detailed. So this is the helicopter that Paulo's talking about here. Let's see. Maestro says to stretch. Could I do one stretch here? Let's look at this when we get in the sky. It's a 2.5 hour flight. Okay, so that looks good. Now let's put our fuel in. But it's really extensive. And because you spend so much time flying over in DCS world, I'm going to assume that you're having a good time with it in Microsoft Flight Simulator too. 9719 is fuel. Taxi is 143. Cruise is 5371. It is a dream to fly and it handles well. I could fly as Air East 31. Sunjammer watched Close Encounters last night. Lots of quotes from Close Encounters. Okay, fuel. Payload. Loaded. Come down here, take this number, plug it into the zero fuel weight, and execute. A dream to fly. San Antonio. I'm going to put the latest ATIS in case you need the numbers too. All right. That looks good. And copy FMC data. Loviz, I think Dog's plugged in the CTAF frequency. I even wrote it down. How about that? 119.8. Okay. Wind. 207. I know it's in meters per second. We'll have to live with it. Outside air temperature. 25 degrees Celsius. Altimeter. 2994. Don't forget the period. It gets cranky. Irvi is testing a theory. -2, flaps 5, air conditioning on, anti-ice off, calculate. No good. Flaps 1. Calculate. No good. D-rate -2, flaps 5. No good. Flaps 1. Calculate. Hey, we can use that one. Pauliot has brain pain. Crispy says that there is heavy turbulence near south of Greenland. And AMG just did a nice resub today. Hi, AMG. Thank you for a nice resub. AMG has been here for 35 months. Thank you for 35 months of great support and helping me to keep all the lights on here. I couldn't do this without you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's come over and do D-rate -1 and 31 degrees. Okay. It's flaps 1 and 22.6. Flaps 1, 22.6 is our center of gravity. And 153, 154, and 160. 153, 154, and 160. That looks good. Let's turn the airplane down. It's going to get really noisy in here. 160 goes up here. 160. Departure heading. We actually got a heading that we need to follow here. It's going to be 128 degrees, which is also the runway heading. 128. There we go. Our initial climb clearance in San Antonio is 5,000 feet. Hey, Russell. Welcome in. 5,000 feet. The altimeter is 2994. And flight directors are going on. Flight directors are on. APU is up. Let's get the bleeds on. Get some AC going. Passengers are going to get cranky. All right. All of this looks good. Numbers are in. We are done with that page. So that looks great. We got to turn on cabin utilities and in-flight entertainment. Russell is watching snooker today. Waterwell. Oh, we do Middle Eastern flights for sure. Let's do APU. Oh, we never turned it on. Never turned on the APU. I thought I turned on the APU. What's going on here? We had a squawk code from SimBrief, from VATSIM. And our squawk is, I didn't write it down, 7222. All right, that looks good. Let's do 119.8. That's CTAF. And 122.8 is advisory. Not Unicom anymore. Mr. Posh Martin, we were doing, we found this event. We're actually flying into this event in Mexico. So I guess we're not doing New York. New Year. Oh, are we planning a New Year's Eve flight event, not the New York? Yes, we always do New Year's Eve on the spy flight. So what we do is our first flight is the Philippines to Kai Tak, so we can see the fireworks in Kai Tak first. And then after we get to Kai Tak, we usually do like Paris to London for the next round of fireworks. And then we do something like Raleigh-Durham into New York. Into Washington, D.C., so we see the fireworks on the mall. And that's what we do for New Year's. Loviz says, or Boston. Should we do Boston this year? We did Washington last year. You fly down from Boston or fly up to Boston to see fireworks in Boston. Anywhere up and down the East Coast, you're going to see fireworks unless it's cloudy and stuff. We're doing a 24-hour stream to every capital in the world. Boston to DCA is what we'll do. Okay, we'll do that this year. A 24-hour live stream. Really? Can I count on your support when I get sued? Because my brain will fry at 10 hours, and after 15 hours, I'll probably be in serious trouble. Not just a little bit of trouble, serious trouble. I'd be so messed up. Let's go ahead and get pushback helper to come over here. Jetway. Done with the jetway. Parking brakes are on. Nose chocks are gone. And we're done with that. Yeah. Oh, we're only going to the fun states. See, that makes it so much better. If we're only doing the fun states, we'll be good. We're going to prepare for pushback and departure. Let's just do Swissport. Yeah. I'll start doing ASMR in 15 hours, and then Keela will come in and ban me. Beer cheers there, GT boy. Welcome aboard. Seatbelts going on. Seatbelts are on. Get the rest of the fuel pumps on. Door is closed. Electric hydraulic pumps can pop on too. APU is good and ready to go. Passengers are in their seats. Wing walkers are ready to go. Some passengers have closed their doors. We got an Aero Mexico pushing over there, so we'll wait for that Aero Mexico because their engines are running. It's starting to get chilly in this room. I think I'm going to need some extra clothes or turn on the... I'm going to need a sweater today. The sun's starting to go down, I think. Well, it's on the other side of the building, so it's getting cold. How about just spy jams? Maestro, this is a little bit of a longer one, but actually what we're going to do is once we land, we're going to go and do a quick hop over to a beach airport. Captain Chris is flying today. If I go over 20 hours, yes, there would be foot cam over there. Hey, Melvin Leroy, welcome on in. Good to see you. Did you fly in the big all across Light Up America event? Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Now we're just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till this one gets out of the way. I don't want to. We're being polite. Hearsay says watch out for alligators. I'm sure that they have some sort of, you know, animal like that here. Beacon. JSG Droid is... Oh, you're doing a push-pull right now? Okay. I think we could probably go. Let's see what happens. Parking brakes. Pauliot is going to be brave and leave my helicopter flying near the mountains while I go make a drink. No fear, Pauliot. And you're doing it for a very good reason, too, right? Because you got to have a beverage. Beverages in the cockpit are important. Packs off. Ground start, engine number 1. Let's just let the airplane manage it so we can listen to the sounds. What is the beverage of choice tonight? Uh-oh, no, it's not, but at least it's not the Airbus hat. Irvy would like a whiskey and Coke, please, Pauliot. I got a Boeing hat there, dogs. We're good to go on that one. Thank you. Truthful Dread has beer tonight. Parking brake set.
Unlocking gear.
Maestro says to hydrate. Loviz is going to have an Airbus hat today. I guess Loviz is in an Airbus, so Loviz probably isn't cranking the sound of the engine starts tonight. Good start. Starting engine number 2.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Fuel.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
That's right. If we have problems with the solar flare, if we have any problems, it's the solar flare's fault, right? Not flying on VATSIM. Microsoft 24. But you're in the 747. Looks like it forgot to lower the nose of the airplane. Yeah, the Boris sounds are really, really good on this airplane. That may be a little problem, having the little wheel up like that. goes back on. Generators. Isolation switch. APU bleed. Yaw damper. Electrical monitors. APU off. Flaps 1 for takeoff. Looks good. Oh, I don't hear anybody because I have the radio off. Radio's going on. Looks good. Let's go. I think that airplane over there, I think that's the Viva Airlines. So Loviz is in that Viva Airlines over there. I should have restarted that thing. It usually pops down at the end after when I release my brakes. Russ, there is not a 757 yet. Someday soon. Captain Chris. Oh, Captain Chris is going to fly the, is flying the Viva Airlines. So Loviz has already departed from the scene of the crime. Wow, that was fast troubleshooting. I guess the co-pilot didn't break too much in the cockpit today. Big Prop wants to know if anybody's seen the RJ. I think Loviz is in an Airbus today. Okay, out we go, and we can just go all the way down to Gulf. We're going to look at the Fly and See Santa route tool later. Airport data traffic. This is going to be a VNAV heading select departure. Ooh, we got some C-130 Hercules over here. That's a U.S. Coast Guard. I wonder if one and extra Southwest 737. JSG Droid, I think, is in the airplane up ahead of us. Those are Polyot's Coast Guard colleagues. Yeah, Polyot is doing air-sea rescue in a helicopter today. You want to see what, the outside view when we take off? I'm able to do that. It usually depends on how strong the crosswind is to take off from outside the cockpit. Just passing signature. Will from online. Well, Polyot says there's a really good helicopter to try. So maybe what we'll do is, and Polyot says that it's flyable. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fly it very much. Let's see. Polyot is going to be in the Kodiak. I join you in the Kodiak, but I only have a cannon.
3103, pushing back out of Alpha 15, Sanatoria.
Only if it's really cold outside, low vis, because you need the judicial hairpiece to keep your head warm. Man, can you imagine some of those hair pieces back in the day before air conditioning in the summertime? Only on days that end in Y. I will not crash into any VORs.
San Antonio traffic at Aero Mexico 1959er, Boeing 737 MAX lining up and departing runway 13 right, first to the south and then turning to the north. San Antonio.
Kind of a long taxi today. And there goes JSG Droid. We'd like a little bit of separation here. Oh, we got a little fuel in the center tank. We had to pop that on right now. Now, do I have a stopwatch in this thing? I've got one clock. Yeah, there it is. So we'll just do that as a stopwatch and give JSG Droid, about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to get downrange. I could count in my head, but... And actually, I will tell you that after years in broadcasting, I have an incredibly good 30-second timer. Built-in 30-second timer in my head. Really good one. EKC wants to do a Long Island, New York departure in Southwest. I will not count sheep. Well, back in the day when we thought that sheep were cute and fluffy until we learned that they bite and kicked. San Antonio traffic, Aeromexico 441 is going to line up and wait on runway 13 left. San Antonio.
San Antonio traffic at Aeromexico 1959er. We are clear runway 13 right at 3,000 feet, making left turn and heading direct raybound to the north. Final call, San Antonio.
San Antonio traffic, Viva 3103, taxi runway 13 right, via Hotel and Zulu.
The clouds do look a little rainy out there. Amargosa doesn't have a passport. That's okay. Back when we had the world of Project Fly, we all had really cool passports and got passport stamps. That was one of the cool things that Paulo contributed to way back in the day too. And there's 2 minutes, and we're gonna go and give it 3 minutes to go downrange, and out we go. Something about adult beverages. I think I did say the left side, didn't I? Amargosa, I'm having a hard time with left and right. I'm having a hard time with left and right today. Oh, I was, somebody forgot their passport, and I was reminding them that back in the days of Project Fly, we all had the coolest passports. Okay, there is 3 minutes. Let's get going. Landing lights. Cabin call. Continuous restart. Throttles up about halfway. Engines are stable. And thrust. Oops, gotta have a auto throttle on. Then you can hit the thrust button. The passports were just the coolest thing. Every time you got a new country, to a new country, the Project Fly app would give you a new passport stamp. It was neat. It was brilliant. San Antonio traffic. Aeromexico 441's on the roll, taking off on 13 right.
See you later.
Rotate. It's a little breezy on the takeoff. Positive climb.
San Antonio traffic, Viva 3103, lining up runway 13 right, San Antonio.
Continue to climb. Left turn. San Antonio traffic, Aeromexico 441 is clear of runway 13 right, departing to the east and then the north. Happy landings, San Antonio. All right, flaps are up. Auto brakes disengage. Landing gear is up. After takeoff items are good. Over to Unicom. I mean advisory. You're not supposed to use the U word anymore. Continue the turn over to Riva. Lovis, JSG Droid says direct to Amuki. Sure, I think that's a great idea. If it saves a little bit of time. Okay, direct to Riva. Triva, not Riva. And LNAV, and JSG Droid says after our departure, we should do after Alice. So after Alice, direct to Anuki. So we're not going to FST, Foxtrot Sierra Tango. You realize, oh, maybe, I don't know. You think we're not supposed to fly over there? It's probably a secret airplane test lab place. That's where the flying saucers land. Jonathan Gibson, this is the 737 MAX 8. It is a very nice airplane from iFly. White Sands Missile. Oh, I wonder if it is White Sands Missile Range. It could be that. That's right. We'll just go direct to Groom Lake. Flying saucers, I know. Tim Dog says the COC does not ban the word Unicom. Loviz says, yeah, so we would be flying over restricted areas. So it's a restricted area that we're flying over. Well, I'm all for going direct to Amuki, because if I do that, then that just helps, you know, further enhance my bad boy image. So I think that's perfect. Direct to Amuki. We're gonna, or we could just delete Fist after Alice, and then do Amuki in there. And there we go. Fly Tampa will be adding Groom Lake to the Vegas scenery. Will they have the flying saucers from Independence Day? That's right. What's a bunch of spies flying through restricted airspace? No, actually, JSG Droid says turn on. That's right. Turn on the cloaking device. No one will ever see us. Passing 16,000 feet. Everything's good to go up here. Nothing to worry about down there. We're at 122.8. That's right. You're supposed to make staticky noises on the radio. So, what's that shiny thing I see up there? It's round and shiny. And oh my God, it's full of stars. Hey Pat, welcome back in. Pat is ready for the console. Microsoft 2024 coming out on PlayStation 5. That's right, 12/8. You're all set and ready to go, Pat? A friend visited Groom Lake with an extra long-range camera. You should not share them. No. Truthful Dread says we can't do a flyby at the black mailbox. Yeah, Mr. Posh Martin, I would imagine so. You know, if they're coming into our planet right now, they're basically saying, There's probably a quarantine zone around us now. We probably have a quarantine zone. Lobiz says that the restricted area is for refueling. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. That's a Mystery Science Theater 3000 joke about refueling. There was a small hill or mountain you could go to see Area 51. Oh, it's UFO refueling. Oh, okay. Walk the Beagle, I don't think they've released that list yet. I'm not sure they'll Walk the Beagle. If they did, it kind of passed me by. Seatbelts to auto. Everything else is off, and now we'll just cruise. Having it, well, I'll tell you what, Pat, you're going to be really excited because the scenery outside the airplane is really, really good. Why do they always close the windows? The scenery is all, you know, satellite photography, so it's really good. So, you know, it really is going to be nice. The flight models keep getting better and better, so I think you'll be happy with that too. Some of the really nice payware airplanes are coming to console too. So that's really nice. Disaster Piece is checking in. Hi, Disaster Piece. Welcome aboard. JSG Droid has all the errands out of the way. Make it back for a nice flight, and you're heating up a nice lunch. I'm going to need to go and heat up a hot beverage. It's getting chilly. Once the sun goes on the other side of the building, it starts getting cool here. So there will be a need. after we get to cruise, seatbelts are off. To go and make something warm to drink today. Cold drinks won't do it. Russell is feeling sick. Nearest airport. No, Russell. If you were over on Twitch, I'd send you one of the Twitch barf bag emotes. We have Twitch barf bag emotes if we need those. No idea what to expect once you get into the marketplace, but I know some of the big developers that are outside of Flight Sim, they're going to have their products on the marketplace eventually. So look forward to some good airplanes. Those barf bags right there, Irvi. Okay, we're going to turn this airplane down a little bit. It gets a little noisy in this cockpit. And there's 25,000 feet and direct to Amuki. We can kind of have a look at this if we want. If we come over here and do Sky Vector, and if we go and we put in our flight, so our flight today is KSAT, and we're going to MMHO. Okay, so now if you go and take the route, just the basic route without the SIDS and stars, and plug that in up there, now you can see here we are. So here's the waypoint that we're blowing off over here. So this is I'm guessing this whole area is kind of a defense area around here or something. So we kind of went up and above that. Doesn't say restricted or anything in here, but I'm guessing this area is. So defense area is all around here. Johnny Carlin is in chat. You started Flight Simulator last week. So the first big tip about Flight Simulator is I know you're excited to get in and do cool things. I mean, really. The thing is these airplanes are more complex than ever before. And you've got to know more about the real airplanes just to make them work these days. You absolutely need to know more about the airplanes. So the learning curve, you just need to take the learning curve slowly. This is not a game that you're going to go and learn for 10 minutes, play it for a month or two, and then you're done with it. The airplanes are better and better all the time, and so just take your time learning. If you don't know how to fly a plane, do the career mode and do the flying lessons. That way you're going to understand all the things you need to do in the Cessna, which will eventually lead you to being able to fly, the complex 737s like this. And so that's kind of the thing that you've got to figure out is take it slow. And then eventually you'll get on to, if you're on a PC, you can go to VATSIM. And the ATC, the air traffic control, is really good in that. But that's going to be a heck of a learning curve too. Disaster Piece is going Salt Lake to Glasgow in the 777-300. Boy, you've got a long haul. Are you halfway there at least? Even the smalls, yeah, JSG Droid's right. The small planes like the Cessnas, they're modeled better than ever before. So you've got to learn all of those things. And so you're doing so you're doing the flying lessons. So enjoy the time that you're doing that. And, again, you want to jump into big airplanes like this and stuff. But enjoy the time there, because you'll eventually make it into big airplanes. Johnny B. Good is here. Pat is doing the career mode. I'm pretty sure the career mode's going to work for you pretty good. AMG is excited about the Buckeyes. I'm guessing that is a team that won a game. Okay, 30,000 feet. Seatbelts are off. We're flying pretty good. No ATC. And let's zoom out here and check. So there's American 2879, Viva 3103. Here's a couple of other Vivas that went and followed the rules. And they went all the way up there. I think we're probably pretty good on that. JSG Droid, you can see low vis is way up there. So my guess is, you know, cutting the corner was probably just fine for us. But Johnny Carlin, there's also really great videos on YouTube and some live streams on YouTube and Twitch that you're going to be able to join in on and fly with, and you're going to pick up more cool things that way too. So that's the other cool part about all this, is you'll be able to learn from those sorts of things. Okay, there's the destination airport right there. We got a couple of things to check out in cruise, but I really need to go and make something warm to drink because it's getting chilly in here. Yeah, the furnace will kick on eventually, but so if you'll give me 2 to 3 minutes here. 2 to 3 minutes, be right back. And don't touch that remote. Grab yourself a warm drink as well too if it's cold where you are. All right. Warm beverages. So that one. And I had a little left over from the microwave, so. And there was a bit of a wardrobe change because it's chilly today. That is where JSG Droid got your VATSIM PPL rating. They no longer offer VATSIM ratings, but their entire training catalog is now open and available. Slant Alpha Adventures was the training director there. It was VATStar. I remember that name. And Albuquerque Center is on. So we'll see a little bit of Albuquerque Center here. All right, so all that looks good. All right, so one of the things we're going to do is look here at Fly and See Santa here. So what Loviz said to do is come down here, is look at routes. So arriving at Rovaniemi, we don't want to do that one. At Coruna, we're going to Toronto. There's Toronto. From Rovaniemi, Coruna, Gardermoen, from the south, from Sweden. Well, let's just try this and see what this looks like. Let's do a Germany and do München. There's a route for München. Well, what we need to do on this is nice, but what I was going to do, the way I've been doing this, is I need to know the time. We need to figure out what time first. So, ENTC. So München, ENTC, and let's do an average ground speed of, let's say, 450 knots. So if I depart out of München to go to Toronto, that's going to be a 1,299 mile flight, a nearly 3-hour flight. But Loviz says we want to file the route from that page. Okay, I'm going to save it. I'm just going to do my back timing now. Okay, so let's see. Look at your landing time. So it's 2050. Okay, München is about an hour too long. So that's an hour too long. How about Hamburg, EDDH? That's 2 hours and 10 minutes. Hamburg's not a bad choice. So we could do something like that. So that's not bad. So that would, if 1835, 1935, 2035. A little bit still long. A little long here. Polyot says there are loads of airports. We could do one in Finland. Well, hey, we got somebody new from Helsinki in chat today, right? EFHK. Let's see what happens if we depart from Helsinki. Just for the Helsinki of it. Lovis says avoid Helsinki and Stockholm. They're going to be popular. So that's about an hour and 22 minutes. That's not long enough. So 12:35, so 18, 19, 20. I basically need an hour and 50 minutes. About an hour and 50 minutes. Dog said Heathrow. EGLL. What about Heathrow? That's 2 hours and 41 minutes. That's not so bad. That's kind of close. We could do EGCC. EGCC. That's 2 hours and 30 minutes. So Manchester, and we just got the new Manchester airport. That's 2 hours and 33 minutes at about 450 knots. Yes, Newcastle. Now, keep in mind, this is going to be a little bit of a boring area down here. Eham, I think, is 2 hours. Well, Eham's 2 hours and 24 minutes. That's not bad. So that's not too bad. Diache Lion, welcome aboard. Thank you for subbing over on YouTube. Pauliot says there's another airport in Helsinki, EFHF. Oh, I think Moscow's way too far. Okay, so we've got that. Let's see. Newcastle is EGNT. Boy, if only I could find some Newcastle here. That's 2 hours and 19 minutes. Okay, so one of these airports here is not so bad. Let's see. I think Frankfurt's too far. Hamburg is not a bad departure point. Leipzig is probably too far. Berlin, we got somebody new in chat from Berlin. How about EDDB, Berlin? That's 2 hours and 19. That's not a bad one. Dogs wants to check Dublin. EIDW, Dublin, that's about 241. I'm leaning towards 2 hours and 15 minutes of flying time for mine. So I'm thinking there. EKCH might be a good one. So Dublin is 241. That's a touch far. EDDB again. So Berlin is 2 hours and 19 minutes. That's not too terribly bad. That's actually really relatively close. Warsaw. That's Kaliningrad. EPWA. EPWA is 2 hours and 23 minutes. That's not a bad one either. So really we're looking for about 1,000 miles worth of flying time for an 1835 Zulu departure. I imagine that we'll have good ATC from at least Germany, so I'd rather have full ATC. So that's why I'm leaning closer to either, you know, well, Berk is going to be way too far. I mean, Reykjavik, that's 2 hours and 10 minutes. I don't think I want to do that because look at the flight. I look at the route. Do you know how crazy you're going to get looking at all that water at night? I mean, you're going to have one person to check into, and that's it. You'll have one maybe two ATCs. It's going to be all dark. Again, you're gonna go crazy in the cockpit on that one. I'm thinking Berlin's gonna be good for me. I know it would. If I could find a store that had it, I would do Newcastle for sure. EGNT. Do we have an EGNT airport? EGNT. Speedbird's thinking about Geneva. Loviz is departing out of Boston in the A350. Oliat says that we do have a nice scenery for EGNT. So there's a nice Newcastle. I could go and try one of the state liquor stores. Maybe they'd have that. I don't know. There was a day I walked in there. Yeah, I walked into the straight one. Into a state liquor store asking for Uzu. This was when I first ran into Sibby years ago. They looked at me like I was crazy. So I do have an Orbix for Newcastle. I've got an Orbix for Newcastle. And an RW profile for Newcastle too. So there's an Any Builds too. Hey Menzies, welcome back in. Irby says the Any Builds is better. Well, 'tis the season to also not just be buying up airplanes and airports. You need to save money. Remember, most of us are going to have a big bill of, pay the annual fee for Navigraph soon. The RW profiles is the Any Build. So, are you saying that I got both of them? EGNT. So I've got Orbix Airports for Newcastle, and I've got RW Profiles Airport for Newcastle. I got two Newcastles here. I should really go over to that one store and see if they have it there. Okay, so I guess we're deciding on Newcastle. EGNT for our departure here. Now, that's right, the Navigraph subscription for most of us comes up in December, just before the Christmas holiday, when we're already doing gifts. So I'm, trying to not spend a lot of your money. RW Profiles is Any Builds. It's newer and better, so use that over the Orbix. So what I really need to do is delete that Orbix so that there's no conflict. Hi Vampire Skulls, welcome back in. All right, so Newcastle 2 is what we're going to do. At least that's mine. So departure point is now EGGNT, Newcastle. Newcastle, that's my departure. Now we got to see how well this works. We got to take a look at the numbers and see how it works, okay? So let's go ahead and we're going to go back into SimBrief right now and let's run the numbers. And again, this is how I've been doing it, ever since. So let's see. Who would I be for this one? I don't know. Let's just do, let's see. Lovis has the Orbix too. Yeah, I would do it as Scandi, and we're departing EGNT, and we're going to ENTC. So I've got a Scandi A321. So let's do a Scandinavian A321. There we go. And now what we're going to do is we're going to come over here and we're going to change the departure time. So we're going to roll the clock back to 18:35 Zulu, which is my usual departure time. And now we're going to roll that back again. So now we've got our departure time, EGNT, ENTC. We have an airplane, and that's our departure. Now let's run the numbers and see when we're going to arrive. Hi, Lundy. Welcome aboard. I know, Truthful Dread. I'm going to have to go and scour the town to see if I've got anything like that. So block time now is 2 hours and 53 minutes. Air time is 2:23. 2:23, that's really close to what we had over on SkyVector. Remember, SkyVector was 2:19. So that's really good. But what we need to do is look at the PDF and let's look at our schedule. So our schedule, departing at 18:35 Zulu, puts us on the ground at 21:20 Zulu. I'm supposed to land at 2050 Zulu. Oopsie. So, oh, I'm already set up to be Air Berlin 441. Uh-oh. I didn't get any routes. I'm just trying to see if we're basically in the ballpark right now, Loviz. I haven't figured anything else out yet. So we're supposed to be landing at 2050 Zulu. So this lands us at 2120. That's about a half an hour too long. So Newcastle isn't all that great. All right, so we've got a suggestion. Let's go instead and depart out of Dublin, out of Edinburgh. EGPH, right? Let's try EGPH. Usually the en route time doesn't change that much with the cost index. So EGPH. That means the passengers all get deep fried Mars bars. Am I making this too complicated? I hate to say this, but I do this every year for Fly and See Santa. Yes, that's right. Increase the sim rate. ATC loves pilots that do that. All right, let's generate this one and have a look. All right, look at the PDF and see what we have here for a schedule. Departing at 18:35, the normal time. Now we're landing at, once again, 2120 Zulu. So the UK is a little bit too long for us today. We're falling in pretty good. I have not been beat by Albuquerque, so we're good. Okay, so my guess is that's a little bit too far. It's the same time. So let's try. All right, let's go back to the original plan. That's right. It's also the day. I mean, this, I admit, yes, it's a little bit, it's today's weather, but we'll see. EDDB. Berlin, 1052. EGPH is 1016. Berlin is too far. So Berlin's too far. Let's see. What's EHAM? EHAM is 1100. EHAM is too far. Okay. How about EKCH? What's Copenhagen? Copenhagen's 862. Loviz wants to look at Hamburg. I don't think St. Petersburg's going to work too well for us. Hi, Eric. Eric's from Norway. Good to see you, Eric. I think Bergen is too close. Otherwise, Bergen would be good too. There's Copenhagen. Let's run the Copenhagen flight. Let's run this one and see. Well, Helsinki is a good choice, Crispy, but it's going to be super duper busy there. And so trying to get out on time is going to be the hard part. So we don't want to choose something like that. All right, let's look at a PDF flight plan here. So now we're talking about arriving at 2100 Zulu. We're supposed to arrive at 2050 Zulu. So now we're arriving within about 10 minutes. So we could increase our departure time. We could shave our departure time by 10 minutes. So instead of departing at 1835 Zulu, let's depart at 1825 Zulu. And that's pretty good. So now we'll set 1825. We've got EKCH. We changed the airplane. I said it was a Berlin 441, and I think I said the baby bus. So it's an A319. And Air Berlin. Where's beer? There's beer. Good. Now let's check it. Now then, let's do PDF. And at this point, now it puts us in at 2055 Zulu. Now, as Pauliot just said, it doesn't have to be exact. But I'd like to have a little bit of wiggle room here. I'd like a little bit of wiggle room on my flight. So instead of 1825 Zulu, let's go 1810. Let's do 1810 out of Copenhagen, which means I'll just, before the live stream, I'll do all the flight planning before the live stream. And as soon as the live stream starts, we're calling for push and start. We're calling for push and start, and that should be great. Well, sometimes that happens, and we have to do more advanced flight planning, but we're professional flight simmers, so we've got the ability to do all sorts of stuff. Okay, now this puts us in at 2040 Zulu, so I got a 10-minute slush fund there. So if I depart out of EKCH Copenhagen, but I have to do targeted off blocks time is now 1810 Zulu. So now I've at least got an idea of what I might do for my flight. And again, you know what? Pauliot's right. We could very well end up having the wind in our face. There could be a big old blizzard, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. It could be awful. 132.8. 132.8. Albuquerque wants us. Copenhagen is likely to be busy. That's why I wanted an extra 10 minutes. That's why I want an extra 10 minutes. Okay.
Sorry, was that for 2872?
Done with the center tanks.
Mach number.
What number?
Mach .81.
Again, we got like 2 weeks before this is going to happen.
Maintain Mach
So, you know, you can change. And again, Pauliot said I was probably making it way too complex, but that's usually...
Are you on the frequency? Viva 3103, Albuquerque Center.
That's usually how
Viva
3103, Albuquerque Center. Good evening. Say altitude and say Mach number.
We got on flight level 320.
Danny VDW says EKYT.
Viva 3103, roger, radar contact flight level 3.
We could do a smaller airport
Mach
too.
.78 for spacing.
But I probably ought to talk to ATC first. You know, because I need to be a good pilot.
Aero Mexico 441 Albuquerque Center, you on the frequency?
Albuquerque Center, hi, at flight level 300 at Mach .79.
Aero Mexico 441 Albuquerque Center, good evening. Radar contact flight level 300, maintain Mach .78 spacing.
Slowing it down to .78 for Aero Mexico 441.
Aero Mexico 1959 Albuquerque Center, you on the frequency?
Pauliot says we should do all of this in the planning channel. Yeah, we need to have a special place over on Discord called the Rabbit Hole channel. For those of us that are making things harder than they have to be, right? But that's, again, for
2423, recycle transponders.
for flight, for Flyin CSAT, that's usually how I go and figure out what airport I'm going to go to. Okay, so we're all good. We jammed on the brakes a little bit here. But yeah, that's generally how it is that I figure my Flyin CSAT stuff. But then Loviz says the other thing we need to do is we're supposed to use for Toronto from the south. So from the south, they want us from Gardermoen, from Sweden. So is that kind of the route that we got there? So they had a special route that they want us to plug in towards the end of all of this. BNN, BDO, Barvey.
Delta 301 Albuquerque Center, good afternoon. Radar contact flight level 340, clear direct cable.
That's Peno. So really the other thing that I think that they want is after Peno, they would like us to use this. So they'd rather us use that route. This is how they want us to go in. We should really do it a few days out, given that we are in the time of the year when the weather in Europe is predictable. Oh yeah, I'm one of those that just thinks, how much, plan ahead, that way I'm never behind.
Delta 2971 leaves.
Plus, we have a 2.5-hour flight to Mexico right now. We had the time. I mean, these aren't final plans or anything, but it's close. Let's see what this did to our, what their...
Air Mexico 441, leaving my airspace to the south. Monterey Center is offline. Radar services terminated. Change to advisory frequency approved. Advise that you maintain that Mach 0.78 for spacing, since you're all in a bit of a conga line there.
Aeromexico 441, over to advisory, and we'll maintain Mach 0.78. Thank you so much, and have a great weekend. Okay, back to Unicom, and we'll maintain Mach 0.78. So Albuquerque was nice. Now then, let's just see if this added any time using the official arrival route that we're supposed to use. And we probably ought to save that in the Flyin CSAT. Okay, got that good. All right, so what did that do to our arrivals? It did not change our on time at all. So even putting their route in for the arrival into Toronto, that was not a big deal. So there's one general place that we might go and see what else happens in there. And let's see. Polyot says, look at this airplane, this helicopter. The Miltech Simulations MH60. It is on sale for about a little more than $10 off. It's like a pretty nice cockpit. Got a pretty amazing camera up front. Scary looking. That's a pretty cool looking helicopter there. We don't need that. We don't need that. And we're done. Truthful Dread says that the detail on it is really cool. Yet we're back to advisory. I appreciate, you know, they popped in and said, hey, look, you guys are a little bunched up. Let's get you all going at a good speed here so that, you know, it's not a problem. Irvi, does it have the wub 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 sound? Is that what that airplane does? Vampire Skulls, I don't know what happened. That might have been something else. They even have a website planner that looks old school for Windows. So this is their flight planner for Windows for that helicopter.
New recruits detected.
Logan, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard.
Stay sharp.
So this is the planner for the helicopter. Man, that looks like really old Windows to me. That looks like such old Windows. Hi, Gabriel. Gabriel's checking in from Brazil. We had a great time on a flight earlier today. Really cool flight on to the Rio Airbridge. So for now, I'm just going to leave Copenhagen with a targeted off blocks time of 1810 Zulu. But like Pauliot said, we probably should go and a few days out possibly change our plans here. And yeah, I could change if I didn't want to be a Berlin 441 at, you know, an A319. But it's always good to start taking a look at that. That way at the last minute, you're not having to jam it all together at the last minute. You click to add waypoints and then you can import them into the helicopter. Vampire Skulls, your mom was in the hospital and out. Glad your mom's out of the hospital. With the mission hub, it's a way to get random missions instead of creating one. All right, we are 256 miles from top of descent. There's supposed to be a VATSIM event that is going to be starting up here as we go into Mexico. Over at airports and on weather, here is the current arrival ATIS. I'll pop this into chat. And nope, that didn't work out so well. Let me try that again. And there we go. There is the arrival latest. So Windsor 230 at 5. We're planning runway 23. So 230 at 5, that's right down the runway. So our current runway should probably be the one that they use. Altimeter is 2993, so not so bad. Transition level is 19.5. So we're all set for arrival into this airport. Sun's going down. We're starting to get the alpine glow here. On top of the snow, the trees are starting to glow gold with the sun lower on the horizon. And then when it gets dark outside, it gets really, really dark. We're also, after we get into this airport, there's another airport down here, MMSD. So after we get, it should be about half the time if you're looking at the clock wondering what we're going to do. So it should be half the time. So if anything, by the time we get to MMHO, the event is just starting up and we'll have full ATC down to the arrival airport. Gabriel, yep, I've got Fahrenheit and degrees Celsius on the weather camera. So it's -8 degrees Celsius at SPY HQ. Hence why it is that there was a little bit of a wardrobe change and a need for another hot beverage. It was getting chilly. We are 238 miles from top of descent. We could probably go and start clearing out the San Antonio stuff now. You don't need that climb and maintain. And then after that, stay on VATSIM and reprogram your flight management computer for that flight. Ricardo is in chat. Does Fraziel? It is a little bit different, Ricardo. It absolutely is. Okay. Here's the thing about it. It's kind of the same. So they're all a little bit different, but it's kind of the same. Vampire Skulls, we do have a really good 727. I haven't been in it lately. I think it's been updated from Flight Sim Studios. It's an old cargo plane, although you can run it in a passenger configuration too, and it's kind of nice. Haven't been in it. It takes an awful lot to set it up sometimes. And while I was yammering away, Captain Chris gifted some subs to the community. Hey, Captain Chris, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. That was awful nice of you. Again, I sure do appreciate it. Thank you for the extra support. Very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. Those really do help. Friends, X2 friends, the lowest Phoenix area is 50 degrees, but it's around 70. Friends, this is a 737 MAX 8. It's this is the one from Flight Sim Studios. This is the one from Flight Sim Studios. Ricardo is an S1 in Europe, but you're scared to fly in America because of phraseology. So the thing is yes, some of the phrases are different. They are. But it's all still the same. At the top, it's basically a center. Next is arrival and departure. Next is the tower. Next is ground. There might be apron, and then there's delivery. Now, the names are different all around the world, but airspace is essentially organized the same way. So, you might be talking to Munich delivery, Munich apron, Munich tower, that kind of a deal. But guess what? It's Chicago apron, Chicago delivery, Chicago ground, Chicago tower. Some of the other things are a little bit different, but guess what? It's still flying. It's still aviation. So, Ricardo, if you're an S1 in Europe, you're going to probably be able to understand just fine. And if you don't, you can just say, hey, what's that? And that should help. Crispy's S2 in Finland. Nah, you shouldn't be afraid to fly there. Listen, if I can get over my fear of flying in Germany, and German ATC, you can handle the US. But yeah, it is a little backwards from what you're used to in Europe. It is. But again, you'll pick it up. So don't let it stop you. Now, one of the best ways to learn that, though, is if you've got friends and stuff that might be flying on VATSIM on Twitch or YouTube, just join in on the flight. You don't have to be on VATSIM, but kind of listen to the way things are being said, and you'll be fine. Now, I wouldn't do like the Friday night ops and Saturday night ops and Chicago overload and, the LA to Vegas corridor on a weekend when there's 100 other planes in there to do, to make it your first flight. Take a look at the VATSIM map, and it's really easy to do this. So we'll come up here. And what do we got? Well, look at this. Here's right now. Here is Albuquerque Center. Phoenix is pretty light. Albuquerque's pretty light. El Paso is pretty light. Here's 3 airports that you could fly in the U.S. and probably just you could put in your remarks when you file your flight plan, new to US ATC. You know, first time in USA ATC, like that. That way they know, okay, here's somebody that's new, and you're not flying into an area that's really crowded. Look, I don't think I've ever seen Albuquerque really crowded. El Paso's probably not really crowded. Maybe Phoenix, but it's not going to be bad. But that'd be a really great way to learn, and just go and choose areas like that. Now, Minneapolis and Chicago, this is going to be really busy because we got a big winter storm moving into the Chicagoland area, and this is a busy air corridor. So I wouldn't come over in here. Oh my gosh. I mean, you know, Toronto can be busy. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, well, there's no ATC except for center there. But just looking at places like that, when Salt Lake City is up, Bozeman down to Salt Lake is not a bad flight. So those are some of the things that you could do to start, you know, getting used to U.S. traffic. Crispy's doing Helsinki to Kennedy. The hard part about doing stuff like that is it's such a long flight. And I think that the long hauls are hard for learning. It's hard to learn on long hauls because you're just tired after a while. Well, the VATSIM event that we're going to is between those two Mexican cities, dogs. That's why we're doing that second hop. So we came in from San Antonio just to kill time, so that we get into Hermosillo in time for the VATSIM event, and then we're going down, and that's why. Okay, so here's the thing, Crispy. Welcome to the club. I get confused too. Do you call for push and start or taxi? How do you know? How do you know? And you're right. It's a little frustrating. Now, there are some general rules. So, like over here, let's look back let's look back here at San Antonio. Let's say we were at the gate that I was at. I was over here in Terminal A at gate Alpha 15. That's considered the apron area. And most of the time, with a lot of VATSIM in the US, push and start into the apron area is going to be on you. Now, let's say we were on the other side here at Alpha 10. Well, that means we would have been pushing on to taxiway November, I guess. So in this case, you're pushing onto an active taxiway, and at that point in time, you're going to probably call for, you know, push and start as opposed to taxi. That being said, sometimes it's different, sometimes it's not. It depends on the controller. The really good controllers, though, guess what the good controllers are going to do? In their ATIS, they're going to say in the ATIS, push and start onto the apron at pilot's discretion, or you might also get it in your clearance. You know, push and start at pilot's discretion, call for taxi. So it's not a hard and fast rule what to expect as far as push and start or taxi, but those are the clues, because like in Europe, all the airports here run a little bit differently too. Now in Europe, there's a little bit of a rhyme and reason, because it's sort of like German airports do German airports. So I feel like that's kind of the way to think about that. Connor is ready for Flight Simulator in PlayStation. That's right, coming up pretty quick, right? You got the Aviators edition. But yeah, it's on its way, Connor. Montego Bay to Orlando. Time to learn or attempt to learn. Uh-oh, this looks scary. Oh, Irvi got the helicopter. You see, Pauliot, you're an influencer now. You're an influencer. See how you influenced Irvi? don't worry. I don't think that there's any legal liability on that one. So, Ricardo, generally, yes. Now, like I said, it's important to check the ATIS, check your clearance, because they may change it. But if there's no apron, I don't, you know, push and start is generally on you. That being said, it would be nice to have better rules on that. You also have to look at airports like Mesa Gateway, where you have to ask for clearance to push onto an active taxiway, just like Dog said. Hi, Nifty. Well, it takes a little time, Nifty, to get, you know, confident for VATSIM. Like, this is not one of those things that you do, not one of those computer games that you're going to be ready to go right out of the box. It takes the learning curve is huge. The skills curve is huge. And so that's why it takes a little time. But eventually, Nifty, as time goes by, you'll get the clearance for sure. Tim Dog says it's standardized for the entire center. The PDC cannot have manual text added, only what they have set up for the pit. But the ATIS they can change. Connor is going to do an A320 flight. That'll be a fun flight for you, Connor. You'll like the Airbus. Tim Dog says there are options for the ATIS if ramp is controlled or not. See, I think that is great that you've got it standardized so you can like turn it on or turn it off. But yeah, virtual aviation, it's easier than you think. There's a couple of words to learn, you'll learn it. But if you can handle VATSIM Germany, if you can handle London control, you can fly, you know, vectors to Copenhagen, you can handle American ATC. Yeah, that's Irvi. Add into the remarks, new to VATSIM, new to USATC, something like that, it's fine. Tim Dog wants to send expected runway and push back. Yeah, I know. I wish you could do that too. I'd very much like the runway because, again, the modern jetliners, we need to prepare the flight management computer and the flight plan and all of that for a runway. And it's so much easier for us to do that at the gate before we push and start than to do it on the roll. I mean, when you're rolling down the taxiway, at that point in time, they say, yeah, we're going to have you take off on this runway. You know, I know that sometimes they're trying to do traffic management and keep the traffic flowing, but still, it's really hard. The most ridiculous thing for Crispy, you got FSX for Christmas the year it came out. So the thing about being scared of people or embarrassing yourself, the thing to remember about being on VATSIM is everybody's nervous about it. And at some point in time, everybody screws up. I took off out of London City Airport a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. The ATC was over at Heathrow. They didn't care about London City. And I just took off acting like I owned the skies. And all of a sudden, I've got an ATC person, you know, chewing me out because I climbed into the arriving traffic into Heathrow. Now, I was still learning at the time, but still, everybody does it. Everybody does that. And here's another thing for you to remember, too. Talking on the radio and stuff like that, everybody's nervous about it starting out. And I love to tell the story. We know real-world airline pilots, okay? Real airline pilots. They get nervous talking on the real-world radio, and a few have even confessed that they're nervous talking on VATSIM. They don't like it. And for a lot of people, talking on a radio like this is not easy. It's easy for me. I spent 40 years in broadcasting and radio and TV. I can chat anywhere. But not everybody can do that. So that's kind of the way that works. So again, if you're feeling nervous about it, at least knowing that knows that you are in good company. Everybody feels like that. Loviz says the winds are shifting, and Loviz says set up for runway 23. Johnny, we are going to a Hermosillo. I don't know if I'm saying it right. It's a nice airport in Mexico. Andy's back in chat. Welcome aboard. Yeah, everybody messes up. Everybody messes up. Hi, Christian. You pre-ordered Flight Simulator. Christian, now is the time to start checking out some people on Twitch and YouTube and start figuring out a lot of stuff about how it'll work. The big thing is if you're getting Flight Sim on, on the release date, remember these are complex sims, complex airplanes. They take some time to learn, but you'll get it. Oh, well, the general rule is to prepare for a TV broadcast. You spend 3 times the amount of time preparing as the amount of time you're actually broadcasting. Now, that was a long time ago when, broadcasting was like good. Now it's just slap it together and it's not the same as it used to be. It's not the same, Will. And I'm sure you know that because you probably turned on a TV recently. Ricardo, are you going to give it a try? Again, Ricardo, just go in and it's learning, and don't choose the biggest airports where there's a gazillion airplanes, and you should be fine. You should be fine. Loviz says the winds are shifting. We are currently set up for runway 23. We're 127 miles from top of descent. Let's see. So over here, let's go and clear out some of our charts. We're done with San Antonio. And here we all are coming in. Julian, welcome aboard. Crispy is in Canada. Tim Dog says there's more to ground control than giving out directions. Oh, you were. Oh, that explains it. Yeah, I was originally. My flight plan was runway 23 from the start. So it must have been a shift about when you did your flight plan and I did mine. Yeah, there's a lot more to ground control. Fact is, I think that sometimes for VATSIM events, some of the new people who are working ground control, they're really getting hammered by people wanting, all sorts of stuff. Okay, at ITCAM, we want to be at 4,000 feet. And we're going to do an RNAV, so we're not going to be setting up the ILS. That's good. Oh, they were landing on runway 5 when you checked up FlightAware earlier. So runway 23, we get off at Bravo. And we have all sorts of gates and 2 jetways. You have to assign the right runways and sequence the traffic in a way that optimizes the most departures possible, all while telling people whether or not they have to push and start on the aprons there at their own risk, or they have to call for push and start, all while somebody else wants a clearance and the other person doesn't know how to take a clearance. So yeah, I don't do ATC. I don't think I'm qualified to do ATC. I don't have the patience for ATC. So I've never wanted to do that. Mr. Posh Martin has arrived in beautiful downtown Sydney. Yeah, so I always figure that's a big job. Coming in, minimums are 1,100 feet. Oh my gosh, this is going to take for freaking ever. Pauliot says I need a new... What, that camera? I think something has changed. I've also noticed that things are out of sync. I think that things are out of sync with the recording. So I don't know that I need a new camera. Part of the reason is I did a little bit of a wardrobe change here. I've got a white screen in front of me. I've got the lights, And I just changed to an all black shirt. So if I look a little washed out today, that's why. All the camera is fixed there. So it does not automatically update, change things, because it happens all the time. But it's because it's got some real color contrasts today. The best thing that I could do is go and put on one of the beach shirts. The problem is it's too cold today. CTAF is 118.7. Thank you, Loviz. 118.700. Oh boy, I sure hope not. I have more dead pixels. Man, I spent a lot of money on that camera. Uh-oh, okay. Well, I'll put that on the list of, oh my gosh, stuff we have to do. I'm going to do radar altimeter, 473 feet. 473 feet. Well, this thing gets, what, 9 hours of use a day, 5 days a week. Used to be 6 days a week. Yeah, and I'm terribly lucky that everything still works here at Spy HQ. Terribly lucky. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't want you to do that, but thank you for offering, Irvi. That's nice of you. Actually, I don't know if it was mostly live streamers. This one was actually developed, I believe, for video bloggers. I think it was designed for video bloggers. Stormy is an incredible trooper. Okay, 473 feet. Altimeter is 2993. How did we do? 2993, 473. Okay, we're all set up for landing here. Yeah, they don't go for 9 hours straight, 5 days a week. They probably don't do that. Well, if worse comes to worse, I've got 2 of the old little clip it on top of your monitor cameras that I actually have 3 of those. And I've also got an old Canon over there that I could plug into if I had to. Top of descent, 86 miles on the arrival. We're going to plan on 4,000 feet at Gorig. So let's go pop that in right now. Oh, I don't know. I've seen some of those people, and they have quite an awful lot to talk about. They don't say anything, but they talk a lot, Polyon. I know, yeah. There's controllers. They can do the whole thing. Polyat used to do top-down ATC. You have more patience than I do. 132 miles until top of descent, Albuquerque. I know, if you look at the map, you can see how nicely spread out we are thanks to Albuquerque. We have great, really great spacing here. I'm actually a touch closer. I'm going to go and drop this down a bit. I'm going to drop mine down just a touch. I'm a little close to Aero Mexico 1959. So I'm going to go and just drop the speed down a little bit more. Tim Dog says SDF gets the most reroutes because they have completely new SIDs. And a lot of people are using free SimBrief to generate. 75 miles. So that will, I'm just trying to put myself between those two. Is this one coming with us too? No, we've got an American Airlines 777 flying overhead right now. They're going all the way to Honolulu. Chris James just did a really nice resub. Thanks, Chris. Thank you for the nice resub. That is awful nice of you. Thank you for 32 months of great support and really great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here. So I dropped my speed just a touch, so you can see I'm a little closer to Aeromexico 1959 and further away from Viva 3103. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to move myself back a little bit like this. And if I can center myself in between, though, that's just going to help with that spacing. Nothing else really to worry about. We're 150 miles from Hermosillo. You know, it'd be great is if we could stop off for Huevos Rancheros or something. Julianator is in chat. Welcome. Favorite route and what plane and airline? That's really tough because we've got some really good ones. I mean, if I've got to choose, you know, a flight that I'm always up for and ready to do and just find nice and chill, and that's the Athens over to Mykonos route in Aegean. I think that's probably just my ultimate little sit back, chill out, nice route, especially if I can change the time to sunrise or sunset. We might, Loviz says ATC might pop online. Yeah, you can see, so we got the bright clouds, so, you know, just the washed out look and stuff like that. I got a computer monitor, like, right in front of me, but if I zoom in here to this monitor here, and I darken the screen a little bit, you can see all of a sudden, you know, a little more color pops in. So this monitor really messes with that too. Plus the camera's probably really upset with this all black fleece thing. But I was getting cold. Can I be whiny about it?
New recruits detected.
Hollow Tree,
welcome
thank you for the follow.
Agent.
Welcome.
Stay sharp.
And reset this. Okay, so let's see. The current time is 23:33 Zulu. The airplane is estimating that we're landing at 23:54. So we're landing 4 minutes before the event starts. Runway 23, dogs. Runway 23. Hollow Tree, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Crazy for Baja. Best thing we can fly and check out our places we live. That's a good thing to do. In fact, Crazy for Baja, that's usually one of the first things that we suggest to somebody that just came in and says, hey, I just got Microsoft Flight Simulator. What should I do? One of the things I'll say is, well, okay, do you know how to fly a plane? And if you don't, then say, take the flying lessons. You need to do that. But then after that, I like to suggest that you do the I can see my house from here flight, because it's all satellite photography in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So the scenery is absolutely amazing. And so it's always a case of You ought to try and fly over your house and see what it looks like, Crazy for Baja. That's the cool thing to do. So that's one of the first flights that everybody should do, is just take a look at their neighborhood. You know, if you go to school, fly over your school and see how that looks. Fly over the downtown area of your hometown and see how it compares. That kind of a deal. 40 miles to top of descent. We'll do that at 2340. So by the time most of us get on the ground, the event will be just kicking into gear. And then we'll have ATC all the way down to the beach airport. We'll switch the TCAS to ahead and below. That way we can monitor for airplanes ahead and below. So one question is, do we want to stay in the airplanes that we're in or make an airplane change? I know Paulo is just dying for me to say that I want to fly the Embraer E-Jet. Captain Chris has been to Cabo, so you've actually been here before. Hollow Tree wants to get a pilot's license and fly over your house on December 3rd. Yeah, when it unlocks, that's one of the first things to try. It looks like approach and departure has just popped online. So 121.4. 121.4. There we go. Captain Chris is going to stay in an Airbus. What's the word? Tuned out factor. Yeah, the problem is the E-Jet is a problem child right now. It doesn't work too well. Chris James has got the TFDI. Yeah, I've forgotten my collector's edition number. I got to go into the other computer and see if I can't find that email. I have to choose Airbus or Boeing. If I had to make a choice, I like my Airbus right now. The 2024 version for Collector's Edition will be out with the next update. So it means I better go and get that email, dig out that email as quick as I can, right? MMHO ATIS is now available. We do have ATIS. Information Alpha, runway 23 is in use. Expect the RNP runway 23, winds are 250 at 5, 10 miles visibility, altimeter is 2992. At least there's no bird activity in the vicinity of the airport. Low-Vis has confirmed it. We just got Low-Vis is doing the RMP runway 23. I don't know if I'm going to make a change or not. I know I do an awful lot of Airbus and stuff. Kind of I usually start in the Airbus. Maybe we'll end in the Airbus. Because at the end of the day, I start getting a little bit, and I can kind of fly the Airbus a little bit with my eyes closed. Dogs, surprise. Fortunately, you're an expert. You can program your flight management computer. They pushed a version to Collector's Edition. It's the 2020 update and the last update for 2020. Focus is now on 2024. I like my little baby bus the most. So Low-Vis says there's an airline called Viva. Maybe I'll do a Viva Airbus flight. Well, it's not just that, Melvin. I really like the A319. It's sporty. I can take it anywhere. I can, and it works with all my WinWing stuff, which is the other big plus for me. Airline, Viva. Let's see what this airline is that Lovis says. Viva Airlines. Time for a Virgin joke. Viva Aerobus. So we've got 3 A320s for Viva. Okay, what do we have? 3 of them that are standard. They have IAE engines and wingtip fences. So maybe I'll do a Viva flight. How about, let's see, any cool call signs? Let's just grab this one. So this is going to be XAVYD. And it's an A320. And it's got IAEs with a WTF. Wingtip fence, I wasn't cussing. Oh yeah, Cebu Pacific, the airline that just packs them in. Okay, so it's an A320 and it's now downloaded and it's all set for the next flight. Now let's go and set up the airplane really fast. So saved airframes, new airframe, A320. It's going to be the A320 over here. It's IAEs with wingtip fences. All right. I need to know a little bit about Viva Airlines. Wikipedia, Viva Airlines. Viva is VIV is the call sign. And Viva. Okay, so we got that set. Good to know. All right. So it's going to be Viva. VIV. Now I got the call sign right. Let's put in our tail number. And there's the tail number. And it's VYD is probably the fin number. My guess it's in kilograms. So plan units in kilograms and save it. Well, the later in the day that it gets, the less classic I want to be. Sheet 17. That's a lot more work, and my brain power is starting to get a little bit. That's why the joke about, doing a 24-hour stream. Oh, I couldn't do that. Okay, we're all good to go with a Viva Airlines jet. And we're going to go ahead and switch there. Now then, let's see if I'm going to get beeped. Haven't been beeped yet. 121.4. Maybe we should listen in. 121.4. There we go. Oh, we've already started our descent. 25,000 feet. Seatbelts. And let's bring in the map a click. That's a little bit too much junk on the screen. That looks good. Much better. I don't hear anybody on 121.4. I did turn on the radio. Yep, I turned on the radio. Are we still on VATSIM? Yep, we're still on VATSIM. I'm out of hot beverage, though. Starting to get a little dark out there. Gonna be a chilly one tonight. Gonna be a chilly one tonight. Uh-oh. Why are you going so fast, airplane? Oh, I know. Because I have a target speed in there. Let's go to econ descent. MMHO 121.4. 121.4. And information alpha's aboard. Hermosillo approach. Hello there from Aero Mexico 441. We have information alpha aboard. Currently descending on the IGTAN 1 Charlie arrival.
Aero Mexico 441, Hermosillo approach. Get the radar contact. Descend via IGTAN 1 Charlie down to 4,000. QNH 2992. And direct clear for the RMP approach runway 23.
Continue the descent now down to 4,000 feet, 2992 on the altimeter, expecting the RNP runway 23 for Aero Mexico 441.
You are 120, radar service terminated.
Hi, Froad Wiz, welcome aboard.
Paulo, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 23, Viva 120.
Aero Mexico 1959er, clear for the RMP runway 23 approach.
Clear for the RMP 23 approach for Aero Mexico 1959.
Auto brakes 3. Speed brakes are armed. So, Ricardo, we are in Mexico, so things are a little different here than the U.S., but not much. But these are the kinds of things, you know, when you hear people there. Let me give you another little secret about learning ATC things. Let's say you're Tom Cruise and you're an actor and you're about ready to film a big scene in the next Mission Impossible movie, okay? What's the thing that the actors do before they actually roll the cameras? They rehearse their lines, right? They say their lines a few times and do a rehearsal. I mean, you don't think that Sean Connery just came up with Bond, James Bond. They probably practiced a little bit, right? So the whole point of that is as you hear us talking about certain things, try and maybe think about repeating it again out loud. Like, so I did my call up and I said Hermosillo, what is it? Hermosillo approach. Aero Mexico 441 descending on the IGNAN 1 Charlie arrival with information alpha. So practice your lines like you heard me say that and give it another try and see what happens there. That's a good way to get a little more confident about talking on the radio. And you get to feel like Tom Cruise being in a Mission Impossible movie. Or James Bond.
1 Charlie down to 4,000. The QNH 2992, inspect RMP runway 23 approach.
Viva W103, when ready, descending 4,000 feet, QNH 2992 via the X1 Charlie and
that I found that helps out a little bit too. In fact, there's a couple times that, you know, in some events and stuff like that, that I kind of get a little nervous about talking on the radio too a few times. So one of the things that I will do is, like for Cross the Pond, my initial call up for a clearance, at that point in time, I kind of run through in the back of my head what I'm about to say, and, you know, I kind of rehearse it there. Let's see. Hang on just a second. My voice is about to be a problem. I'm just going to go grab that tea again. Don't touch that dial.
Viva 120, contact Hermosillo Tower 118.7.
Tower 18.7, Viva 120, thanks.
Yeah.
Mexico 441, clear for the RMP runway 23 approach.
Aeromexico 441, cleared for the RMP, runway 23 approach. Okay. It dries out an awful lot when the furnace and stuff is on, so. If I don't have something there, it will just flat out stop. What if you have a strong accent? You know, I've got a really great friend who live streams and stuff, and she's really kind of afraid that she's got too strong of an accent and stuff. And you know, if you spend any time with us on VATSIM, we've got a great, our controller has an accent from Mexico. We heard really good German accents today. There was the other day, there was some great, we were Scottish. And so I think that that's okay. As long as you can kind of talk and make yourself understood, you can do that sort of thing. So I don't think that accents are that big of a problem. But people are really concerned about that. Thank you, Amargosa. Yeah.
Mexico 195 radar service terminated. Contact Hermosillo Tower 118.7. Yeah.
Blue Tower 118.7 Aeromexico 195. Bye-bye.
That's right. Yeah, and that's one of the things about VATSIM that I really like. Hearing different languages, different accents, and stuff like that. And I've actually never heard my friend's accent that, you know, will not talk on the radio and stuff, but I'll bet it's absolutely outstanding and fantastic. And this is somebody that probably knows twice as much about airplanes as I'll ever know, but still just is so worried about that. So that's kind of a huge deal. Yeah, Tim Dog would practice doing ATC too. Practice your lines. You had someone ask if I was Australian on VATSIM. Mate, I'm far from Oz. Oda is new on VATSIM. Welcome in from the EU. Oh, you're in flight sim right now, Oda. You know what? You can do whatever airline you want. Okay? I mean, if I wanted to, I could pull out my Air Berlin A319 for us on this flight. So you get to fly whatever you want. I am like way too fast right now. I'm so super duper fast, it's bad. Loviz says our airport's a nice little freeway here. And again, I'm not being rude, but I need better concentrate or this will get out of control really fast. Continue the descent to 2,800.
Mexico 441, contact Hermosillo Tower 118.7.
118.7 now for Aeromexico 441. Thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
Yes, you can.
2,500.
Hermosillo Center. Hi there from Aeromexico 441 on the RNAV for runway 23.
Mexico 441, Hermosillo Tower, good afternoon, runway 23, QNH 2992, continue approach.
2992, continue the approach to runway 23, Aeromexico 441. Oh my gosh, the sun's right in front of us here. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. Gear down, 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Speeds for landing.
Mexico 1959.
Mexico
145. Whoa.
Welcome to Hermosillo, taxi via Alpha to the ramp.
Taxi Alpha to the ramp for Mexico 1950.
Mexico 441, runway 23. Wind is calm, clear to land.
Runway 23, cleared to land. Calm winds for Aeromexico 441. Thank you. Got out of control pretty quick, didn't it?
1,000. Approaching minimum. 500. Minimum.
Landing.
400. 300. 200.
Over the fence.
100.
Over the numbers.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Reverse. Green. That got fast. That was a fast landing. Crispy, was that a little bit crazy? Okay, so we got another flight. We're gonna take off.
441, welcome to Hermosillo, taxi via Alpha to the ramp.
Alpha to the ramp, thank you. Nice to be in Hermosillo from Aeromexico 441. Okay, let's do some cleanup here. Landing lights off. Continuous restart off. Strobes off. APU goes on. Well, a bit of a Top Gun landing. Not that bad. You could fly A to B for military with no issues. Well, we're going to shift over to a Viva A320 for our next flight. Got plenty of gates here at the airport. Really love the saguaro cactuses that they put in here. So they have some nice plants here. So like at Orlando, they've got all of these lakes around the airport, the little lakes and stuff with alligators in it. That's got to be, you know, their security system. Here they've got cactuses everywhere. Favorite thing for Crispy is flying into countries you somewhat know the language and surprise people. Well, that's why, you know, I think that I'm, you know, I love for a clearance, just typing Guten Abend into my clearance. So that's great. I don't think that Americans speak perfect English. Jared, we are at Hermosillo in Mexico, and we're getting ready to switch airplanes for a flight down to Cabo. Looks like we're all just doing a nice little lineup here, the way that we went. nose light off. Oh, never turned it on. There we go. Parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. The APU come up. It sure did. APU generators. And engine 1 and engine 2. That's great. Let's go ahead and transponder to standby. That looks really good. Let's do fuel pumps 1, 2, 3, and off. Let's get the APU bleed and the isolation valve open. We don't need the electric switches anymore. Okay, so we made it. We're gonna go and switch to one of these Viva jets now. So we'll switch to a Viva jet, and that should be fun. So we don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. And I'm gonna temporarily go off FATSIM and go get the Viva jet. Bad pronunciations too. Well, I really try hard not to do bad pronunciations. Low Viz is done for now. It's time for dinner. You know what's coming next, Low Viz. What's for dinner tonight? What's for dinner tonight? All right, so here we all are. Now then, we're coming down to this other airport. So first of all, let's check this one. And this is the Cabo airport. And runway 16 is in use. So we're planning runway 16 for arrival. We already know that 23 is currently in use at the airport. Chicken pot pies and veggies in the air fryer. Chicken pot pie sounds good. Boy, that would be nice tonight here because it's cold. Yeah, here because it's cold, that would be very tasty. All right, so here we all are here. There's gate 10. Let's go, and I need more controllers here. Detected. So let's get
Welcome aboard,
Sim App Pro going. Loviz, thank you for being here. Have a great dinner tonight. Thank you for flying along. First flight tomorrow is the Greek island hop. And then we've got another thing. I think I might have closed it. There's another VATS. Oh, it's Fort Lauderdale. So we got a Fort Lauderdale event tomorrow. So alligators. Alligators. I updated it. I've updated this 5 times, you SimApp Pro crazy thing. Oh, that's right. We've also got the BD5J flight tomorrow, too. We got that. I've got your maps, Loviz. I've got your maps on what we're doing. So, yeah, that was also supposed to be Sunday. So, Sunday, we're doing Athens to Kefalonia. We're taking the BD5J around Cuba. And we're doing that Fort Lauderdale flight. Or we could move it to Monday. Or we could move the... Would you rather move the... Because that's kind of the one that you put together. Would you rather move the James Bond flight to Monday? I'm good with whatever you say. Simbrief. Irvy got burgers. Oh, that would be great. All right, so it's going to be VIV Flight 441. We're departing out of MMHO. We're going to MMSD. Let's see how we're doing with time because we want to... Okay, so the FLL flight's the important one. Okay, it's going to be an A320. What kind of burger did you get, Irvy? Man, I'd love to order a burger like that tonight. But I've got leftover turkey and I don't want any of it to go bad. So I'm going to finish my leftover turkey tonight. I've got, let's see, what about, I still have, where's my Viva? I just added it. There's Viva. Okay, cool. Runways 23 and 16. Got the right runways. That looks really good. Let's add 5 minutes of extra fuel. Nah, 15. Generate the flight. Double Aberdeen Angus burger with spicy relish and crispy onion rings and a strong cheddar cheese. I will try to refrain from making a cheesy joke. Current plan is saved. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. All right, we're going at flight level 350. Flight level 350 and file. Okay, we're filed for that. That looks good. Let's see. Here is my flight plan if you want to see all my numbers and stuff. Okay, let's clear that, and we're going back to the airport. Did we clear... we got rid of Volanta, so we're ready with Volanta. Paulo just updated the flight plan. Thank you for updating the flight plan. Man, that burger idea sounds great. I'll save that until next week, and then we'll do I'll do burgers next week. That'll be good. But I'm one of those that just does not want any food in my refrigerator to ever go bad. Too many people don't have enough food for dinner tonight, so it's one of my phobias, I guess. Almost done loading. And it looks like it's going to be a really nice sunset flight going in. I bet Paulo just updated the title too. Thanks for updating the title.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
Cam
sharp.
James just hit follow. Thanks for the follow, Cam James. Almost done loading. Dad, game time. A burger will eventually... it will eventually morph. That's the thing they do. They morph, don't they, Dad, game time? I think it's now probably too dark to look outside. Yep, too dark to see outside. But I'll bet there's still a ton of snow out there. Thank you for the follow, Cam James. Welcome back in. All right, we need parking brakes on. We need airplane throttles to... Airplane throttles are set to Airbus mode now. And everything else is good. We just sit back and wait. It's going to be an A320 with IAE engines and wingtip fences. Crazy for Baja. I hate to tell you this. That's something we do all the time. We're always chattering away about pizza and burgers and favorite foods. I mean, it's really bad. I mean, if I have a friend from Greece, and if Sibby comes in and starts talking about Greek food, then, you know, it's just terrible. Not yet, Loose Cat. I've checked. I usually check once a day, sometimes twice a day. And let's hit the email box and see. Nope, sadly they don't. And Crispy wants burgers now. You had a sandwich and noodles today on gingerbread and a Christmas tart. Did something get caught into AutoMod? AutoMod sometimes is weird. All right, come on over here. You couldn't get the Phoenix Airbot. But. All right. Waiting for the sim update freeze. And we don't need the flight plan outside of the sim. We don't need charts. All of this works in the airplane. It's part of why the Phoenix is such a favorite airplane, and it really is. Absolutely love the airplane and everything it does. Okay, let's go get it. Let's see. Dusty had chips and guac. Yep. That's another absolute favorite of mine all the time. Really like my chips and guac. Okay, we need a IAE engines with wingtip fences. And we need a Viva livery. Captain Chris, oh yeah, these you got both of them, right? Because the airport we're going to is another freeware. And it's a really nice one. All right, Aegean. That's going to be our plane tomorrow. LATAM, Scandi, United, Viva Airbus. How did that airplane off with a pink? How did that airplane get over there? The airline that must not be named. Save and go back. All right, save and go back. I'm missing a little chat. I'll catch up in just a sec. All right, we're going back to MMHO. MMHO, Hermosillo. All right, there is somebody at 7-9. I was at 10. I'm going to go to stand 10 again. There is a person in chat that has had bad experiences with the pink airline. And so we've now labeled that airline as the airline that must not be named. So it's the Voldemort airline. Let's get VATSIM going. Viva Airbus. Bad experiences with them as a client, not a passenger. It would have been 10 times worse for passengers. Okay, this is VIV, Flight 441. We're in A320. And log on to VATSIM. Pat likes to fly with Ryanair. Well, you know, they put a lot of airplanes in the sky. I think they've got like the most of them all. They really, really do. All right, there's more Viva over there. Got an airplane coming in, I think. All right, let's get going here. Before I do that, Volanta. And the cool part, Pat, is you might not know this, but at the corporate headquarters for Ryanair, they've got a slide from the second floor down to the first floor. So they're kind of cool that way. Captain Chris has arrived at Gate 9. All right, here we are. And again, this is just one of my favorite little airplanes. Let's come on over here to the electronic flight bag first. Go to the Phoenix app, tap to import the flight plan. And there we go. Let's hit ground services. We're going to need stairs, and we'll open that 1L door. So stairs, and the door is now open. Next you'll be telling anybody about the flight simulator. I figure it's okay to say the slide. I mean, come on, it's in the lobby. It's in the lobby. And I think it's cool. I mean, you know, they've got to think it's cool too. But if telling that story is bad, then I'll stop. I just think they're cool people to do that. Tim Dog flies with Southwest. Last time was 2017. Okay, it's good that it's okay. I don't want to blow your cover. And we'll turn up some. And the airplane comes to life. Let's grab some charts here for the flight. Open up cargo doors and charts. So we're departing out of I'm just copying out the route. All right, got it. So out of Hermosillo. Who's calling it a night? Julianator, you're calling it a night? Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time. Thanks for coming in. I hope you're having a good weekend. We'll see you next time. I'm going to go over to my Lido style of charts. I would rather use those. Crispy flies Finnair because I have no option since Norwegian stopped flying to your home airport. Yeah, but Crispy, if you're flying Finnair, that means that you're getting, you get blueberry juice. Airport ground chart. And our departure is going to be the Quebec 1 Bravo arrival for runway 23. Let's see if it's this one. Quebec 1 Bravo. That's it. So RNAV SIDS runway 23, and we have to get the SID procedures too. And it's going to be Quebec 1 Bravo. We got 6 pages to look through. Quebec 1 Bravo. We do not have a climb clearance altitude. We'll get that in the clearance. So 121.4 though is departure. So jot those down. That's true. Though they do sell the Finnair blueberry juice in grocery stores. Oh, really? Okay, I'm moving to Finland so I can go buy the Finnair blueberry juice in the store. That's a nice novelty that you can go and buy their blueberry juice in the store. All right, airport charts, ground chart. Arrivals, we're doing the Aquino 1 Alpha arrival to runway 16. There's Aquino 1 Alpha, and that's going to take us to Merrick. And then we'll need the RNAV transition. So let's get the transitions to out of Merrick. Oh my gosh. There's Merrick, and that puts us over at Cabos. Okay. And then the instrument approach for runway 16. We have VORs and RNAVs. Well, my guess is it's going to be the RNAV to 16. And do we pick it up? Okay, we pick it up at Merrick. I don't think that means we want the transition. We pick up the RNAV here at Merrick. So I don't think we care about that transition. So let's not snag that in there. But we'll leave the chart in case we need it. Vazi D, welcome in. I've got a small airplane pilot license, so I can fly small airplanes. Big airplanes, no. That's what we have Flight Simulator for. Yeah, Tim Dog. So that's one of the cool things. One of the things that you get when you're a passenger aboard a Finnair flight is you get, apparently blueberry juice is like a big deal in Finland. That's like something that they do, and it's great. You can buy the Southwest pretzel twists, but it's just the brand they use. It's not the actual Southwest brand. Okay, come on over here, receive messages, and the load sheets board. Cool. Let's come on over and do init. And here comes the flight plan over there. You could live on the blueberry juice alone. Well, you know, it's supposed to be a very healthy place to live. That's right. We could buy all the existing add-ons for Flight Sim 2024 and everything from WinWing, and it's still cheaper than the air transport pilot's license. Fish Slap Fred is back. Hi, Fish Slap Fred. It's getting late. Words are hard. Welcome aboard, Fish Slap Fred. Good to see you. Null Vector, thank you for the follow. Okay. This is going to be VIV, Viva Airlines, Flight 441. Put that in the flight number. Let's start the IRSs, the ADIRs, the IRs. Aligning. Null Vector is playing a game called Air Defender. I don't know anything about that one. I haven't heard about it yet. All right, that looks good. And that's coming alive. Let's go, and we've got Tower 118.7. 118.7. Okay, that's good. ATIS information Charlie is available. Still using runway 23. Winds are nothing at nothing. 10 miles visibility. 2993 is on the altimeter. So 2993 will set the altimeters. That's good. We'll be good pilots and set the backup altimeter too. There we go. That's great. All right. That looks really good. Cost index. So our cost index is going to be 12. Put that into flight management. Let's go and do the wind update, and then we'll get a clearance. You are the master controller for the UK's bunker. You scramble interceptors, and it's an intense game. No kidding. Vasi D, you've got a private pilot's license? Well, you probably have a blast in your flight simulator too. They're just great. Flight level 350. Looking good. I'm kind of waiting also to hear if I hear somebody start talking on the radio. Just because I don't want to go broadcasting over them. Autumn is in from the art studio. Autumn's Arts and Crafts is here. Hi, Autumn. It's Saturday. I hope you you didn't have to adult today. Okay, 60.9 is our zero fuel weight. Our center of gravity with 179 passengers is 32.0. 32.0. 32.0. Okay, let's accept those numbers and go and return. We're going to pop these numbers in here, go to page 2, and there we go. Let's just start blasting away on the radio here. Hermosillo Tower, hi there from Viva 441. We are in A320 at stand 10 with information Charlie, requesting clearance to Cabo.
Last station calling, Hermosillo Tower, good afternoon. Can you say your call again, please?
Hermosillo Tower, this is Viva Flight 441.
Roger, Viva 441, Hermosillo Tower, good afternoon. You're clear to San Jose del Cabo via flight plan, correction, at file. Climb via departure Quebec 1 Bravo to flight level 190, expect 350 final, and squawk code 3275.
Viva 441, we are cleared to Cabo via the Quebec 1 Bravo departure, climb via the departure to initially flight level 190. Our final cruise is flight level 350. Squawk today is 3275 for Viva 441.
Viva 441, readback is correct. Call ready for taxi, runway 23.
We'll call for taxi runway 23. Thank you from Viva 441. We were having a little bit of a conversation earlier today about whether or not you call for pushback or call for taxi. How do you know when to do that? We just got a major clue. This controller told us to call for taxi. Being told to call for taxi means we can push and start on our own. So that's kind of how that works. Andy, I'm using the autopilot and the McDo from WinWing.
Reinforcements incoming.
Have you seen that?
More agents joining
Autumn,
the spy
nope,
flight.
I'm off this weekend. You got snowed in Ohio. I'm on the Indiana-Ohio border, and you got slammed. No, you had a big storm there.
Viva 3103. Request
901 the Gamer just did a raid. Hey, 901 the Gamer, thank you for the raid. That's right. Call for taxi means the pilot gets to push at their discretion, right? So 901 the Gamer, thank you for the raid. Welcome aboard, Raiders. Nickel, welcome aboard. Hi, Nickel Slick. Good to see you. All right, let's come on and get the rest of our numbers done so we can make it down to the beach for sunset. Okay, taxi fuel is 0.173. So yeah, it's the WinWing stuff is incredibly cool. It really is neat. Tim Dog says there's just flurries. For now, 0.688 is 15 minutes of reserve fuel. Our alternate today is 0.992. 992 is alternate. And final reserve is 1.12. That's 30 minutes of fuel. And I've been putting all of these in here. So that goes in for final reserve. Hit the fuel planning button. It turns green, and that's good news. Let's see. Jetto was a passenger on board the plane. How safe would you be? Critical. Well, if you're talking about a real-world airplane, I hate to tell you this. But, you know, that's not the place to be. You know, you got to be a professional to fly these things. That being said, if, you know, the pilot ate the chicken and the co-pilot ate the fish, and I had the lasagna, and the airplane isn't damaged, I could probably install a Category 3 landing. If I don't have to touch anything else other than that, I could probably get us on the ground. If it's anything else, probably, you know, good luck to us. Okay, we are doing the SEAB 1 Bravo departure, CBEC 1 Bravo, and install. Hey, Alex is back. Hi, Alex. It has been a long time. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming back. I hope you've been busy with cool stuff so far. Good to see you. Gasper is back too. Welcome back, Gasper. Let's see. Did you install the emergency update? Actually, I can't because I don't have a floppy disk drive. RNAV runway 16 is the arrival. ENIC 1 Alpha arrival via Merrick, right? I've already forgotten. Getting old, bad memory. That's right, Polyot, you could jump before I land, and you'd probably just break a leg. It's Merrick. So the Merrick transition and insert. Okay, all of that looks good. We need passengers, and we need cargo, and we need gas. Let's get those going. Load the airplane. Here come the passengers. Autumn says it's the sticky snow right now. Yeah, see, your snow's got more moisture in it. My snow out here, I got about 3 to 4 inches, but it's all that real white fluffy stuff, the really dry stuff. So you can't pack it to do like snowballs or, you know, make snowmen and stuff like that. So you just can't do that. So yours is much more fun snow. Alex is at the start of your airline transport pilot license at the European Flight Academy for Lufthansa Group. That is incredibly exciting. Alex, I am so happy to hear that. How are you liking it? Is it everything you kind of expected? Is it, you know, you enjoying it? Is it a good program? This is so exciting to hear that. All right, this is all looking great. Flight plans in. Init data is in. Gasper says it's 70 degrees in Arizona. I don't know, Gasper. 70 degrees. Isn't that when people who live in Arizona start to freeze? Okay. Initial climb clearance was flight level 190, so 19,000 feet. That's pretty good. Let's see. Mayor is in chat on YouTube. So I like Microsoft Flight Simulator. Maybe get Professional Pro version, not the Aviator, the one level below, as a good way to start, maybe. Crispy is sad. I don't know, Crispy. You know, you got to take a look at what, you know, what would be preventing you from doing that, and get expert opinions from real people who know. If you think there's a medical opinion, you need to ask your doctor. If there's another reason why, you need to ask and make sure that you know. So for instance, I'm like most men, and my former girlfriends will confirm this, a little bit colorblind, okay? Especially those that were, you know, fashion gurus and stuff, and said, no, Dave, that's the wrong tie. You don't want to wear that one. That looks bad, okay? Like most men, I'm a little bit colorblind. Well, you hear something like that and say, "Oh my gosh, you can't be a pilot. You're colorblind." Okay, it's a little bit, and I asked my doctor about you know, am I too colorblind to be a pilot? And the doctor said, "No, you passed the test just fine. All men are colorblind." And then the doctor, who had a sense of humor, said, "Especially when your girlfriend says you're colorblind." So, you know, there you go. But if I hadn't asked, then I might never have gotten my private pilot's license because I thought I was too colorblind. I'm nearsighted, so that's a little bit of a problem. But it's not. I have glasses. I'm fine. So before you say you don't think you can get a pilot's license, ask an expert. Tell them what the problem is. Don't be afraid to explain it, and be sure to get a good answer before you just say, "Nope, can't do it." Otherwise, you've missed out on an important thing in a lifetime. And I think too many people are missing out on their dreams right now in the world. So don't let it happen to you. Okay, everything's looking good here. Passengers are loading. I did not get them black roses instead of red. No, it wasn't that bad. It was just like I explained. It was, "Dave, that's the wrong color tie to choose with the shirt and jacket that you're wearing." That's what I got in trouble for. But that's what it was. JSG droids rolling down the runway. There's JSG droid right there. Well, okay, if you're a medical professional, but again, I at the same time, you know, one of the jokes in the world is you know who the worst lawyer is? A defendant who's defending themselves. It could very well be that the worst doctor, Crispy, is a medical professional that is giving them their own diagnosis and stuff like that. So, you know, just make 100% sure. I mean, if you know that you've got a heart condition, or you know, whatever else, if you know that you've got the, you know, bad hearing or something, but at the same time, I just feel like check. Nicole is a licensed therapist. You got denied, deferred, and then fully accepted for mental health stuff. See? Yeah. And at the risk of sounding like a cheap movie, never give up, never surrender, full speed ahead until you absolutely get an answer on these things. Again, too many people miss out on really important dreams in their life, and we only get this life thing once. So, again, just don't let it, don't give up on your dreams unless you absolutely have to. I know that there's some paths in life that I forgot I didn't take because I didn't think that I could do it. Now, I'm not too totally depressed about it. It wasn't huge, but still, there's a few things I wish maybe I'd thought a little bit more about or got a little bit more information about. Mayor never did a flight sim. Will the career? Yes. Mayor, the career mode is going to give you flight lessons. So that's going to teach you how to fly smaller airplanes than this. And then you're basically going to be like real pilots. And you're going to start with a small airplane, a Cessna 152, and then move up to a Cessna 172. And then you'll move up to the TBM, which is a much more powerful turboprop airplane. And then maybe one of the jets, like the Citation 10, or there's a really good free jet, the CJ4. And that's going to be your first jet. And you'll fly that around a little bit. And then after you get to, and by the way, all of those, Mayor, are free airplanes. Those come with the sim. And then after that, one of the things is you decide, okay, I've seen some of these, jokers on Twitch and YouTube flying the Airbus like I am now, or the Boeing. I kind of like those Boeing airplanes. So maybe you'll go and start learning a little bit about the Boeing airplanes, or you'll learn about the Airbus. The thing to remember, Mayor, is it's flight sim. This is not a typical computer game. The learning curve and the skill curve in flight sim is much bigger than Assassin's Creed. And so you're going to spend a lot more time learning, but everything that you learn is really, really good. And you can build on top of that. Okay, awesome. Once I finish law school exams, you're playing until next semester. Yeah, when you've got the time, beware though. This gets a little bit under your skin. It gets a little under you really like airplanes, or you just, think of them as buses with wings and stuff. But, you'll like that. And some of us, it's a little thing that pretty much stays with us for life. We love these things. 9 more passengers to go, and away we go. Pauliot did the law exams. Law school takes Pauliot back too. Irvi says, yeah, I forgot the DA62 in the Grand Caravan, then the TBM. So I forgot a couple of airplanes in there. Passengers are done boarding. All right, let's go close cargo doors. I'm going to come over here and start up the APU. Remember, push-in starts on us, so we're good to go there. Yeah, JSG Droid is absolutely right. This is a lifetime game. A nice neighbor came up and asked if they could shovel your sidewalk. That's really nice. Yeah, the people at the apartment hadn't gotten around to doing sidewalks and stuff around here this morning, so I did a little bit of the sidewalk work here. 61.0 is our new 0 fuel weight right there. Our center of gravity is still 32.0, so our final weight report is in. So we put this number in at the top. That looks good. The airplane is estimating that I need 5 tons of fuel to get down to Cabo. I boarded 6.5 tons of fuel. Always like to board a little bit more. Okay, all of that looks good. All of that's great. Let's do performance. And let's see. How's the APU coming? APU is up and running. Let's get the bleed turned on. And we're going to disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Fuel pump's going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Easy going. Let's go close the doors and get out of here. Let's see. Buckeye says to hydrate. Captain Chris, do I short push back or do you have some space? So generally out here, Captain Chris, I would do, if you're using GSX, I would do a pushback and maybe turn with your nose heading down the taxiway. Maybe do that. Let's look at the airport. Maybe I'm wrong though. Push and start's on us, so you get to do what you want. Just don't bump in. The only thing you got to worry about, Captain Chris, is don't bump into anybody. That's the big thing. Let's look here at the airport. All right, so we're here. Yeah, I would push and start with your nose to the left and tail to the right. And get ready to come down here on taxiway Alpha Delta to runway 23. That's the taxi plan. Oh, you mean you want to do a push and pull so you have space? Oh, don't worry about me. You go ahead and push. I still have stuff to do. The sooner you push, the sooner I can get going too. So just push and do your thing. All right, let's go ahead and close the main door. Main door is closed. Let's lose the stairs. That all looks really good. Did we disconnect ground power? We did. Let's also go and pull the GPU. Let's check our parking brakes. Parking brakes are on. We could be like the real pilots and come down here and check the accumulator pressure too. We should do that more often. And chocks and cones can go away too. Come on over here. Let's do departure perf. And while that's going on, let's call GSX and have them get ready for pushback and departure. Let's see. Crazy for Baja. You got to call it a day. Thanks for coming. We'll see you next time. Thank you for being here. Have a great Saturday and a weekend. First flight tomorrow is Athens to Kefalonia. If that name sounds familiar to you, if you knew, Kefalonia is the first island that you go to in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. All right. Takeoff stuff is set. Over to charts. And that looks good. I think we're almost ready to go. Let's go and start squawking. We'll turn the radio on and start paying attention again. Transponder is going on and we're squawking mode Charlie on taxiways. I don't know. You see, I mean, they let me get a private pilot's license and I tell some really, really bad jokes. I tell some really bad jokes. One of the things that I had to do is I had to get a second pair of glasses. You know, you can see I've got glasses and stuff. I had to have a second. So not only a set of glasses on my nose. Oh, and no contacts. They didn't like that at all back then. But I also had to have a second pair of glasses in my pocket that I could reach in case something happened to these, so that I always had glasses. So I had to have backup set of glasses was one of the things I had to do. I think we're almost ready to go. Shall we get out of here? Seatbelts. Cabin call. Beacon. Parking brakes off. May has to go back to studying for finals. Oh my gosh. Hey, good luck with your finals. Way to go studying for the finals first. We can't wait till you get to come back and start flying with us. We'll be here. We fly every day, Thursday through Monday. Our departure time's 1800 Zulu. That's 6 p.m. London time, 1 o'clock p.m. New York time. And you're always welcome in. Good luck with your finals. Let us know how it goes. Let's go ahead and start this engine. There's the crew line. Uh-oh, I did the wrong one. I just stopped early. I pushed and started the wrong way.
Hermosillo Tower, Viva 3103, request taxi.
Viva 3103, runway 23, QNH 2993.
Amargosa, I'm afraid we are. We're off course already and we barely pushed back from the gate. We barely pushed back from the gate.
QNH 2993, Viva 3103.
Engine number 1's coming up nicely. Oil is looking good. There's PSI and the quantity is good. If it goes down really fast, that means you have a pretty catastrophic oil leak. And that engine's available, starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. I think what Paulo just said, though, is, you know, if you are on any kind of medication and you want to make a change, you should, again, talk to a professional before you make a change in it. They know more than you do, probably. I'm very lucky. The only medications I'm on right now is iced tea and lemonade. Really super lucky at the moment. Oh, and guacamole. That's like mission critical. There goes the pushback truck. And to give you an idea, that's supposed to be the size of a real person standing by the nose wheel. So that's how big this airplane. This is a baby. This is an A320. It's not big at all, but that's how big it is there. Just an amazing airplane. That's right, Amargosa. I need to start using dark. Well, I do have Lind chocolate. I don't think that's considered dark though. But it's the American version of the Lind chocolate sticks. Looks like we got 2 good starts on our engines. Okay, ignition back to normal. Ignition's good. APU bleed goes off. APU can go off. Come on down here. We're going to hit the pedal disconnect button. And now let's come over here and do control checks. So side stick all the way forward, all the way back, release. All the way to the left, all the way to the right, and release. Same deal with your rudder pedals. Trim is going to be down 0.4. And trim is set. Flaps are going to be 3. Man, another flaps 3 departure. And auto brakes, speed brakes, auto brakes, cabin call, taxi light. Hermosillo Tower, hello again from Viva 441, pushed and started from stand 10. Information, Charlie remains aboard, requesting taxi.
Viva 441, taxi runway 23, QNH 29903 via Alpha, Delta, hold short of runway 23.
2993 on the old altimeter. We are taxiing to holding point runway 23 via Alpha and Delta for Viva 441. Shall we go?
Viva 3103, advised ready for departure.
Partly cloudy. Parking brake off. Partly cloudy.
Viva 3103, ready for departure.
Oh, that Aero Mexico is probably waiting for me. Let's get out of their way. Sorry.
Viva 3103, runway 23. Wind is calm, clear for takeoff, airborne contact. Hermosillo approach on 21.4. Have a good flight.
Clear for takeoff, runway 23, and after departure 121.4. Viva 3103, muchas gracias.
I don't know. About the only medication that they should probably put me on is something for these really terrible jokes.
New recruits detected.
Ministry
Welcome
1990. Did I say that right? Hi, Ministry. Welcome aboard. Welcome and thanks for the follow. We are just departing out of Hermosillo in Mexico. We're heading to the beach at Cabo. And these are freeware airports too, really nice ones. Got an airplane taking off. I think that's Captain Chris getting ready to run down the runway. Here comes Captain Chris. And zoom. And this is, I think this is more of the general aviation. And so we're going to have to make a little turn, I think, to the right and then a jog to the left over here to get around
New
this.
recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Gray 802. Hi, Gray 802. Welcome, welcome. Perfect timing. Just about ready to start our run down the runway. All right, let's do a config check. Takeoff config check is green. Let's do predictive wind shear. Get ready with the weather radar, but I think it's really going to be a really nice flight tonight. Nice sunset flight. Daddy Shuda, did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Should beginners start with say intentions? That is a great way to start. Now, I would suggest starting out a little bit maybe with just Microsoft Flight Simulator and learning some of the basics in the Cessna. But then almost immediately after that, maybe at that point, I'd consider something like say intentions if that's what you want to do. It's a great way to learn how to do this ATC stuff that we're doing on VATSIM and stuff. Let me activate Volanta. Have to do it each time. Okay, there we go. Hi, Mariners fan. Oregon beats Washington once again, 26-14. The Ducks get to eat the dog tonight. Oh my.
Viva 441, call ready for departure.
Viva 441 approaching holding point runway 23, fully ready for departure.
Viva 441, runway 23, wind is calm, clear for takeoff, airborne contact, approach 21.4, good flight.
Viva 441, runway 23, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we will contact approach 121.4. Thank you for the ATC. Have a great weekend. Okay, strobes going on. Strobes are on. Seats for land, takeoff. A ghost in the chat is back. Hi, a ghost in the chat. I did. How about you? I made a really nice dinner. In fact, is my last round of leftovers is going to be tonight. My last leftovers are tonight. All right, ready to go? Landing lights. All right. So our first thing is throttles up. Here comes our throttles. So throttles go up about halfway. And then you look over there, that's not quite halfway. There's halfway. There we go. And while we're looking at that, we're going to check the elapsed timer, check our engines, they're stable, and manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Up, up, and away. And all of those things I was talking about, SRS and runway, that's your reading the data for the autopilot up there. You know, what's ready to go. 100 knots. Coming up on V1. That's when you pilot takes the hand off the throttle and rotate. You take the hand off the throttle at V1 because at that point you're not going to be able to stop. If you're going to do an aborted departure.
Según ruta plan, ascenso inicial Quebec 1 Bravo.
And out we go. Ghost in the chat was eating turduckens. Oh my God. And then, so now you got a food coma. AP going on. Thrust. Hermosillo approach. Hi there. Viva 441 is passing 2,500 for flight level 190. Okay, flaps 1.
Go full correction, Viva 441, Hermosillo approach. Good day, radar contact. Climb BX to flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350 now for Viva 441. I'm missing a little chat, sorry. I used a little bit of the runway, Tim Dog, because I was, you know, doing other things as opposed to concentrating on the departure. Flaps up. You know, when I go and start looking at other things, that's what causes a problem. Hi, Cabicus. Domocon 8. Did I say that right? Welcome aboard. I'm actually doing the type rating on the A320. I actually think so, too. I think that these airplanes are great. These sims are awesome. I thought strobes go on. I thought your strobes go on as you enter the runway. I didn't think you had strobes on for taxi. It's when you enter the runway. But you're doing the real thing, so maybe you know more than I do. Ministry is fascinated about VATSIM. Absolutely you will. Okay, it takes a little bit of time, Ministry. It absolutely does. And there's so many things to remember. So one of the things you can do, though, Ministry, is like the event that we're flying right now. This is not a crowded event, right? So we got two cute little airports here in Mexico. There's the event that we're flying. That's not a lot of airplanes. So it's the smaller events like this, Ministry, that are the best places to start. They absolutely are. There's not a lot of people. And then the other thing you can do is when you file the flight plan, Ministry, you can say for weeks and weeks and weeks, if you need to, saying, I'm new on VATSIM. Andy, how do you get thrust set so precise with a Thrustmaster? One of the things that, did you go in and calibrate So you know, in this airplane, you go to the McDo menu and you go to config and you go to control config.
Viva 441, proceed direct to Charlie Echo November.
Viva 441, now direct Charlie Echo November. So did you go and do that, Andy? Did you calibrate your throttles?
Viva 3103, contact Mazatlan, control 128.0.
128.0 for Viva 3103. Muchas gracias. Hasta la próxima.
Over to performance. Nice climb. Coming up on 10,000 feet. And 10,000 feet. Landing lights. Taxi lights. Cabin call. And there's 10,000 feet. And up and away. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought strobes just prior to entering the runway is the way we do it. Now, I am particularly bad about doing runway turnoff lights. In fact, I don't think I've ever do it. I've just only got so many hands in my sim cockpit that I never turn on the runway turnoff lights unless it's really dark or something. Unless I need them. So, but you're right about that. 11,000 feet. Everything's good here. After takeoff items are good. All right, Cabo, here we come. We are currently 363 miles from Cabo. We'll be landing at 0204 Zulu. The current time on the airplane is 0107, so a little less than an hour for our flight. Which makes sense considering strobes were rolled out in response to an incident where a landing aircraft couldn't clearly see an airplane on the runway. So it's sort of like, okay, airplane there. Don't land, it's on the runway. So ministry, I do have a little notepad that I use. This is what I call the flight strip. Don't know, keep your clothes on, you know. Doesn't have anything to do with that. So this is a set of notes that I've developed literally over the years for keeping track of not only my flight, but what we're doing on the live stream and stuff like that. So you can see Saturday and Sunday. So our first flight tomorrow is a Greek island hop from Athens to Kefalonia. All of this stuff that you see here, that is just data for the first flight of the day. Because I do a YouTube video and
Viva 441, contact Mazatlan, control 128.0.
128.0 now for Viva 441. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
You too, Jim.
128.0. Andy, so you did create them, but the curve doesn't feel linear. Okay, go into the sim settings. You know how you can change? Sensitivities of your controls in the flight simulator settings? You may need to do that as well. You could have some sort of a control curve in there, and that might be the problem too. 128.0. This is Mazatlan Center. So all of this stuff is just stuff for my first flight. Now here's some interesting stuff. That's my flight plan and my cruise. And then here is my clearance. Climb and maintain flight level 190. Expect flight level 35010 after departure. There's our departure frequency. There's our squawk. And there was my taxi clearance. So this is kind of how it is that I do the notes. If you're over on Spy Discord, I can cut and paste that over into SPY Discord, then you can cut and paste that into Notepad, take my format and change it so that it works for you. Welcome back, noobs. Thank you for coming in today. Mazatlan Control, good evening. Viva 441, passing flight level 190 for flight level 1350.
Viva 441, Mazatlan Control, good evening. Radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 350.
Climb and maintain flight level 350, Viva 441. Pauliot likes light reading. Yes. Like one of the best scenes in any of the Harry Potter movies. When Hermione comes up with a book that's bigger than she is, drops it on the table and says, I was doing a little bit of light reading.
2995.
I still laugh at that like a kid. I think that was funny.
Unica 5, 4,000 feet, 2995. Viva 1959.
Viva 1959, I just want to confirm the Unica 1 Alpha arrival for runway 16.
Ministry, this is one of the things we try to do on this spy on the spy flight here is we always try and answer questions if somebody's new. Not all live streams do that. I try to make sure that we do that. And if I don't answer the question, there's somebody in chat that probably will. And if that doesn't happen, go over to Spy Discord and pop that in, okay? But I always trying to get that. That's one of the neat things in the world today is live streaming on Twitch and YouTube with these games. You can go and learn how to play games. If I didn't have, you know, if I didn't have Civi playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I would have never gotten, you know, well, I would have gotten the damn sword out of the lake and stuff like that. So that's one of the neat things is we can learn about some of the games we're playing like this because, you know, they're pretty substantial. All right, this is looking pretty good. Let's do seatbelts off. Seatbelts going off. Landing lights, nose lights off. We're good there. During a climb, if you want to be efficient, you should change your cost index to 0. Yeah, but we want to get to the beach. We want to get to the beach. I'm sure you're right about that one too. I'm just being funny. We are on hour 7 of today's live stream, so as the hours tick by, my sense of humor becomes more and more twisted. But I always like to acknowledge somebody comes in, you know, from the real world and says, hey, do this, this, and this, so thank you.
During information, Foxtrot not current, QNH 3018, Cabo, Cabo, 2995, formation Papa, and Mike for Tijuana, 2999.
We are 322 miles from Cabo. 68 miles left in the climb. Time to start pouring beach beverages. So my guess is they have a margarita machine on this plane, right? Tim Dog says in the United States, airliners turn on the strobes before entering or crossing a runway, and then you turn them off after exiting the runway.
Air Canada 105 Heavy leaving my airspace to the east, Monterey control offline, radar services terminated. Frequency change.
Frequency change through for Canada 195. And thank you for ATC. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
Not climbing like a banshee on today's flight.
Laris 3184, pista 27, ruede vía alfa y mantenga antes de pista 27.
A very cool looking cockpit here. Paulo, check 4 client SOPs, and not to be too soppy about this, They all say strobes upon entering an active runway and off afterwards. And I think that those are mostly European airlines that Paulo has the SOPs for. And I was the only one that was being soppy about it.
Está en Hermosillo. Torre de Hermosillo no está. Ahí lo puedo encontrar en. Si me puedo orientar con la frecuencia para empezar aquí.
No, yo estoy aquí en Los Cabos y estoy en Aeroméxico 807.
Perdón, abrí el plan de vuelo. 807.
GLH, Easy, okay. And BAW SOPs, they all said the same thing.
807, autorizado a.
And so did the main Airbus flight control technical manual. It's probably not flight control technical manual.
Julieta 54 Olesi, Unión Tango 88 Torreón, Super Julieta 20 Lula, resta plan de vuelo.
The bacon comes on for anything that tastes good. Flight Cool Trading Manual, thank you. But close, a little far away on that one.
Creo que no entendí lo demás.
Oh, the beacon, not the bacon.
Vía Ocuxa 1 Alfa, pista 16 y el squawk 3276 y nivel de vuelo.
Let's recycle this.
Armico 806.
It is information pop-up. That's a little loud. Information Papa, winds are 150 at 5, 10 miles visibility, a few clouds. Runway 16 is used, that's good. So we got a good arrival there. Paulo, that's the only manual I have to kind of read for work. Okay. Let's see. Elarag, welcome aboard. I think that was a hello, but welcome in. Nothing really to worry about here. Just a nice cruise to the beach. Looking good here. How does it look ahead of us? So here we all are here. So we've got JSG Droid up here coming on in. Captain Chris, you made a change. I would, yes, Tim Dog, strobes are not like, you know, nice little twinkly lights on your Christmas tree, right? They're bright. Not as bright as landing lights, but still. No email from Windwing, I'm afraid. So not spending a bunch of money today. Viento en la presente 260 grados con 8 nudos, apuntado para despegar, reporte en el aire en esta frecuencia. Just starting to close all the open tabs that I have and all the extra browser windows that I've got on. It's always a good idea to do that. And usually at that point, I'll end up with just one browser and just one window, although I do need to remember to put in Fort Lauderdale for tomorrow. Yep, I got Fort Lauderdale all set. And then we're going to try the BD5J flight maybe, although we might move that one to Monday after Vectors to Copenhagen. We'll see how that works. External counsel, so no, but probably best to stop speaking about SOPs on social. I would say that's probably a good thing to do. Lights are all good here. And that's not advice to be mean or anything like that. Just good the way the world is now. It really is. LIMC. Haven't been there in quite a while. If you're joining over on YouTube, I've only recently started on YouTube. Thank you for being there. We're starting to grow some things and add a few things to channel memberships right now. There's a couple of emotes, not many yet. And we've also got a morning video that I do just for channel members and people on Patreon. We're slowly moving Patreon over to YouTube channels. And that's sort of like the first cup of coffee and, briefing for the first flight of the day. And there's our turnout there. We are 146 miles from top of descent. So if they clear us to descend via, here is RNAV stars. I did not program in the transition, but I've got the chart just in case. And we're going to go to 4,000 at Merrick. So 4,000 at Merrick. Let's do Phoenix and get ready to come over here. Refresh so we can start plugging in the arrival data. MMSD 8 is VATSIM Information Quebec. So 150 at 5, 25 degrees and 2997. Like I'm going to be able to remember that. 140, usually I will plug in the arrival data at 100 miles from top of descent. Yeah, we don't want anybody to ever feel like they're in a weird position here. I mean, the world is way too uncomfortable as it is right now for everybody. So I never want anybody to feel like you're in a weird position in any way, shape, or form. There are other live streams where you can go to be made to feel weird. And a couple of YouTube channels that you can feel pretty weird on too. But I'm probably getting, yes, like the hot tub streams. Well, the thing that popped into my head was like, the Spy Flight's OnlyFans page. Spoiler alert, there isn't an OnlyFans page. And Mustafa already beat me to a hot tub stream, so I really can't do that because that would be copycatting. But we do have the hot tub emote over on Twitch, so we got you covered over there. That's about the closest thing we're going to have. And that looks really good. That's right, it should be a whole pool. Well, if I move to a little town in Colorado called Glenwood Springs, they have an incredible hot springs pool there. I don't know if they allow people to live stream there, though. And if you get too close to the actual, to the east end of the pool, it smells like, sulfur because it is a hot springs pool. But it's really cool there. I think we probably have a little more snow than they do, though. Ground speed is 419 knots. Got a 79 knot crosswind.
Atatlán Centro, muy buenas noches, Viva 703, con plan de vuelo a Culiacán. Información Quebec.
Pauliot says, no thanks, you saw the volcano in the 1990s. Well, yeah, and you know, you live in London, so you also saw super volcano on the BBC, so you've got to be even more scary. Captain Chris is 90 miles top of descent. I'm waiting at the beach, ordering cocktails. Little umbrellas in them, please. And I'd say a platter of nachos would be good. Platter of nachos would be great. With friends. Okay, 118 miles to top of descent. Dante's Peak was another movie that had a hot spring scene. Yes, it was. Yeah, it was a hot spring, and the kids that went to the hot spring got cooked in it. Yeah, that was the Pierce Brosnan movie. And yes, there was a hot spring in it, and they got cooked. That was scary. That was it. That was too. CT Aviation. Not really, no. The last time I flew, X-Plane, I just didn't have the performance to be able to stay on VATSIM. And in X-Plane, there's no multiplayer, so you need to have VATSIM. So I really haven't. Maybe someday, you know, when we start hearing that they've really started to push out, you know, some optimization types of things. I do need to get it downloaded and installed just as a backup in case Microsoft Flight Simulator, you know, crashes. But, well, Pauliot, you know, sort of just like what happened when Steven Spielberg did the movie about the fish, right? I mean, not kidding, but, you know, hot springs because of the volcano movies, and you know, going into anything other than a pool because of sharks. All right, coming up on 100. Last time to do an update. Okay, this is information. 0054 Zulu is the time. I'm probably going to get another update, but this is probably as good as it gets. So, wind right now is 150 at 5. 150 at 5 knots. There's our wind. The temperature is 25 degrees. And the altimeter is 2997. 2997. Do they have a transition on this one? Runway 16 is used. Approximate. Nope. What do we have in here? 190? Oh, let's just go with that. That's probably good enough. It's an A320. Config 3. Otherwise, I'll just float down the runway, and that's not fun. GPWS is on. And come over here. Charts. Over here. Well, I mean, you know, there's the San Andreas Fault near there. There is some volcanic activity around that part of the world, so, you know, it's kind of a thing. Minimum 920 feet. 920 feet is minimums. We are 91 miles from top of descent. If they give us a descend all the way down, that's 4,000 feet. Pauliot wants a woo. It was a good movie. That freaked me. I mean, that was just this incredible courage. That really, that was a scene that stuck with me. I was 10 minutes late on my departure. Well, yes, I do live near Yellowstone. And according to a super volcano movie, I'm probably, gonna, get buried under a ton of ash. They are with Tommy Lee Jones. But yeah, the scene you're talking about, the idea of being that brave, realizing I can't save myself, I can save this little girl, I'm going to jump into the lava, throw her away, and then I think, yeah. That's right. Yeah, I'll probably survive if Yellowstone blows according to Supervolcano. And again, that's a fictional movie. It's a good one. I loved it. That's what I turn on when I need to just turn on some noise and not be worried about it. But Billings basically survives the initial explosion, but then we get covered in ash, according to their model. But yeah, you're the ones that have to suffer through it all. So, if it comes to Yellowstone, plus we got all those, nuclear missile silos around Montana, so, I mean, that's even faster for me. No need to stress out about on the beach here at SBHQ. Well, yeah, I tend to have a little bit of a not so good attitude about the town that I live in. Yeah, Amargosa, you get the nuclear winter. You get the nuclear winter, Amargosa. But you got really great avocados, though. Yes, Pratt PT. Yeah, see, the worst place to be is over in the UK and stuff like that. I mean, just look at what happened in Threads. That's scary. CT Aviation, I was really excited when I got the job here, and it was really great when I was working for the first company. Second company came in, it kind of went really sour. I've got a great little apartment here. I don't know anybody in the town that I live in, but, that's why I'm so insanely grateful for, the live stream and you coming in here. It's more than just helping me to keep the lights on. It helps me keep me from going crazy. Honestly, there are some movies out there that do not need to be remade. Threads does not need to be remade. It's terrifying enough as it is. Whoever thinks that we need to remake Threads is an idiot. No, it's terrifying enough as it is.
3103, descend via the Unico 1 Alpha arrival, the 4000, the QNH is 2997.
Viva 3103, descending by the Unico 1 Alpha arrival, is 4000 feet.
All of these movies that they think that they need to remake right now, no, you don't need to remake a movie.
Viva 441, descend via the Unico 1 Alpha 4000, QNH 2997.
2997 on the altimeter, descending to the Anike 1 Alpha arrival to 4,000 feet for Viva 441. So we just got cleared to 4,000 feet. I will put that in there right in the window now. That tells me I am cleared to descend to 4,000 feet. So that's how I know. Now, top of descent is in about 60 miles, so we'll do that. You're going to watch it. It's going to be an HBO series other than a movie. It's, it's like they don't need to remake Threads. They don't need to remake Harry Potter. Hey, Surly Developer, welcome in. Happy weekend to you. The winds will carry the ash around the world. That according to supervolcano, the ash from the supervolcano, The winds carry it all around the world. It continues to go around the world, and then eventually it jumps the equator and goes into the southern hemisphere. Oh, I think so. But the good news is the good news is we would still have Flight Simulator. Pauliot has PTSD from the Icelandic volcano.
Pista 7, autorizados al despegue en el aire, misma frecuencia, el Marina 203.
Centro Mazatlán, Polar Express 296, listo para rodar pista 2.
Yeah, just some things don't need to be remade. And there's some performances that, you know, I'm sure Russell Crowe did an incredibly good job, but Brian Cox was an incredibly scary Herman Goering in the Alec Baldwin movie. So, Daddy Shoots wants a Navigraph tutorial. Daddy Shoots, there are some over on YouTube. I will tell you that Navigraph is an absolute amazing tool, and the thing about Navigraph is I wouldn't know where to start because there's so much cool stuff in Navigraph. I think one of the first places to start though with Navigraph is over at SimBrief. So this is the first place to start and build up there. It's like everything else in Flight Simulator and stuff like that. It's like everything. You build up a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of knowledge. Java-Sun, yes, I think you're absolutely right. If Yellowstone blows, it makes St. Helens look like a little firecracker. It's a super volcano. Hey, Sorcerer, welcome back in. Thank you for coming by today. It's so nice of you to come in. Thank you for stopping by. We're just getting ready to go into Cabo San Lucas. Our first flight tomorrow is Athens to Kefalonia. It's the Assassin's Creed Airport for Odyssey. I started my descent a little early. I got a little excited as I was dialing the dial in, and I started the descent too soon. Yeah, I don't know, Pauliot, that's, you know, it's not going to be pleasant if Yellowstone blows. You're right, it won't be pleasant. I don't know how I feel about that now. If all of a sudden, you know, it's the day after Earth Threads, please let me go in the first volley. I mean, that, you know, I spent too much time in physics class and too much time reading about Chernobyl to ever want to deal with anything like that. But as Jimmy Buffett sang, where are you going to go when the volcano blows? I would like to go to my sailboat sitting out somewhere with a really nice cooler full of beverages and some of my favorite songs, sitting on the back of the boat, sails up, hove to, just barely going into the wind, and that would be perfect. That's right. Air Berlin A319 will save us all. The ash cloud will all... Oh, it will. Captain Chris. I mean, the whole movie was about that, right? About it affecting the whole world. But J Drum Master, yeah, Jimmy Buffett did have that. I don't know if I want to be found like somebody from Pompeii. I don't know if I want to be found like that. I don't know. Just be in the back of the boat, and some alien finds me or something, and then revives the DNA or something. What songs would I take to the boat? I got all sorts of stuff. You would be doing a questionable pose. Yeah, you know. I don't know. I'm really not this negative, but if it comes to something like that, I hope that I will be able to maintain the middle finger or something. I don't know. But Sorcerer, yeah, I've got actually... That's one of the things that you get with a boat like that is you make sure you got a radio with some decent speakers and, you know, a good battery to be able to make it work for you. Yeah, of course we had Jimmy Buffett and stuff, but we had some other great songs too.
Squawk 4202.
You know.
Yeah.
You know, jazz. The soundtrack to Captain Ron. I mean, you gotta have the soundtrack to Captain Ron, you know, for your sailboat, right? 2 middle fingers if it's quite a special occasion. Yeah, no kidding. The ultimate bite me on that one. Yeah, if you've seen Captain Ron, it's sort of like that's like the movie for all sailboaters and stuff like that. F9 2000. What is your? I don't know what that word is. I'm sorry. 1,000 years. Tourist told by a tour guide that I was angry with someone in the middle of an argument. One yellow. Oh well, yeah. Absolutely. Or you'll have the modern day equivalent of Mary Beard doing a TV show, a documentary TV show. You know, like she did about Pompeii. Yeah, so you'll be the subject of the modern day Mary Beard show in 1,000 years. Oh, I'm a he/him. I'm sorry, I'm he/him. I don't think you have the time to do it. That's true. You won't have the time to do a questionable pose if you're in a pyroclastic cloud.
By any chance, are you in communication with United 5823?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those are supposed to move incredibly quickly. That's right. Pompeii, they knew it coming. I think they had like a couple of days. Oh yeah, the Desert Island Discs. I've got a really awesome excerpt from Desert Island Discs with Ian Fleming, Sorcerer. That's right, Wilson volleyballs. Gotta take a Wilson volleyball. Well, you know, you gotta have your iPhone and a solar charger, right? iPhone and a solar charger and headset so you can still listen to music. Oh, I thought she said that it was huffing and puffing like a couple of days before, and there was enough time for people that were smart and had money and stuff to actually evacuate the town before Pompeii blew. So maybe I heard that wrong. I haven't watched that show for like years. I you know, watched all the Mary Beard specials. She's a college professor in the UK that studied ancient Rome, and I think you can see the Mary Beard specials over on YouTube for free. Well, they probably didn't tell everybody about that too. You know, there wasn't really great communication, but yeah, there were people that were running and covering themselves up from that.
It's completely unreadable. It seems your microphone's muted, so I think that's the only thing. I can hear you keying up, but there's nothing coming out of it. Iba 703, pista 16, viento 150 con.
Okay, it's going to be 2,000 after our 4,000. A recent discovery found, yeah, there was bread. Oh yeah, I saw that one. It was over on Pompeii's Instagram page, and they had food in the closet still. I mean, some of the things that they're digging up from Pompeii right now are just amazing.
United 5823.
Really amazing to see. So yeah, they were working on the bread.
Y pidiendo que siempre ande bueno a Hermosillo, más funcionando Squawk 6510. Afirmativo. Squawk 6510 está autorizado a Hermosillo.
But no, somebody was in chat asking earlier about, you know, a tutorial or something about Navigraph, and this is Navigraph's flight planner.
Código 42.
So learning a little bit about how this works and how to do flight planning. And then eventually another thing that you'll want to do is once you decide to spend money on Navigraph, their application, the Navigraph app is so, it's getting better and better every day. They're always adding cool new stuff to this. It does absolutely amazing things. So there's so much to learn about the Navigraph app. But then here in the Phoenix airplane, you've got also charts in here. In my case, I've got, let's see if I can get out of this real fast. So you could also use some of the Navigraph things within the electronic flight bag here. And then I can also use Navigraph Jepson charts, or I can use Lido charts in Flight Sim 2024, which is really nice. They were actively working in the bakery, so they didn't have any idea. Modding Unlimited, beer cheers. Hey, thanks for coming in. And JSG Droid had a great landing, minus 178. That's right, you could, if you're listening to Madonna, you could strike a pose or something like that.
Center, level 190, climbing 400.
Alright, don't get too excited. 2 at 1. Whoever's climbing at 400.
That was awesome.
238 heavy. Muscle line control, radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 400.
I maintain 400, I'm Mexico to Jet.
Aircraft calling.
There's nothing to it from Sorcerer, yep.
Your microphone is not muted.
Emmett Nemesis is in chat. Hi, Emmett Nemesis. I've heard a little bit about it. I've taken a look at it. I think if you're getting started in Flight Simulator and stuff like that, it's probably a really cool thing to do. Right now, as a full-time live streamer and stuff like that, I just don't think I'd have the time right now. But I think it's really good. Absolutely. 3 cheers for JSG Droid. What a great landing rate today. That's right. That's right. See, in the middle of that, you know, everybody would say, you know, oh, there's a big volcano over there. Selfie. You know. I don't think it would just be teenagers, Polyot. I don't think it'd just be teenagers doing selfies with that. And airplane is still in managed mode, so we finally caught up with our descent. Sorcerer, we always do what's called Christmas in the Caribbean. So for Christmas Eve, we start in Orlando and we fly from Orlando to Kingston, Jamaica. And then after Kingston, we refile a flight plan and go out to Princess Juliana Airport. That's kind of a long day, so we don't usually do the bear run after that. Then on Christmas Day, we take off from Juliana and we fly back. We fly back to Nassau, and then usually it's either back to Orlando or most likely it's Atlanta on that one. Oh, absolutely, yeah. The theories about what the selfie thing is all about. They wouldn't have a clue as to what that's about.
for
Not
the
at all.
exit RMP 16 approach.
Artsin, welcome back in. Thank you for coming in today. Good morning to you. 1800 Zulu. Our first Christmas flight is Christmas Eve and then Christmas Day. Those are the two Christmas in the Caribbean flights. And we've been doing that for every year that the spy flight's been going on. And then New Year's we start in the Philippines and fly to Hong Kong and land in Kai Tak. And then we do usually it's Paris to London or something like that to see all the fireworks and stuff like that. You know, we want to see the fireworks. And then this year we'll do Boston down to Washington, D.C. So 3 flights that we do to try and arrive after 9 p.m. local time so that we can see the flight simulator fireworks, which is actually really pretty cool. It's really good. Yeah, TNCM, that's the first day. And altimeter.
Autorización piso 7, los
2997. Set the co-pilot. And set the backup. Altimeters are checked and set. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll be chatting about it at
441 cleared RMP runway 16 approach.
Viva 441 cleared for the RNP now, runway 16 approach. Okay, so we're good to go there. Cleared for that means on the RNP, our final plunge altitude is 2,900 feet. So right now the airplane's in managed mode. Let's let it just continue doing its thing. 2,900 feet. By that time we'll see the airport and we take over. JSG Droid says the airport scenery is good. Clean paint on the taxiways. And JSG Droid liked the lighting at the gate. Art said so far so good. Thanks for asking. I hope you've had a good weekend. And if you were in the U.S., you enjoyed Thanksgiving holiday. And if you weren't, you had really good food. Polyat says this guy in China mountain climbing unhooked his safety rope to take a photo. Lost his photo, slid down the snow over the edge of the mountain to his death. And it was all caught on camera. Of course they play. Yeah. I'm glad I don't do news anymore. That's just not something I want to watch. I have seen enough horrible things on video and in life. But yeah, unhooked your safety rope, mountain climbing, no. That's just not smart. Just not smart. Yo, well, they got that perfect photo. Yep, no kidding. I mean, I have fun with photography too, but I'm not gonna go and stand in front of a train to get the perfect photo or do, you know, if I'm mountain climbing, take off my safety rope. Hey, I'm an astronaut, you know, on the International Space Station. I want to get a selfie of me during the spacewalk. Let's take off my helmet. I mean, seriously. Artson is leaving in München, Germany. You've got Christmas markets coming up.
If you're ready for lower, I can give you lower, but otherwise it would be SoCal or Los Angeles Center.
I'll bet Christmas in Munich is really awesome, Artson. And you're in chat, so you probably will appreciate this. Airport sent me this. This is the mug from Airbrow. So it's an actual Airbrow mug from Munich. So this has actually just become my absolute favorite mug now. It's so cool. That's definitely a place that is on my list of places I want to go. There's a few good seconds of sliding down the slope before he went. I can't imagine either. Dad game time is reading Casino Royale. Oh my gosh. That's really good spy story and a really amazing one. But yeah, Artson, Munich is definitely on the list of places that I want to check out. To visit or live or something like that. And I'll bet the Christmas markets are amazing. Sorcerer went to Cologne once for Christmas markets. Yeah, see, I figured they're really good. So Cologne, Bonn is where you went to? I mean, you know, the perfect place to, you know, dress up, dress warm, and go and enjoy with family and friends. I have not seen Hopscotch Dad game time. Pauliot says, put Prague on your list for a good Christmas market. Isn't Prague the town where they have that really awesome old clock with, you know, a town clock that has people moving around in it? It's really amazing. Bucked, welcome aboard. The graphics card is the graphics card is the Nvidia 3060. That's the only thing that might not be updated, but I think it's updated in the YouTube description. Yeah, but this is a really old clock that has like little figures that move around and chimes and stuff. 10,000 foot cabin call. Landing lights. Nose light. I don't know if it's an astronomical clock or not. Maybe it's that Marienplatz. Maybe it's the Marienplatz clock. Is it the astronomical clock? Let's see. Yeah. Well, okay, there's several, but this is another one that's absolutely, I mean, look at this. This blows me away. That is amazing. Artson, I don't know. I've never had Airbrow. And the reason that I like it so much is the Airbrow Brewery is it's a brewery that they built out at the airport. So I've never actually got to try the Airbrow Brewers. Airport put it in a suitcase and brought it over to me and gave me a nice gift. And so that's what this is. But definitely going there someday and try. The amber looks really good on their menu. So, you know, but just, you know, it's sort of like a brewery at an airport. How cool is that? Okay, I don't remember this one at all. I don't remember that one. But yeah, there are some incredible clocks. Maybe it's in Vienna. Maybe the one I'm thinking about is in Vienna. Tim Dog's never been to a Christmas market? I don't know. I've seen... There was one way back when in Denver. I mean a long time ago in Denver. I don't know if they still do it. It was down at Larimer Square. I remember that one because I think they had leftover beer mugs from Oktoberfest with Vorsteiner beer. It was the official beer of Oktoberfest. And they had a whole bunch of that, you know, for the Christmas market. I worked at a radio station then, and, you know, we would go down, you know, do the show live from there. Ministry, I've got my FPS locked in Flight Sim at 30 FPS. That's really all you need to do. So I usually have that. I have that set. We're a little fast now. I'm going to do my own speeds here. Got the airport, got the runway. Mike, your computer is only as strong as your weakest component. So Stormy's biggest problem is the pilot. And speed's coming on down. And approach is armed and ready to go. So, auto brakes. I have speed brakes out now. I'm going to let this continue down to 2,000. And flaps 1. Speed brakes back down and armed. Speed brakes are armed. Smithy is back. Hi, Smithy. There's an event in Seattle. This is hour 8 of my live stream, so I probably ought to kind of wrap it up. Probably ought to wrap it up a little bit here.
Se manda solo.
Ahora mi 807 pesado a 7 y mantenga nivel 330.
Here. 180 on the speed. There's an event going on in Seattle, though, if you're looking to do some more flying. Speed. Posture check. Lovis says, welcome to Cabo. Now, is this one of the places that you've had on your destination or where you want to go? Flaps 2.
Está en contacto radar. Innecesario llamar.
Center Martin Center, Southwest 1920 by the restricted official 330.
Mazda Launch Center, Viva 441, short finals for runway 16.
Run. I was just waiting. Viva 441. Viva 441. I was just waiting for the runway to clear. Run 16, clear to land.
16 clear to land. Thank you so much, Viva 441.
Viva 3103, Alpha to the rim. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Alpha to the rim. Viva
CT Aviation has been to Cancun. Oh, Smithy, you do. I mean, I remember VATSIM events a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I mean, Seattle is always jammed. There were some really big events there, too. Oh, autopilot off. Amargosa says it's time for in-flight dark chocolate.
That was 1920, Monster 1 Control, good evening, radar contact, maintain flight level 330.
Maintain 330 on the
1000.
Okay, gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. ECAM checklist is green, we're good. Exiting left.
Viva 703, descienda y mantengan a 2000 pies.
Landing.
Descendemos y mantenemos unos 2000 pies, Viva 703.
Viva Viva 703, QNH en Culiacán 2998, puede esperar en la aproximación 24.
Enterado con H2998 y esperamos la aproximación por al lado 21. Viva 703.
200. 100.
Think rate. Pull.
40, 30, 20. Retard.
Oh, man. Not the best landing. I've just been having a terrible time landing today. Actually, I've been having a terrible time landing all this month. Actually, I've had a terrible time landing all this fall. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, the humiliation. My poor airplane. Homework for every, you must return to tomorrow's stream and tell us what your pose would be if a pyroclastic flow envelops you. Oh, I think I'd probably do the news anchor pose. M. Gumbo is back. Hi, M. Gumbo. Amargosa, yellow flags all over the place. It was not good. 384, I'm surprised it was that low, Captain Chris. I'm surprised it was that low.
Viva 441, Alpha to the ramp. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Alpha to the ramp and parking later. Thank you so much for the fun VATSIM event. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Yeah, that's right. Santos Dumont was my decent landing, I guess. Thanks for remembering, Loviz. I was beginning to think it's sort of like, am I ever going to have a decent landing again? Thank you for remembering. Band Slam. Hi, Band Slam. Thanks for coming by. And we got JSG Droid says the parking, the lighting at the airport's really good. This was another one of the freewares. Hermosillo and Cabo, really nice freeware airports available at flightsim.to. Oh, 384 was your landing rate. Oh, okay, Captain Chris. Well, do I even want to do this? I suppose I should. Landing rate, minus 864. Oh my gosh. 864. All right. It's time for a hot tub stream. Loviz says that these sceneries were both made by the same guy. Well, this was a good scenery designer. Yeah, I think it's, 600 feet per minute, so maintenance has got to come out and check the landing gear. You probably get written up by management too. Say, take care of the airplanes. They're not cheap, Tim Dog, yep, hot tub time. It's the solar flare. Yep, that's our excuse. It's the solar flare. Yep, over minus 600, it is a mandatory gear inspection. Two thumbs up. Paulia wants to know if the woo-woo survived. I thought that was waiting for you at the beach.
JetBlue 1691.
Yeah, from now on, the official excuse is it's the solar flare.
Viva 703, contener descenso 9010.
Oh my gosh, I'm wearing the Boeing hat. We're in an Airbus. How could I be wearing a Boeing hat in an Airbus? Jeez, man. That's exactly what the problem is. See? Can't take me anywhere. I've angered the Airbus gods. Now, that's not something I'd ever want to do, is anger the Airbus gods. Always want the Airbus gods to be happy with me. We had a great time today. Captain Chris, thank you for flying along. I'm so grateful. This is just so much fun to do. The airplanes are great, and I will get a decent landing rate some year. Cute little airplane, though. Really cute little airplane. I like the A319 and 20. Parking brakes. Yellow flags from Tim Dog. Okay, did we get the APU? Not quite. Nose light off. Can I top your 384? Amargosa, thank you for being here. I hope you're going to have a really great evening. Our first flight tomorrow is Athens to Kefalonia. Athens to Kefalonia. So it should be a very nice little chill out flight. Because we love chill out, right? Okay, APU is ready. And engine number 1, engine number 2. The flag is for, yeah, the hat was a real problem, wasn't it? Can't have a Boeing hat in an Airbus. All right, all that looks really good. Fuel pumps are off. ADIRs are off. Crew supply of oxygen is off. Beacon, seat belts. Deboard the airplane. And let's come over here. Phoenix app, ground services, jetway, ground power, 1, 2, 3. And that's about as good as it gets. Here comes our jetway. Pizza Racer, thank you for coming in. I hope you had good lurking today. If I remember correctly, Pizza Racer, you had a bunch of work to do today. So I hope you got everything done. I like the livery on here. It's the you know, the big dots on the side are cool. We got an Alaska Airlines down here. Sorcerer, thank you so much. I'm so grateful that you're here. Thank you for flying along. Our first flight again tomorrow. This is one of the classic, well, they're all kind of classic in the Greek islands. But Athens to Kefalonia. It doesn't say Kefalonia. I think we've all got a freeware airport for Kefalonia. That's LGKF. And, of course, there will be many Assassin's Creed references there. Then we've got a nice little website in the BD5J. We'll see how that works. There might be other things that we're going to do. Lobiz said that maybe what we're going to do is do something else, and we'll do the James Bond BD5J flight tomorrow. And then there is a VATSIM event in Fort Lauderdale. One of the reasons is we could probably fly into Fort Lauderdale from someplace and then fly out of Fort Lauderdale, maybe to someplace like Key West or something, which is always kind of a good time. So that's kind of what we got going on for tomorrow. Can't wait to see you for that. Time for me to do some thank yous, which I love to do because I really am grateful for this. Thank you for coming in. If you're a secret agent, a special agent, a 00 over on Patreon, thank you for being here. Remember to take a look. In about a month, we're going to shift everything from Patreon over to YouTube memberships. So, but thank you for being the secret agents, special agents, and 00s. There were some incredible, really, really nice gift subs today, and this has been an incredibly good month. Thank you for the extra support and the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Really appreciate you. Thank you for coming in and helping me to keep all the lights on and everything going here. JSG Droid, I think this is a nicely done airport. You talking about the lighting bars here? I mean, it lights everything up really, really good. I mean, it's really nice. Yeah, I'm afraid it was above 800, Captain Chris. Tim Dog says, so Fort Lauderdale, we should plan on doing Southwest flights. And so Southwest and 737 flights. So that'll be a good time. But yeah, landing rate wasn't all that good, I'm afraid. Thanks for being here. I hope I'm doing my last night of leftovers for Thanksgiving dinner. I hope you've got tasty leftovers too. But thank you for coming in. Lobiz says you could also do JetBlue at Fort Lauderdale. So you could also do that as well. So thanks for being in here. Probably not going to do the banana plane. Not too many people like that one. JetBlue and Spirit. I think for some people in chat, that's one of those airlines that must not be named. So we got several of those. Thanks for being here. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming in. If you're having a hard time, thank you for stopping by. I hope we were able to help you forget about it for a little bit. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time is always the normal time, 1800 Zulu. Matt Cat, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for lurking. I hope you have a great evening. But it's time for me to cut it there and stop rambling. I will see you tomorrow, 1800. Until then, as always, stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Oh, we're going to go see Boozy Sheep. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. Good night.